forget how to do this. Hi. Anyway, welcome to Nobody Likes the Onion family of nightshades. Is an onion a nightshade?
I don't know. A potato is.
Tomato is.
Not an orange. Orange is not.
Is an onion a nightshade? I don't even know. Anyway, look, I didn't, busy weekend, and I didn't prepare the high roller graphic. So you're getting a manual, not centered. That's the fridge behind me. What we just realized that it's not, I'm going to have to get a pedestal so you can see it. The fridge is officially part of the set, part of the studio. Moody's here.
Hi.
Oh, God.
What?
Turn your laptop light back up. It was good a minute ago, and now you're all...
Am I telling ghost stories again this time?
Jesus, get your night mode off.
You're using my laptop.
It's a key light, yeah. Make it brighter.
All right, is that good?
Yeah, you look yellow as fuck. I like it. I'm red, you're yellow.
Wrong race.
Tiff, Tickle Me Tukey, Ewok, Coach Cream Jeans, Mistress Meg, Slicks96, FKA, The Ghetto Basement, Scooter G, DK, Tim Bollinger, Mycroft, EFS, James Baumert, KJ, Drive-By, Tommy from Rhode Island, Riles, Clifford, the winner of our butter eating contest, Jocktober Junkie, Deep Surface, Jenna Lynn, The Real World, Mr. Nobody, Wizard Nug 2, Great Red Shark. You did it. You're all big supporters of the program. Yeah, you look jaundiced. I like it.
You don't want to color correct me?
Can you just do it with your... Can you adjust the hue of your backlight?
I'll need to go to a website that does that.
I don't want to color correct you.
All right.
Actually, I like it like this. I like it like this. Hi, everybody. Welcome for the first show in a week. My voice is pretty shot. You had me out there with them cigarettes all weekend. Ugh. It's so good to get off it and just be back to the vape for a bit. Anyway, welcome. Oh, we do have an executive producer. I don't have a button for it. So I gotta go in here and try to trigger it manually. I don't know if this will work. Executive producer, Mycroft. Mycroft, you're our executive producer tonight for our wrap-up show. Oh, God, I am rough. Yeah. I am rough. What a weekend, man. I am proud of this event. It went so well. Everything was smooth. If you were there the first year and you were there this year, you know that I had a much better temperament about me. Everything just worked. Everything was going great. Setup was easy. Breakdown was easy. The stream was awesome. I'll say this about the stream to the handful of people who had some trouble and emailed. It's you. It's you. We had a lot of people like on the wrong show on the playlist. Like it's not coming on. It's like you don't know. It's you. It's you. People watch the stream. We had someone monitoring the stream actually the entire weekend. The stream was great. The stream was great.
Yeah,
especially the audio.
Leah was sitting outside the venue listening to the stream. She had no problems. It was pretty good.
Yes. Yes. Sam B says, thanks for the pay-per-view. Hope you learned your lesson. Spurtopia is retarded. You guys didn't do shit. I can't even tell you how much more sales we had this year than last year. It's like, this thing was a success from head to toe. Ticket sales were more than last year, despite it being Mother's Day weekend. Online sales through the roof compared to last year.
The sales was so good, we didn't need to worry about Spectators.
So
it was so like, good. It's a waste of time to knock these streams down.
We were fucking around with them a little bit on Friday. Saturday, we don't even know if they were streaming it or not. We didn't care. We were rolling in money, you fucking losers.
Because we took like a couple streams down, but then it's like, we don't.
Yeah,
Let's focus on
we had one of their Spurtopia spies kind of telling us what was up, and then yeah, it just didn't matter. It was, look, man, the thing was great beginning to end. Everybody who came out had a good time. Ask around in them chats, and yeah, man, I couldn't be happier with it. The exhaustion factor so much better this year. Like we just look, I'm tired. It was a long weekend, but just amazing. What an amazing event. Everything went. Last year I think we were running like an hour behind. You know, we tried to do it all with a computer last year. This year we bought professional switching equipment.
It was so easy.
It was so good. It was just so great. Most of the shows are up already. I know Tukey Soup live at Hackamania will prepare tomorrow. Fuck. Tukey Soup will be on at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. They're premiering that 7 a.m. Eastern time. Watch that, and then tomorrow night they're going to be doing a recap show. So be sure to catch that over on Tukey Soup. Carl's starting to put out clips. I believe his show is up for his members and YouTube members. I think Biggest Problem in the Universe is already up. All the people have their shows already. Unlike last year, there's no editing to be done. It's just great.
Yeah, pack a lunch for that Tukey stream.
Yeah. Look, we love those guys. You'll see. Okay, anyway. Enjoy that. Shout out to Bedabbler and everybody who came out. Vito acted normal until the minute he got home.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to do it. I don't want to get into slamming Vito again and start this dick measuring contest. This guy, I mean, he has the ability to act normal. I don't know why he can't just keep it going.
Yep. He was so good on stage. He was fantastic at the
Complete
event.
spurg yesterday. This guy's a spurg. Anyway, Dick was great. Their show was great.
Vito lets you know when your phone is out of reception.
Yes.
Like, you'll know.
Yes, it's like I think he texts me more than my cell pings for new towers when I'm traveling.
He's like a Homer Simpson's "Everything's Okay" alarm.
And if you don't answer a Vito text within like 20 minutes, he'll start calling.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I assume he's younger than me. I assume everyone's younger than me because I'm like an old. But like, who do you know who call? You know, the people who call on the phone all the time are like losers and broken people. Chad Zumach loves talking on the phone.
Yeah, you're Gen X, right? Millennials don't call each other. Like we just...
Yeah, I don't call.
My phone's been in silent...
answer phones.
Yeah, my phone's been in silent mode for years.
Yeah,
and
I never turn it off silent mode. That's the other thing. You know, our buddy Sean was here, and he's one of these guys. He'll just sit. He has... First of all, he has the keyboard clacking on, which I don't... Again, this guy's 7 years younger than me.
Is he?
And he'll just sit here, click, 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 click. It's like, how are you not blowing your brains out right now?
Hold on, is Sean in his 30s?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's rough, man.
Okay.
I honestly thought he was like a couple years older than you.
No, he's 6 or 7 years younger, I think.
So he's
definitely younger.
He's only 2 to 3 years older than me. He's 40. Like,
maybe he's 40 now. I don't know. I don't keep track of other men's ages.
Sean, you should stop smoking. Holy shit.
He doesn't smoke.
All right.
Like he smokes when he's away from his wife, just like me.
Must have smoked enough for a lifetime then.
It's rough. It's rough. And anyway, shout out to Sean. He's stuck in Dallas. He left here at 12:30 p.m. and he's just been sitting in Dallas all goddamn day. Can't get out.
Yeah.
That's rough. All right, we got some what do we have? I forget how to do all this. We have Craig, member for 17 months. We appreciate that. FK, the Ghetto Basement, says, prank. I can't even do it. Prank. This is rough. This is bad. Oh, no.
Voice per his request.
Oh, we got to...
Hold
on. I got to redo that.
Yep.
Ew, volume was down. You got to get your money's worth.
Why haven't you removed Sean's voice per his request? I am getting trolled for it still being on my list, and I'm too cucked to deal with it like a man.
That's out of our hands now. That's in our legal team. We officially,
as of today,
Moody and I have signed
away
new corporate documents and have relinquished full control of the super tip. Can we say? Are we allowed to say the new company name?
I don't see. We've already filed. I think they've already filed things.
We're
not in charge of the legal side of the company. That's not us. Like there's different people in charge of different.
And by the way, again, we've only had one meeting with our lawyers, but a counterparty in our company has had several meetings with our lawyers. Good luck.
These
Good luck.
These lawyers are so excited. They were giddy when we explained what the product was. It's
Yeah, they were so happy. They were like, "This is going to be such a fun. You're going to be such a fun client to work with." And I was like, "Well, we better get a discount."
they're like, our field of law is so boring. We hardly get anything like this. Please.
But yeah, no. Officially today, the new company is formed, and we've given up a giant chunk of it. And
Any requests like that are honestly and seriously going
Above our pay grade.
to someone else
Yep.
in the company to deal with. Like, it's not us.
they actually come to me, but I forward them on and don't deal with it. Yeah. just because of the way the email is set up. But no, look, man, good luck. Suck my dick. We're real scared over here. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hackamania was the cat's tits. Thank you, Melty and Cast.
Somebody said Legal Zoom Incorporated. I wish this was a flat $300 fee to get a company for. Again, anybody who wants to get tangled up with it, good luck with our lawyers.
Yeah, these lawyers.
When you find out who they are, you can suck our dick.
Yeah, I don't think normal people will know who these lawyers are, but anyone involved in the space will recognize.
Good
the
luck.
names.
Anyway, yeah. Again, suck my dick and good fucking luck.
Jesus Christ. They're gonna have to listen to this clip.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are. Tickle Me Tukey, $35. Thank you very much. I'm kicking myself for not going to Hackamania, so take my money as penance. Also, Moody's sperm chart was fantastic. That was one of the highlights of this little piggy.
Yeah.
Your graph.
There was a lot of common sperm-based humor in that 2 hours. But yeah, that was fun. I really enjoyed doing a graph live. I don't usually get a round of applause for presenting graphs. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Vibe Booths says Rare W, Chad Zumach W. Sure. Vibe Booth says you can't stop me at Bowls Deep. I'm rich. Vibe Booth says, can Nick do a blind taste testing if he shows up?
Didn't Balls Deep, wasn't he supposed to send us oh no, that's Roots Calhoun. Wasn't he supposed to send us?
Yeah, I think he emailed me, but I don't know if it was him. I replied like, is this Roots Calhoun? And I didn't hear back. I'm sure he's very busy. You know, it was a very short period of time to whip up a song. But that's all I'm saying. Misfit with $2 says Michaela did nothing wrong.
Well, Comic X can whip up songs like that. Like that.
Yeah, all you got to do is really type a prompt, and seconds later you have a hit, like Ghost Party or Borderlines.
Do you believe in Borderlines?
Do you believe in Borderlines?
It's been stuck in my head for so long.
Have you checked the local times? I don't even know. West Coast TV Lou says, does your opening song have a name? Yes, the Ballad of NLO.
It's been around for over 20 years. There's some people that listen to this show that are younger.
It's not been around for 20 years. It's been around for 4 or 5.
Yeah, but the original composition has been around for that.
Yeah, but we don't play that.
No, you don't.
Okay, so that's not what he's talking about.
I said it's existed.
Why would he be talking about what?
I said the like song has existed, but this playing of it hasn't. Like this version.
They're probably talking about the song we opened the show with. Now.
Yeah, it's based on a song that already exists.
It is?
Yeah, the original theme.
It isn't.
It's got elements of the original theme.
It absolutely does not.
You don't think it has elements of the original theme?
For that to happen, wouldn't I have to give the person who wrote this one the old one?
It's got elements of the original one.
It doesn't.
It's got the same
so
riff.
much so. I mean, you're so insane. Okay. You're so insane. I mean, all right. Do we? Okay. This is the original theme song.
Wait for it.
This composed, I told him the feel that I wanted to go for was Roller Coaster by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay.
So that's kind of the riff and jive of that.
Yeah.
Now this is the current song. composed 15 years later by a different person. And when I went to them, they said, I already have a song written that might work for you. How's this?
Mm-hmm.
And then he sent me that.
All right. Well, it sounds very similar.
It sounds very similar.
It's got very similar like progression.
And one is like a rock.
I'm not saying the actual instruments that are played are the same. I'm saying that the thematic elements of the song, like
It isn't.
All right.
We can't. Anyone who knows about mute, I can't. Why do we do this? Why do we even allow him in here? I can't wait to send this guy back.
Thank you for putting on a great event and also for not killing yourself. I will send you my extra stickers.
I need you to send me your extra stickers because last night, me and Moody and Sean and Shane, who's another part of Super Tips, the new company.
You doxed him. He wasn't telling people.
Who gives a shit? Shane, blame Shane. If you met Irish Shane at the event, he's part of the company. Not officially yet. It's like we haven't really given him his shares yet.
No,
so
we could just
we could
cast
fuck this
him away.
guy.
It's all handshakes.
But him and Lev Kramar, we all went out to dinner at Barry's last night, the good steakhouse.
So much better than Oscars.
First of all, I would never, after seeing the crew that showed up at Oscars, I would never take you guys to Barry's. You're not good enough. You don't deserve it. But we went out we had a really good steak last night at Barry's, and then we're leaving the parking garage, and I pulled the parking ticket out of my pocket, and Koof's sticker had stuck to the back of it. It had peeled. I only got one. And I thought I was going to rip my parking ticket. Wouldn't be able to put it in the machine. But thank God I just damaged the sticker. And so, yeah, please send more of those stickers into the P.O. box.
You were cursing at Koof in the car.
Yeah, this fucking guy makes the stickiest stickers.
Like fucking Koof.
He's stickiest stickers. Ricada Law's in the chat saying he's better at selling super tips to creators than us. I don't know about that. Have you seen Karmic X?
Oh, he's doing well.
First of all, the award for the fastest person to set up super tips ever goes to Karmic X.
Insane.
Karmic X is out earning several of our longtime creators, including his idol Pat Dixon. Karmic X is crushing it.
Yeah.
So shout out to Karmic X.
Tass from Pat Dixon asked me for the Karmic X voice. That's how much his star has risen.
Right. Anyway, Karmic doesn't need him anymore. He's surpassed Pat, and he's killing it. I'm not even kidding, though. Like,
yeah. He set it up so quickly without any help from either of us.
Yeah, it was insane. So
it's a speed run. He's currently winning.
Sunday night, I was up late in my hotel room. I was watching after Shmuel Buckman won $3,500 at Bubble Craps. This guy rolled 53 rolls in a row on Bubble Craps. Almost $3,600 he won. So congrats to Shmuel Buckman. Vinny Paulino, our buddy, put $1 in the slot machine and won $600 and something. So several big winners at Hackamania. Hackamania is very lucky.
Sean put in a few coins as well and got.
Oh yeah, Sean put in 80 cents and won $1,300. So a lot of big winners at Hackamania this year, paying for their trip with their winnings, and that's good for Vinny because I wasn't going to pay him anything for this year.
Vinny was so helpful during the
Vinny
event.
was great. Vinny did all the show switching for This Little Piggy and Nobody Likes Onions. While Moody and I were on stage, he handled the live stream. And so, like, when you watch my show and This Little Piggy, he was the one switching cameras and doing all that. Fantastic. Not as good as me, but how could you be? No, so big thanks to Vinny, who helped out tremendously. Everybody was great. Dr. Steve made it out. He was awesome. The sorcerer came out, bought everybody in the room shots.
And then went to sleep.
He came out to meet Dr. Sleeve. Dr. Sleeve.
I thought you said Dr. Sleep.
Dr. Sleeve. He came out to meet Dr. Steve. He fell asleep before Dr. Steve's show, didn't get to meet him, and almost missed his flight.
The whole reason he came out was to meet Dr. Steve.
Yes. So, Fake Moody's in our chat saying Super Tip is down. He was trolling Karmic with that.
So good.
We'll say this: Super Tip shouldn't go down anymore.
Yeah.
We did a big architecture change a couple weeks ago.
You can thank Shane for that one.
Shane was a big part of that. There shouldn't be any more Super Tip going down. We're now alive in the cloud.
Yep.
fully.
With redundancy.
With redundancy.
Yeah, next we're going to spread to different availability zones. So that's coming down the line.
Coach Ubiquity says, please thank the hotel's Ubiquity equipment for a smooth stream. That's not
Goof stickers made with genuine Minnesotan goo.
That's not true. That was our Ubiquity equipment. I bring my own. We set up our own network. I guess it was riding on the backbone of theirs, but we don't have any proof that was going through any Ubiquity equipment. So blame or thank us for all that.
Everyone who came in stepped over the internet on their way into the event.
Yep.
So thank you.
Yep. No, it was fantastic. We broke down yesterday. We went back today to get the fridge and some other items, and it was fantastic.
It's the first time it
So
was
easy.
that sort of cleanup around that fridge. It's never seen.
Yeah, I got to tell you, when I brought this fridge into my house, I gave it a good wiping down.
Yeah.
There should be no man goo anywhere on this fridge.
No mango with $5.
Annie O'Ryan, wow, Melton put on a fantastic event. If you weren't there for any reason, don't make excuses. Save for next year. It was awesome to see everyone. Thank you, Annie. It was great to see you.
It was so good. Like, I know a lot of people who are on the internet have social anxiety and are like, I don't know whether I should come out to a place which has such a niche interest and I don't really know anyone there. But everyone got on super well, with the exception of one person who threatened someone with a gun. But apart from that, everyone got on well.
Honestly, she's never gone anywhere online or in person. That hasn't been a problem.
Right. But people went out to dinner together. Groups were formed. Like, it was really cool. It was.
Friendships were forged.
Yep.
It was an awesome weekend. It was an awesome event. I'm so happy I got to mix and mingle and talk to people, unlike last year where I was almost just not around.
Last year we were trying to save the event as it was happening.
Yes, it was rough.
This year we could kick back and just have a good time.
And we'll 100% be having it there again next year. That venue is fantastic. These people at the Plaza are amazing.
Shane and I were sitting with the bartender on Sunday, and we explained the story of Steel Toe to her, because she was bartending on the night, and they got this little piggy with no information, like no background.
Yeah, they were bartending, and then we just started talking about Camelot.
They're like, they were so
Not to be
intrigued.
confused with Camelot.
They were so intrigued, but yeah, they got the background and they were fascinated.
Our special guests for the weekend were Nick Ricada and Paul Shea. Amazing that they were able to make it out.
Both Minnesotans had to leave after the first night.
Yeah, I think everybody has to ask court to leave the state or something. I don't know what the deal is.
There's a curfew for Minnesota.
Yes, you can only be out of Minnesota for so long.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fucking great, man. No complaints, no big hiccups. Nope. We didn't fight at all over the weekend.
Nope. Didn't need to talk Patrick down once.
No, I mean, honestly, like, smooth sailing, fucking amazing. Again, more live streams as big as your head. And just a few emails from people who, again, most of it like, oh, it's restarting for me, or my password's not. But again, like a fraction of last year, we did it so simple this year. If you had a problem with the live stream, it was you.
Yeah, we can see who was on the live stream, who wasn't. If you had problems,
don't contact me about it. We don't care. Tim Bollinger, I was really excited for the come. Yeah, Tim Bollinger was a VIP. He was there. By the way, the VIP party was great.
Yep.
Good food, nice spread for everybody.
We need to work on that. I came for the cum.
I came for the cum.
The shirts. Yeah, the merch.
Yes. Coach Lev Kumar said we hit the minimum spend at the $100. Oh, I think we more than doubled it.
Yep.
Or right around doubled it. So it was fantastic. They said, and I'm so proud of the fans and the group that came out to Hackamania, the hotel operations manager and GM, not just for the $100, but for the hotel, were at a meeting with the general manager of the $100. They said we were the best group they've ever had. They said everybody was respectful, polite, tipped the wait staff, treated them with respect. I couldn't be more proud of it, man. The creators did a great job. Everybody had a great show. The fans were fucking amazing and well behaved. There were no problems once Michaela was gone.
Yeah, did the staff there like the N-word chants, like all the N-word chants that our
there wasn't even a worry that would happen.
Right. Zero.
Just no problem, just no issues. We actually had some N-words there.
Nice people.
Yes. They were well behaved. Anthony Cumia would have been fine hanging out.
I think even
Notice how he won't talk about bingo?
We'll talk about
Yeah,
bingo.
we will.
What do you think I'm gonna like sweep for bingo?
I honestly think Chad would have had a good time there. If Chad had arrived.
Chad and Aaron don't have it in them, and
Right.
now they'll never work with us because we backstab or something like that. Coach Ubiquity said Shane is a solid gerb. I agree. George says I hit $300 on the roulette machine. Your cut's on the way. It was great meeting you guys. Great to meet George. Finally, we saw him again pulling out yesterday, so he got to get up close to the Tesla. I told him, don't touch. Do not touch the Tesla. No, good to finally meet you, George. You've been a fan for a long time. So many old fans there.
Yeah.
From way back in the day. It was really fantastic. It was really fantastic. Johnny Carson, do you have any worries that the Man Goose segment was your stairway to heaven and you won't be able to top it? That may be true, man. That may be true. We can't always have some giant event or tease for these live shows. We got really lucky last year, a week before Hackamania. The entire arrest thing happened. It seemed like it was like built for Hackamania. And, we've been sitting on this other stuff for months, actually, and we just thought it would be great to hold it for Hackamania. We're so happy Nick can make it out. And again, whether or not you love or hate Nick, and after this weekend, I'm leaning to hate. But, Nick came out. Everyone had a good time with him, even the people who didn't get along with him.
Acted normal, like he could hang out.
It was just cool. Yeah. It was just normal and cool. He just kept drinking and drinking. No, I'm kidding. Of course. And Nick's right. He did get offered pussy, alcohol, and drugs. I can vouch for all that. I watched it happen. And he turned it down like a solid family man. But yeah, everybody enjoyed, Nick holding court, as it were, if you will.
He couldn't stop talking.
No. He spilled way too many beans. But I think he enjoyed it. I think he had a good time for a festival of nerds. Yeah. But I will say this, Johnny Carson, I did see a super chat you sent into Kevin Brennan yesterday that said you never give a dollar. First of all, you shake my hand in Atlantic City in person. Pretend like we're all good. Then you run over to Daddy Kevin. Don't think I didn't see this yesterday. Where you said, like, I'm a loyal MLC guy, never give a dollar to Melton, and here you are giving $5 to Melton. You're a fair weather fan.
Speaking of MLC guys, has anyone seen T.O. Hank?
Yeah, we didn't see him after his lip almost exploded.
He disappeared.
That's interesting.
Right. Is there proof of life?
T.O. Hank was there. He actually had to break character after a while and say, home run. This event, he tried to start several rounds of applause for me, which was annoying.
Yeah. Hey, Moody, you need some Diet Cokes?
Something happened with T.O. Hank after Friday night. He woke up Saturday. His whole lip was as big as Nelson Brothers donuts. It was just swollen. He didn't know what happened. He said he ate some pineapple. Dr. Steve said it is an allergic reaction probably, but man, he had the biggest, fattest, swollen lip, and then he kind of vanished. Yeah. Anyway, Johnny Carson, thank you for the $5. We appreciate that. Silence Do Good stream was flawless, and there was a ton of content for the money. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you. Silence Do Good, we agree. $30 is less than $5 per show. So I think that was a fantastic value.
I think just this little piggy alone was worth that $30.
It was so good. It was so good. I caught a clip of Mersh saying that like Pat's such a fucking grifter that he saved the best for last. The letter was never the best. Mm-hmm. The letter was just like a one more thing.
It's an encore.
Yes. Yeah. The best, of course, was all the text messages and the evidence.
Yep.
And it never even crossed my mind to not put that on this little piggy. That was the main event. That was the flagship show. We're not even going to deny it. If you don't think this little piggy delivered, I don't know what planet you're on. It was fucking amazing.
Because it wasn't an Aaron Imholte event. Like, that's not what the intent of the thing was. We just wanted to drop this bomb at the beginning. It got people talking. It was a fun thing to have at the beginning.
It was great. And we're going to make some adjustments for next year, I think. Mm-hmm. We're going to spread the shows over 3 days.
Yeah.
And we're going to put gaps in between the shows. The back-to-back shows wears on people, especially on Saturday. I think we have 5 shows.
Yep.
And just great constructive feedback from people, and I think I agree with it. We have an hour or two between shows. and we do like three shows on Saturday, 3 shows on Sunday.
Yep.
So that people have a little break in between. I think that's the way to do it. And yeah, I'll take that under advisement going forward.
Venue
we'll try to
should-
get that going for next year. Yeah, the venue will be
Vinny
fine.
should be fine with it.
100%. Yeah. WSX streaming only was great. Any problems anyone could have had were either solved in the confirmation email or the friendly Discord. Thank you. Yeah, I was so shocked at how little emails we had. Like half the emails I got were followed up by another email 5 minutes later saying, never mind, I'm an idiot. People were just on the wrong show or something like that. I don't know if there's a way to make that clearer using the provider we use. I think there's no problems with the provider that we use.
They were so
quality was
responsive.
great.
Yeah, they were great.
They work with us. It's fantastic. The other Sean, Hackamania was goated, and if you didn't make it, you're a fake fan. Hard to disagree. The only reason we could let it go is because it was Mother's Day, I guess. You know,
Next year we'll try not to have it around.
we won't have it
holidays,
on a holiday next year. That's on us, and specifically me. Coach Ubiquity, I won $84 in a super engaging bingo. Yeah, Moody won $30.
It's $9. So I paid $9 for 2 drinks.
Yes,
That's
this
what
was
it came down to.
44.
It was 39.
Oh, mine was 44.
Mine was 39 with cash. Well, I paid by cash.
So did I.
Yeah.
They only take cash.
Well, they must have liked me more than you.
Anyway, bingo.
Hey, lads. Was a lot of fun being with you in Vegas. Sorry for over talking. Both April and Kayla, and frankly, Aaron also, have told me I talk too much. Oh, who cares? I have way more texts.
Yes, Nick has been sending more texts over the past couple of days, and Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Aaron saying Nick was doing sent in text out of context and daring him to show the context. It made it all worse. It was every time he showed more context, it did not go well.
As if there's a context in which you saying I could live without my children as long as I had April would ever be good.
There's one context. I could think of one example. Your kids are like 17 years old or they're just about to become legal adults.
And you say if they had to go?
Well, like if you had to move and they couldn't come with you, like if the kids couldn't come with me, if the kids had to go, I'd be fine. I think if they're old enough, maybe.
So you think there's no excuse for a father moving away from his children while they're young?
Saying that, like if the kids had to go, it doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to find the only.
I took it in the context of like if Ashley didn't let me see my kids, big deal. As long as I got April.
Yeah,
I
that's,
didn't take it as like
So I was trying to say, like, if there's any sort of context that makes that message okay, what would it be? That's the only one I could think of, and it's not applicable to Aaron. I don't think any amount of drugs could make you that would make saying that okay.
fair enough.
April's new boyfriend flipped Nick the bird.
Right.
Another win for the toe.
It's
Wouldn't you expect him to? I flicked Nick the bird several times this weekend.
But it's amazing that he took that story and he's like, I can't believe that someone flipped Nick off. Like, did you not see the picture? Like, he said that the pictures weren't a big deal, the texts weren't a big deal, but someone flipping Nick off was a huge embarrassing thing.
How
to him.
embarrassing for Nick. No, being flipped off is never embarrassing for the person being flipped off. The only person who could be embarrassed by that is the person flipping somebody off. You look like an ass in public doing that. People get yelled at and flipped off all the time. The person being yelled at is never like the embarrassing one. Like that's just not how embarrassment works. Johnny Carson says, "What's the call-in number?" Oh, we don't have one anymore. Skype got canceled. I'll get on that this week. I think maybe we're gonna get JT to do our phone screening. He's angling for a free ticket next year. He wants to worm his way in to be our phone screener so we can get a free ticket to Hackamania. Shout out to JT. Even though he did bail on the butter eating contest, he talked a lot of shit. Said he was going to do this butter eating contest. The one-armed guy won the butter eating contest.
he ate as if he was trying to regenerate a new arm. Like,
By the way, we had 3 one-armed guys at the event.
right?
This is unprecedented.
Yeah,
So we really cultivate a
yeah. If you
disabled fan base.
Yeah, if you held it at a better casino, they would have been missing a leg.
They
as
wouldn't
well.
even let him in. That guy couldn't get into Circa, I don't think.
How the fuck does he have so many of my texts? I threw that god. Damn. Phone in the lake. I thought that would erase them.
You know, that's interesting that because Aaron made some threats this week, like, hey, I didn't release the text that shows this, or I didn't post a picture of that. It's like, how could you?
Right. Some of the like evidence that you get from Nick, the screenshots at the bottom of the ones from Aaron say this person's no longer on Signal, so they might not receive your messages anymore. But you could go on Signal and delete your messages, and it deletes it for both sides. He didn't do that, so they're all still there.
Oh God.
You all right?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I'm dying.
Good.
I might choke. You fed me spicy chicken tonight.
I didn't feed you anything. You
God.
fed yourself. So.
I feel my body rehydrating after all these cigarettes all weekend.
We had Houston's hot chicken.
My God.
Great place in Vegas, all over the US, but the Vegas ones are good. And
I don't think they're all over the U.S. You want to get specific?
they are all over the
Let's
US.
pull up a map.
Okay. I was looking at the locations when I was on the website looking at the menu. But Patrick said, don't get anything above medium. Medium, anything above that kicks my ass so much. And I like hot food.
Yeah, so they have mild. They have like some like honey mustard and buffalo flavor. They have for their spicy chicken, they have like mild,
Yep.
medium, spicy.
Hot?
No, I think that's spicy.
All right, spicy. Then lift off.
No, I think it's one more before that, and then lift off, and then Houston, we have a problem.
Yep.
And you got the lift off.
Yes. Oh, I got spicy in the burger, and then the loaded fries were lift off.
Loaded fries.
Yeah, because you said
We're
that
gonna
it was,
get so fat.
What do you mean?
Moody's not gonna stop until he looks like me.
I wanted to try the spiciest one you could order, which on the website it wasn't Houston. We have a problem. It was just the liftoff one, and it was fine. Like it was spicy. I like spicy food. It was fine. But I was like, Patrick, do you want to try some? And
I was fine for about a minute.
It builds,
And it builds.
but it's not that bad. But it just it wrecked him, man. He was crying.
It was rough. It was rough. Silence do good. Every time Aaron says anything now, I'm like, dude, you ate cum. There are receipts. Nothing you say matters. I think. Yeah, he did eat cum.
Which, I mean, you're allowed to do. It's legal to do that. People have all sorts of kinks. I think it's how ashamed he is of that and how much he says that he didn't do it that make it more embarrassing for him.
Yeah,
That's the
and
thing.
somebody, Jesus Christ, let me get through these. Gonzo says, "Get a room already, you bickering homos." Hashtag Karmix Nation. George gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. EFS, great to see you again at Hackamania. I know you had to run home because you have another work trip, but great to see you out there. It was really, really fun. Rover was there, hanging out all weekend. Great to see him. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships, Rover. Am I supposed to write these down? Rover. Red Rover, Red Rover. No, great. Hanging out with Rover again. Amazing. Dang Lizard says, Moody, what do you say about Aaron's deck picture today? Oh, yeah.
I think this is just someone trying to get me to say dick.
Yeah, what do you say? What do you think about the dick?
I think since April's been away for over a year now, there's no one staining it or taking care of it or doing any sort of deck maintenance. So it is failing.
Plus the dog shit.
Oh, yeah. Gordy shits on that deck. And I don't think Aaron...
He shits on the what?
On the deck.
Gordy shits on the what?
The deck. Gordy shits on the deck.
That might be true because Gordy has shit in Aaron's bed several times.
Right.
What are the odds some of that shit got on the deck?
But the grass is right there. It's just behind him. I don't know why he doesn't walk out to the grass at least.
It's a rough looking deck. You gotta, when your deck's getting, first of all, it doesn't even look like pressure treated lumber.
Mm-hmm.
And then you gotta take care of that. You gotta stain it. You gotta waterproof it. You gotta keep applying that stuff. If not every year, every other year, because you're getting snow. It looks rough. It's all cracked and gray. It's not a good look for wood. You want a nice brown to your wood. That's actually one thing you want brown
Right?
at your
Yeah,
house,
it's true.
Aaron.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looked rough. He set his drink down on the deck
And put a towel down as
and
well.
put out a Caesar's. Oh, let me just pull it up. It's one of the most amazing things that steel toe.
It's like when
Morning show.
everyone you hate is in Vegas. You're like, here's
Yes,
the towel
when
that
your
I had
boys
from
go to
Vegas.
Vegas and you wish you could have gone to Vegas, but you can't because you got to ask a judge. And you've already asked a judge or yourself if you could go. Where's the thing? Oh, I got to click the account. Wait, what's going on?
Maybe click media.
Why isn't it like one of the latest?
Because he's on there a lot. There it is.
Yeah, he posted this picture right here. So he put out a Caesar's Palace towel
with
that I assume he stole.
yes.
I mean, it's possible this is like a golf towel, because usually hotel towels are white.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what this could be a pool towel, actually, I guess.
Do you think he stole it, or would they sell it?
I'm sure they might sell them.
Right.
First of all, can you imagine buying a hotel towel?
I couldn't imagine.
Right. Like, this is not a souvenir to be proud of, but he set his...
It's well used as well.
Look at this deck.
Like it is
Look at
faded.
this deck. I mean, look at it. It's gonna rot.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he's got his favorite drink, his Minnesota Old Fashioned here,
Yep.
with a slice of lemon.
I'm gonna.
It's an orange.
He's gonna make an old fashioned in a way that no one has made
Again,
one
I've
before.
never seen an old fashioned this light in color. Like, it's rough, and you're not supposed to put so many cherries in there that it becomes Kool-Aid.
Also, how does a guy who doesn't drink very often, according to him, making cocktails for himself?
But like, tell me you're not in your field. You went and dug out your Caesar's towel.
Mm-hmm.
All this is planned. All this was like designed.
Yes.
He went and got his Caesar's towel and took a picture of it. Like, I've been to Vegas too, fellers.
Yeah, but Nick managed to do one of those two things that weekend.
Dang Lizard makes a good point. This is the kind of deck you would get splinters from. Mm-hmm. Like, this is rough. Like, it's in rough shape. So yeah, I don't know what this picture is. Only people he follows can comment. And people are criticizing his drink and the towel. Those are the two comments.
things. And we're criticizing the deck.
And the drink and the towel.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of it. It's no part of that looks good. Big Kahuna says, Melton and Moody are much nicer in person than Michaela told me they were as she was being escorted out. Yeah, we don't have a problem with anybody.
I thought I was nice to Michaela. I didn't say anything bad
I was
to her.
nice to Michaela. I gave her a hug right in front of her husband.
We
because I
hassled.
figure he's used to that.
We hassled her a little bit, but not out of the ordinary. We just
There
told her,
were no problems.
we
all
said,
weekend.
look out for the blue wall to her a couple times.
There
but-
were no issues. It was great. It was just fucking amazing. Again, I'm so proud of the event, and anybody making fun of it or saying it didn't go well is coping, just hardcore. I fully admit all the problems we had last year. This year there was just none of it. There was just none of it.
That room was full. Like it was packed.
Yeah. So we sold just over 200 tickets, and again, the live streams. I'm not even going to say the number, but we blew it out of the water from last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't even know. Other than like color, the cameras weren't like color matched.
Yeah, some had some
So like some
focus
color
issues.
grading.
Yeah.
There was some. Yeah, I think there was a smudge on the right side of the central camera on day 2, and it caused Carl to be completely blurry for his stream. I was blurry for some of the NLO stream.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone complaining about either of those issues.
But the
Blurry me, blurry Carl, better than
the
crisp me and crisp Carl.
the order of importance is audio, content, lighting, cameras.
The
And
audio is great.
The
audio's
first 3 were
fantastic.
fine. And
So
I'm
yeah,
good with
it was fantastic. And Shades Cow was there, our assistant event planner.
Thanks for the packages, Shades Cal. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for all your little gifts and trinkets and stuff that's going to absolutely fill my garbage can in the next week.
Paul Shea gave me Minnesota wild rice.
That's insane. I can't believe you got that through customs.
Oh,
That Minnesota poor wishes he had a Trex deck. Jesus Christ, what a lollipop. No deck pride.
A Trex deck refers to a deck made with Trex composite decking material, a popular brand known for its durability, low maintenance, and eco-friendly composition.
That's not a Trex deck. That's rotting wood. Just
Trex-
like what's between his legs.
Trex deck with $8. Thank you very much. We take 7 of those.
Cardiff's kids, of course, brought out her paintings. She had an amazing display this year.
Thanks for supporting the arts.
Yes, thank you for supporting the arts. Right, Karmic? Cash, Aaron thinks the HOA maintains the deck. Yeah, they mow the yard. Aaron's fucking retarded.
Yeah, we didn't mic the crowd this year. Maybe next year we'll do that. But I mean, they're just
there are small improvements we could have made. Miking the crowd might have been a good thing. You could hear the crowd, but that wasn't the priority. The priority was making the shows sound great.
Yeah, the crowd was a lot louder in person than you heard on the stream.
It was fucking fantastic. Again, like the room was packed. The room was great. No complaints. Cyber Organic member for 7 months. Hackamania was great. My face hurt from laughing. Thank you for coming out and supporting, buddy. Jake Hudson member for 5 months. I too am having problems with the Hackamania stream. Charles Chance is not replacing me, by the way. My rats are bigger.
Charles Chance was awesome.
Charles Chance was fantastic. Him roasting Carl was fucking hilarious. As of yesterday, it's so good because I premiered the NLO show from Hackamania on the channel this morning. If you haven't checked that out, check it out. As of yesterday, Chad didn't know that he'd been pranked. This is amazing. Again, and we're giving it away a little bit. If you haven't seen the NLO show from the event, go check it out. So basically, Chad texts Rocco all the time trying to get him to get me. Meanwhile, Rocco and I are pretty much butt buddies at this point. Like, you ain't getting my boy Rocco to turn on me. You're not getting me to turn on my boy Rocco. We're rock solid.
Yeah, Patrick made Rocco move his stream. That's how much Patrick is over Rocco.
That's right.
He's
That's
never
right.
going to betray
I control other men. But no, so I told Rocco to get Chad to make a video for Hackamania as a prank. He did it. Chad thought it was going to be played on Rocco's show to make fun of me. Anyway, we did this whole big lead up making fun of Chad with this video. As of yesterday, Chad knew the video got played at Hackamania, but he thought it was all what Rocco said, and he didn't know he'd been pranked. And yesterday he was bragging, like, I heard my video stole the show and really got Patrick down. It's like, oh, honey, you got to watch what happened. He had no idea. He'd been pranked. And I was a big meanie, but genie. That's true. All right, we have a lot of clips to go over today.
Yeah, the fallout from Hackamania was a lot.
And because we didn't cover a lot of the stuff that
The lead up
to it, I want to go over some of these clips that of Aaron having breakdowns before Hackamania started. So this is
medium boot goofing.
hit the like button. This is Aaron Imholte. All these clips are Stalin 19s, by the way. I think I'm going to throw Stalin 19 a big super thanks after this show because we're pretty much going to be going over all his clips. Doom, I think, is dead. I don't think Doom clips anymore. I got to check on her. Okay, anyway, this is Stalin 19. This is called Aaron's Wedding Ring. Last days of the polycule, drugs, marriage, and parents.
Like the desperation is palpable. I think this event has failed. To find out that Nick kept my wedding ring.
It's weird that he keeps calling this his wedding ring. No?
Right. Yes. Because April gave it to him. So it did become
I've never
his.
heard a man describe it as my wedding ring. His wife's wedding ring.
Right.
My ex-wife's wedding ring. However you want to put it.
Yeah.
For all this time.
But also kept my wedding ring for all this time. He had a picture of it. Just because you have a picture of something doesn't mean you still possess that
I happen
thing.
to know, Nick told me where this ring is,
Yep.
and I'll never tell. It's like Forrest Finn's treasure.
But he said he needed that for evidence until he pleaded guilty.
Yeah, Aaron acts like Nick's been trying it on his cock every night.
That's creepy. That is weird. And now he's going to humiliate April. He's going to humiliate someone else with, I mean, if he's really going to read people a letter I wrote to try.
That letter humiliated nobody but Aaron. And again, this letter was never intended to be the main event. This is kind of a supplemental material we did on NLO the next day because we had so much stuff.
It was okay to leak a picture of this letter,
yes,
just so we could dangle keys in front of Aaron.
And I agree. Somebody said we need to get a handwriting expert on this little piggy to go over that letter. I think that'd be a fantastic idea.
I really think it's dysgraphia. Like it's a learning disability. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means there are some issues with the motor control when it comes to writing.
I want you to remember that. First of all, if you have handwriting like that, you should type your letters.
Right. Yes.
Second of all,
if he typed that letter, though, it would be like a quarter of the page up the top.
Yes. You'd have to make the font like 22-point font.
Yeah, or double space it.
Like what you did in school when you wanted to make your report look long.
If you double spaced it,
yes,
you'd have enough for the red correction.
Now remember, he respected Mike and Jules David enough to type a letter to them. But he could. But to his own wife, he's just like, what about this psycho handwriting?
It would have been more legible if he cut out like letters from a magazine and glued them together.
I mean, it seriously looks straight out of something the BTK killer would write. Like it was fucking insane.
Sealing it with the old steel toe letter like a wax seal.
Remember what we had with the sticker? April, I found these in the closet. You've been burying them, not sending them out, you slut.
And save my decimated marriage before I gave up on it. One last try to bring the coke addict back into the fold. And she responded to it. She said, look, if we buy this house, we can do this. And I went, F that, I ain't buying that house. So I was kind of an asshole.
Is that what happened, Aaron? We'll drop a new bombshell tonight. How about this?
Yeah, let's go.
How about this? Let me just open up my photos here. Let me see if I saved this to my photos.
Is that what Aaron's calling his show now? The Fold?
So what did Aaron Imholte just say while I get this prepped?
He said it was his last attempt to bring a crack addict back into the fold before he turned his back on her.
Mm-hmm.
He was she said, I think he later claims that she wanted him to move into that house, and he said, no, thank you. I'm not going to do that.
I gotta find this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was to April.
Yeah, Nick's been sending a lot.
Nick's been sending me so much new stuff. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? It's what happened immediately after that letter. Sorry, I didn't save this to my.
I know why he's keeping the lights on that sign though. He said that the RGB lighting wasn't good.
Oh, here it is. All right, we're gonna drop new stuff tonight. How about this?
Great.
New bombshells tonight. Syncing it up now. Okay. So Aaron said, I sent her the letter. It was my last ditch effort to save my relationship. And he said, then she said, I'll stay if we buy this house. And I was like, fuck that. I'm out of here.
Right.
All right. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Here we go.
Firstly, I love that this is called Rakita Fam.
Yes, this is a text group called Rakita Fam. Here we go. Bink. April said, I read it alone. I am a wreck. This is the letter.
Mm-hmm. Different sort of wreck than on
the bloody
Nick's
sheets.
birthday.
Right.
They both men wreck her, but in very different ways.
Then Aaron replied, don't hate yourself. I just wanted you to know you aren't crazy and you aren't alone. I'm better now, and I can't wait for you to see that in time. Right now, I'm your friend who wants you to get better. I love you. I hold zero animosity towards you. We've heard him say this several times.
Wait, hold on.
This is like Ray DeVito.
I thought this was...
I'm not mad at Pat.
I thought this was just April, Nick, and Kayla in this group. But Aaron's in this group as well,
yes.
And it's called Rakita Fam.
Yes.
He was going to take Nick's name.
Yes. 100%. 100%. Then he says this. Aaron says this. I made it home. You asked about the house next door last night. And again, this is after the letter. Aaron said, I sent a letter as a last-ditch effort to save my relationship. Then April said, we got to move into the house. Then Aaron said, fuck that noise. Well, here's what really happened. Aaron said, I made it home. You asked about the house next door last night. I would love to see it with you tomorrow afternoon if you'd like to wait for me. So did you say, fuck that, I got to get the kids away? Or did you say, maybe, let's go look at the house? I mean, this guy's a liar through and through. Everything he says is a fucking lie. How much has Nick paid me to do this? Nothing. He didn't even give me permission to share this. All of you, please take care of each other. I'll be back tonight. So he was still running back over there. This is just a lie.
And this is just before the show starts in the morning.
April, you are always encouraged to spend time with the kids. You are still mommy April to me. Ugh.
Well, he does want a mum wife, though.
And they would love to see you whenever you're ready. Your children can save your soul. So that's Aaron. He wasn't saying fuck that house. He wasn't saying fuck that house. He was into it.
He wanted his mummy April.
He wanted mommy April back. Help me, mommy April. Help me, mommy April. April.
We talked about that letter before. I guess I was kind of a dick because I was like, God, I got to get her off these drugs. I got to get her off this shit. And I was like,
is that what he was like? Or were you like, I'll be back tonight. I'd love to look at the house. You're mommy April to me. Who will save your soul except Louie and Gooey?
Because I tried like, you need to get off these drugs. You need to stop doing coke, blah, blah, which is reasonable. But when someone's hooked on coke, they don't think they are. So I wrote this letter saying, I fell in love with someone else. I apologize. I'm a monster. I'm this terrible guy. And then she goes, all right, well, if we buy this house, we can. I'm like, nope, not buying the house.
Is that what we just saw? Literally, we just saw the messages from immediately after the letter.
Yeah.
This guy lies.
He said,
he's full of shit.
He said, I will come and look at the house. I'm going to consider buying the house.
Yep. Whenever you're ready, please.
We're not. No. Because the whole point was
We also have a picture of the empty closet.
Yep.
I don't know if you're ready. We have a photo of the empty closet April emptied out and the ring just sitting there. Oh.
Because normal. This would be so mean to do to a normal person. Like, this is digging
Fuck
through
this dork.
Yeah, sure, but this is digging through the most private, intimate, like hardest moments of someone's life or relationships. But he has been doing this for a year, like lying about things that have happened to make himself look better. The hero
just
and
gaslighting everybody because he's again, like or hate Nick, Aaron thought he could say whatever he wanted and nobody else would ever come forward and talk. That's and now that's happening, and he's getting his shit pushed in.
This is that text was really good to just contrast with this right afterwards because he's applauding himself, he's gaslighting. It's just outright lying to the audience.
Yep.
To get the kids away from this shit. We gotta, let's put this thing back together, but let's not, if we move out this way, nah, I think I'm good.
Is that why you want to go look at the house? By the way, he might have not ever had an intention to move into this house, but then he was lying to April.
Yeah. Mommy April.
So he's either lying to you or he's lying to April. But he's definitely lying to you because he's telling you that he said, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to do that. And that's not what he said. You just saw it.
Your proposal is not acceptable. So I'm like, hey, sorry for saying that you're addicted to coke. I'm a bad guy for doing that. Sorry for falling in love with another person. My bad for doing that.
He never said sorry for saying you're addicted to coke. All of it was saying things wrong with him.
Yeah. I'm a liar. My lies did this. My lies did that. This is the guy who says, tell me when I'm telling lies. Well, you said you tell lies. You said you're a liar.
To keep the wolves from your door.
The wolves from your door.
I'm so sorry. I'm a monster. I'm a terrible guy. Oh, okay. Well, let's go buy this house. Nope. See ya.
Nope. Nope. Liar. Liar. Again, I just showed receipts. What has Aaron shown you? No, he just tells you lie.
He shows vibes.
Right.
He's like, this is what happened. Trust me.
Keep the ring. And then she didn't, which I thought was an awesome move by her. You shouldn't keep that ring. I'd sell it. That's the biggest you to me. You're pissed at me. You sell that ring. You, I'm taking the money.
No, the biggest
but instead,
fuck you is to leave you and join Nick in a throuple situation.
Correct. And let's not forget, Moody and I are talking about this today. There was a window of time after April left him for Nick that Aaron really thought in his little peanut brain that he could steal Kayla away from Nick.
In retaliation.
He said that she was a pure angel. He said it was soulmate.
The only one
he said
there,
he was trying to meet with her privately, and he was having these little fantasies on air that him and Kayla would get together and form a new nuclear family. This is insane. That happened, and if have been watching Steel Toe, you will remember that. Mm-hmm. There was a moment in time where Aaron thought he was going to get revenge on Nick by stealing Kayla.
It was classic divide and conquer. Like, he's like, the rest of the polycule is evil. They're all degenerates. You're the only one who can save them, and join me. Like, leave the dark side.
And then when that didn't work out, he started trashing them all.
And sending nude pics of her.
Yep.
Nick couldn't part with it. So he kept my wedding ring.
He took a picture of it. That's what he did.
Nobody has your well, I know who has your wedding ring, but it's not Nick. Bye.
Dude. Eternally in cuckatude much. Holy shit.
And yeah. You really cucked him out. Do you know how surreal it is for me to have this fridge in my studio?
Aaron,
does anyone? I couldn't wrap my head around. I was telling my wife downstairs while I was cleaning it. I was like, Aaron assembled this.
Right.
Aaron touched this.
Yeah.
Moody's like, you gonna flip the bottle opener over? I'm like, no, that would devalue it. It's like an error coin. This it's like this is rare.
Yeah. Aaron,
do you know how crazy it is that I'm gonna be keeping the beverages for this program in this fridge from now on? Aaron's touched this. Aaron slept by this.
Aaron slept between
it's
this
fucking
fridge.
Hilarious. It really is funny.
Between this fridge and Kayla, Aaron slept. Because it was Aaron, Kayla, Nick, April.
For all we know, this is the fridge where the cocaine in April's credit card was found.
Right.
I'm not positive about that, but they use this fridge is nightstand size, and they were using it as a nightstand. The lore of this
fridge could have been next to April when Aaron went nom nom nom.
Oh yeah, Leah's in the chat. We got to give a huge shout out to Leah. She manned the door all day and helped everybody get their passes and badges and monitored the stream for us.
Thanks, Leah.
Amazing. I told her next year we're gonna have to replace her with somebody local, and she said, "Fuck that, nobody's getting my job." So I think we'll be keeping Leah around for upcoming Hackamanias. Leah was amazing.
We
can't thank you enough.
You stole Leah away from Kitty Pineapple.
Yes, I nicked her. Nick says the nightstand Coke was on it. That's the fridge. So the cocaine and the credit card was on this fridge. Do you understand how amazing this is for me? I'm beaming.
Nick,
I'm a proud dad.
Nick, was this fridge next to April when you left her there for Aaron on that fateful night?
What?
Was this next to April when Aaron?
Like, did she sleep next to it?
No. Did like Aaron eat the cum next to this fridge is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, of course. It was by the bed.
They had a guest room. They didn't always.
No, Ricada says yes.
Okay, this is monumental.
Of course. To be a fly on that fridge.
And now that's supposed to be. And now that's supposed to be an own. You tried to resurrect your marriage. You're a piece of shit. Okie dokie.
Well, which is it? Did you try to resurrect your marriage, or when she said, let's move in this house, she said, nope, I'm done?
Yeah.
Which is it?
He said, fuck you very quickly after that. It's like, what were you actually trying?
You can't fire me. I quit.
Right.
Buster says, I told you what our guy reported. Mapamania is going to be even more cringe than expected.
It was so good. It was so good. There's no spinning it. There's, again, not one thing wrong. It was fucking amazing.
They really don't have anything. I mean,
Here's the beauty. Here's the beauty. You gotta think about this. Aaron had no idea what we had.
Yeah.
Those messages between Nick and April, Aaron didn't know about that. So he had no clue. He'd never seen that. This spin that he has coming up is insane. But Aaron didn't know this existed until we did it on this little piggy.
and then Melton yesterday is like, we don't have anything, huh? And I looked at it, I go, nope.
Yeah, that wasn't it. Again, that was just a bonus. And look at you spending 10 minutes talking about it.
You still don't have anything. It's kind of like...
So hold on, which is it? Are we pathetic for keeping your ring in your letter, or we don't have anything? 'Cause I thought we had your ring in your letter. Which is it? They have nothing, or they're pathetic for keeping the things they have? You can't. He has everything both ways.
Bro, how are you still this bad at this? I would forgive people if they thought that Melton and I were working together to make me look better. I got to tell you. What is
You
it?
need to do
Yeah,
a better
Mel-
job. He's
Dude,
He's
I'm
not
making
looking
him.
so
I'm
good.
making him look so good right now.
I think he's incapable of knowing how he looks to people that are not himself.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Obnoxious John said I had a great time at Hackamania. Thank you, OJ.
Thanks, OJ.
Last Dabbler Standing said Hackamania stream was great. I will be there next year. We can't wait to have you. Save the date, but I don't have one yet.
Nobody can convince me Charles Chance isn't playing the meow game from Super Troopers. He's trolling us all. Stop it, Charles. Stop it right meow.
It makes so much sense now why Aaron goes out of his way to act like a jock and say everything is gay.
I mean, it really, look, Carl made a good point. You know, Jim Norton used to do the same thing, and then he married a girl with a dick.
Mm-hmm.
He's gay.
And he seems happy.
It's fine.
Yeah, he's living a fulfilled
Aaron's
life.
got this mental battle with it. Aaron is struggling with his sexuality.
And
That's why he calls everything gay and yet does the gayest stuff.
And no one would care if he just owned it.
Yes, but he can't. And by the way, Aaron has admitted that all these texts are real. Even stuff in the April Nick conversation he's admitted is real, except for that one thing. Apparently April and Nick made that up. And you're going to hear in a later quote that he says Nick admitted that they made that story up. No. A lot of people saw the text.
Play a clip.
Aaron showed the text to people. Nick showed the text to people. They're real texts.
It's insane that he does these shows, talks about this stuff, and doesn't play or show any of it. He just speaks about it and gives supplementary information.
What's he gonna do? Show the text where it says he slurped cum off of April and cleaned her up like a good boy?
Yeah,
like the Clean Plate Club?
Is the assumption that his audience was watching Hackamania?
No, Johnny didn't even watch it. Johnny was on his side about all this stuff. I mean, what do you see? We got clips, man. We got so many clips. APAR, big reveal for me was the HRO against April. Real reason was because Toe refused to pick up his own kids, and it was the only way to get him to pick them up. I believe that. April was a slave. Aaron wanted April to be a live-in nanny for Nick and his family. That's all she ever was. She mowed the grass. She shoveled the snow. She picked up the kids. Mm-hmm. She cooked the meals.
Yep.
She did the laundry. She handled all the mailing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was a slave. She was literally a slave.
She's a mum wife.
And a white one. They're not good.
He wanted a mum wife.
Yes.
Mummy that
for
looks
all the
after
stuff
him.
Jenny Jingles gets. There's a real April was actually a mom wife.
She was Mummy April to him.
Mommy, yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
You'll always be Mommy April to me. Do you mean to the kids? Why is she Mommy April to you?
Yeah, then 35 days later, she was a coke whore.
And it should be noted that when Aaron wrote that letter to April, he was with Slam Piece.
Yes.
He was all up in that new relationship.
And this letter was handed to, I got a text from Nick saying that this letter was handed to her on April 8th. So April left on April 5th, and then on April 8th, he handed her the letter. And those texts were at 5 a.m. So look at April 6th, if there was a steel toe show there in the morning.
Why else would he have been up at 5-something a.m.?
Yeah, it would have been right after those texts if someone wants to clip that.
Among alcoholics, bent eyeglasses frames are a telltale sign of passing out drunk.
Oh.
Hair loss medications often cause gynecomastia, the development of male breast tissue.
Increased stress causes elevated cortisol levels in the blood. And this can lead to an accumulation of fat around the face in a condition called Cushing syndrome or moon face. Wait, I think you are an...
What's everybody looking at?
Coach Lev Kumar, I missed bingo by 5 minutes. Yeah, bingo sucked.
Yeah, good. You were
I had
lucky.
a totally different idea of the bingo. And when we got up there and it was all computerized, like Carl was talking about tonight, but you have like 50 cards.
And they got very upset. There's a culture there.
Yo, we pissed all these old ladies off. I told these old ladies, like, sorry. So sorry for being loud and disturbing you. She said, don't come back. And I'm like, there's no danger of that.
There's signs around the casino that say, not your grandmother's bingo about this bingo.
It's your grandmother's bingo. It's your grandmother's bingo.
Right.
Like, like you just get the cards. They call the numbers. The computer marks the numbers for you and just pops up on your screen if you win. I was saying this is just a slot machine without the buttons.
It's like lottery, but it's
you
loading.
just sit there until the thing pops up and says you won. Because you won.
I won.
And the screen just came up and told you.
I would have paid to not do that.
It was retarded. So you can't win them all. Next year, I think we'll bring the poker tournament back. It'll be a private tournament. We'll make it like a $50 entry or something like that. And not like the $50 entry for the golf tournament. Actually, like a $50 entry. And everybody wants to play. I realized we'll get far fewer people. We may get a couple dozen people, but it'll be much more fun because you'll only be playing with Dabbleverse people, and you can talk all the shit you want.
We'll have a lot more pull with the casino next year. So,
well, not that casino. There's only one poker room. It's in the Golden Nugget. But the point is this: the reason the poker tournament got canceled last year, and we had to play in a general large poker tournament with normals, is because the World Series of Poker was on. All their dealers quit, apparently. They called me and said, we don't have the dealers to do a private tournament. It won't be during the World Series of Poker, and we'll just be able to do a private tournament. We'll make that happen next year, promise. Ewa with $50. I have none of my sound effects because my iPad's packed up, but thank you, Ewa. Glad to have you back, you guys. Hackamania was great. I don't think you were there, Ewa. Were you there? I didn't see Ewa. She probably watched it.
Watching the stream.
Okay.
Drain says it's Ricada's Precious. It is like, look, I have a good sense of humor about it, but like a normal person would see that as.
That's why you called your lawyer.
Remarkably creepy.
Right.
Really creepy. I wish. You want to see the bills, homeboy? Willy Nilly's angry too. Oh, then you know how much I pay for everything else. You understand that when you pay child support, there's a bunch of shit you can pay for that brings that number down. But you're still like, let's say if you pay $1,000 for insurance.
You don't. But you pay $800 a month for 3 children. So you can fantasize about spending $1,000. What he's trying to say is like, if he takes the kids out and buys them new school clothes and it costs $400, then he only has to give $400 cash that month because he's supplemented with $400 of other expenses. That's shitty. That you can't. Do you write off ice cream cones you buy your children? Like, what? $3 out of the kitty for old Ashley. This makes no sense.
The correct answer to this question of how much do you pay in child support is none of your fucking business. Like, why are you answering
whatever
questions
they need?
about?
Basically, this means he's like keeping a fucking record. He's basically got a log of everything he spends on his children. And he submits that to Ashley in order to give her less every month.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts.
Yes.
What kind of dad brags about that? No, it's great. Like if you take him out to McDonald's, like you can write off the $12 Happy Meals.
The one whose kids are a consolation prize. Like he didn't choose the kids. April voted herself off.
Fucking amazing.
They'll knock that off of your monthly. But you're still paying $1,000 for insurance. You know what else it means? I get to own you anytime you want because you became an obsessive stalker guy obsessed with my dick, love life, children, family, and pocketbook.
So when you went around to all the shows Kino Casino, Gino and Kiko, MLC, spilling all these beans, that was okay for you to talk about your kids, your love life, your relationships.
He was repenting, getting it off his chest,
right,
putting it out into the world.
I forget that.
I
now Nick's talking about it. Like, don't get me wrong, you talk about Nick's children, you talk about Nick's dick, you talk about Nick's love life, right? Are you an obsessed stalker?
Yeah, he talks about April's pussy a lot.
Weird. You wanted to move into the smelly pussy house.
have to say that that's a win for the toe, my friend. Wally World says, question, new toe boy here. Where did you play minor league ball? Oh, I bounced around. I was a Toledo mud hen for a while. Red Scoper says, why does everything have to be a win or L for the toe? Okay, don't ruin the bit. Because when I say that, people get driven nuts by it.
We don't. I made that up. I'm the one who made that up, in case you forgot where you got it from. Cuck.
But also, because of your need to make everything a win, you've talked yourself into legal trouble. You've lost jobs. You've lost kids. You've lost relationships.
Okay, Nick has not gotten in any additional trouble since he got arrested. Aaron has been to court for 2 other things since Nick got arrested. Hello?
Can't help it. And it's kind of like I grew up with older cousins and they would bust our balls. And if we got upset about it, they would just taunt us and tease us more.
Now, to use your own words, could I say you were bullied as a kid and now you're bitter?
And that was fun for them. And that's how it is for me. When I say something and people who are obsessed with me go, no.
We all make that face.
I get to go, oh, so that works. Well, then in that case, poke.
Felony.
And then they get to keep getting.
I don't know if Nick lost his law license. I guess he doesn't have one, but I don't know if that's because he let it expire or it got. Nick, are you allowed to practice law? I don't remember seeing that in any of the court documents, like Nick can't practice law.
Because he technically doesn't have a felony. Like, that's not on his record. He pleaded guilty, but then that's going to be expunged if he doesn't break probation. He's explicitly not allowed to own a firearm, I think. But there's nothing.
That's Kayla's.
But it's not like a.
Can Kayla own a firearm in the house?
No.
I don't think you're allowed to be around a firearm.
Yeah. But it's not because he's a felon that he can't own one. It's just a court condition that he can't own one. But as soon as his sentencing's over, then it goes as if it never happened.
Nick didn't plead guilty. Aaron did.
So it's currently suspended because he didn't do his continuing education. So he can go back to being a lawyer.
Right. So he chose not to.
Yes.
It's like Aaron chose not to do his safe sport until he got taunted about it.
He's more. Aaron is more of a lawyer than Aaron is a USA boxer.
Aaron found a gym that let him be a coach without having a safe sport or the authority to do that. I wonder if Nick could find a law firm like that show Suits, where they'll let him practice law without a degree.
Ed and I have fun, and then
the guy still passed the bar
golfing. Oh no!
Oh yeah, Mike was hot shit.
Billy did not try to do this. Oh, this is going to be a bad look.
Okay, anytime Aaron's grabbing his imaginary unicorn horn, he's going through it. This guy, anytime he's doing that kind of deal, it's rough.
Look, he goes, how much does Nick pay in child support? Oh, wait, he has his kids 100%.
He's stroking his horn.
Yeah.
Hey, and my kids don't do coke 100% of the time. I have my kids 50% of the time. I give them, I run their baths.
There's a crazy one coming up. Wait till you hear this math.
I change their clothes, and I don't give them cocaine. But, look at me bragging to you willy-nilly. Bapa Shab says, I haven't been keeping up with the Nick clips, but I have seen him nodding off and going full Kermit. He's having a tough time. Like, look.
I don't think he is. He was having a blast at Hackamania.
He had such a good time.
I mean, I think it was a good vacation for him. It was a nice break.
He had as good of a time as he could have had, I think. He's working through some stuff.
He's definitely got a lot going on in that head of his.
Right. But it felt like...
I'm not going to pretend like he's not damaged from this.
But I think he had, maybe for the first time in a while, he had a good time where he wasn't necessarily thinking about legal troubles.
100%.
Yeah.
You can't quit cocaine and booze cold turkey, so you got Adderall and Galaxy Gas. They're calling him Nitrous Nick. Yeah, he's
those are two different things. Galaxy Gas
staying
and
up
Nitrous.
all hours of the night. He's not sleeping. He's definitely in the middle of a crash and burn. That's for sure.
Yeah, try leave a comment on Aaron's YouTube channel and see if he's not sleeping.
Aaron's in the middle of a crash and burn. Every show Aaron does is spin and cope. Aaron can't stop talking about this. Nick doesn't talk about it at all on his stream.
Yep.
Nick does what Aaron would call a pro show.
Yes.
Where's this crash and burn everybody's seeing? It doesn't, as far as I know, like as far as streaming is concerned, it doesn't exist.
Wally World with a good point for you, Willy Nilly. Didn't Nick have his kids 0% of the time for several months? Yeah. I mean, I had more unsupervised time with my children last year than Nick did.
False. Okay. That's wild.
That's false.
That's wild. Like, Nick was without his kids for 2.5 months, 3 months maybe. The rest of the time, Nick had his children. So Nick had full custody of his children for 9 months. Now, again, people argue it's 6 months because that's how long the family litigation went on. 3 of those months, Nick had his kids. So Nick had full custody of his children for 9 months. Even if Aaron did have 50% custody, which he doesn't. I think on paper he does, but not actual. How does that add up? That's such a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I had more custody of my kids last year than Nick. No?
Well, if you want to break it down like this, Aaron doesn't have his kids. Aaron has his kids 0% of the time for part of every week forever.
Right. Right. And I would bet you money that when those kids turn 18, that percentage goes way down.
I think before.
Daddy's house is not a fun place.
I think before. When the kids are teenagers,
they're just not going to want to go.
They'll just be like, I don't want to go to dad's.
Right. Balin, don't make me. I mean, Dad, don't make me go to Aaron.
Or they'll go to dad's house because he's too busy doing the show and can't supervise them and they can get up to no good.
There's the same guy in the chat's like, come on, Melton. Obviously, Nick's paying you. I'm actually paying Nick.
Right.
I'm actually going to pay Nick. Nick does not pay me. Again, Nick has never said, I didn't do this to me. This was their fault. Nick has sat there and said, I did drugs. I brought him into my house. I put my family through this. I put my children through this. I put my wife through this. I've heard Nick say that.
Mm-hmm.
Every time Aaron tells the story, he's like, these guys did, all this stuff and I had to get away from it. He's a victim.
And Nick's also acknowledging that he's in a shitty time of his life and he's trying to rebuild. Aaron's like, I've moved on. I'm fantastic right now. And he's like this every day. Like,
CJ says, why not entirely stop talking about it, take the W and move on to something new? Well, here's my thing. You notice that when other people bring it up, I always have a couple of jokes for it, a few pokes, and I want to give something to the Clippers. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, CJ.
Now the Clippers are his friends again.
Mm-hmm.
He loved the Clippers because that means he didn't have to clip. Then he goes, hey, I think these Clippers are clipping stuff that makes fun of me, not that shows off my cool, awesome show. And now he's like, I'd like to do a little something for the Clippers.
How many times has he said that the main audience doesn't care about any of this drama, and he needs to just focus on.
And again, he
show.
does more of this than ever.
He's
every show is about this.
He's washed his hands of Nick, of Kayla, of April, of the situation. He's hoped that April will do better in the future. He said he's focusing on doing a pro show, but he can't stop himself.
The same guy is like, Aaron's a dork. He questionably questionably repented. Nick shows nothing but denial and defiance. I don't know what you're watching.
Yeah.
Like, again, like hate Nick, whatever. I've never seen Nick come on the stream and go, this isn't my fault. I didn't do this to my family. I didn't do this to my kid.
Yes. Remember
he said that. He has literally said those words.
Remember how April came out and said, someone did this to me? This is his mantra.
All the time, 24/7. It's actually gotten worse.
My rule is this. If other people bring it up, if the paying customers want me to talk about
Nick will sit here in the chat. And by the way, I don't think Nick's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I've told Nick point blank that he's fucked up in the head. We've all told him that.
Yep.
He has a lot going on. I think he's really mixed up in the head. I don't pull punches with Nick.
Yep.
In private even. There's not. I say this stuff to Nick in private, in text. Like, you gotta let April go. I mean, Nick, how many times have I told you this? Like, you gotta get over this. You gotta move on. I'm not.
Yep.
This is 100%. And by the way, I've been telling him that for months.
I said the same thing to him.
I think April fucked him up. I think April fucked the dude up.
Yep.
Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Doesn't mean he can't move on from it. Doesn't mean he can't succeed. But I do think he's stuck in a rut with this April stuff. I still had a great time with him. He still came out and acted normal. Everybody who talked to him had a normal interaction.
Yeah, Vito sent you so many texts, but then acted normal during the event.
Correct.
Right.
I'll talk about it. I don't bring it up. But I'm always happy to have a little joke handy, or I'm happy to trash him for a little bit. You know, I've always been that way. Ryan the Garbage Man says, what was April's reaction when you found the Coke bullet next to your kid? She immediately tried to defend everybody. It was pathetic, but they were all coked out. It was trying to protect the Coke problem. Because the first thing when I found that thing is I go, everybody get the f*** out of my house, and this drug shit is done. And immediately she went into the shower to cry and say that I was being mean because I was kicking everyone out and said the drugs are done.
Are you sure it wasn't because you just fucked her thinking about Nick and she wanted to take a Silkwood shower about it? I don't, dude, the fact that every time Aaron thought about Nick fucking his wife, he got rock hard. When Nick told the story about how they had to pull over to fuck because he got highway hard about it.
In fact, out of everyone, there was one person that agreed with me and actually worked to console the children and whatnot.
What's her name? Say it.
Did you see the clip?
Only one
of Kiki?
No, nobody did.
She mentioned Kayla on the show during a phone call.
Okay.
To Aaron on his show.
And he had to go, I don't
know. I can't comment on that. And then he cut it out of his show. His instinct after all of this, everything that dropped from Nick, if he wasn't under any conditions, his tactic would have been to attack Kayla 100%.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Balmert, you were missed. Riles, you were missed. Tiff, you were missed. We had a fan. I haven't read the letter, but we had a fan who was on his way to Hackamania and had to be rushed to the hospital and have an EKG. I think he sent me a long email I haven't had time to read yet, but we hope you're okay. Everybody who wanted to make it out, who bought tickets, who didn't make it out, we hope to see you next year. Whatever you got going on in your personal life, obviously that's more important than a stupid podcast meetup. But yeah, you were missed, man. People wanted to hang out with you, and we hope you come out next year. I mean, again, it sounds so gay, but it's just such a nice community, man. Like, it really is. Yeah. Everyone is, for a lack of a better word, lovely.
Yep.
Everyone is great. It really is a big hug fest.
And there's a bunch of people there that didn't watch. No one there knew all of the shows, I don't think.
No,
but everyone got on really well.
Yep.
I went to lunch a few times with people that didn't know who I was. They've never seen this little piggy. They were there for Dick and Vito.
And people feel guilty about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Defend the Coke problem. That's the thing, man. When you hang around with junkies, you're never going to be able to make a good point. You're never going to be able to convince them. Everything is about protecting that next hit, protecting the drug, protecting the addiction.
Yes,
so,
even OJ. OJ was missed 100%.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of when it was very clear that she wasn't going to bounce back from that willingly. That's for sure. My Lost Interest says, so April was a junkie and dumb. Oh, yeah, she made the bullet thing all about herself. She made it all about herself. It turned into a big fight because I was being mean. It was unbelievable. And it's, enough time has passed now. I don't even forgive her. It's not even a needing to forgive thing. It's that's what addicts do. I don't blame her. I, wish her the best and all that stuff. But it's you learn a lot being around those types of people. For sure.
Just before this, he was talking about April's address, where she was living, her boyfriend. He wasn't wishing her the best. He was giddy that Nick was potentially still involved with her.
Wow, wait till we get to how you outed Nick.
Right. I snaked him.
Sure. No, Mike Big Hunt, this is a common misnomer. Ashley never really knew anything until I told her. So it wasn't about that. Beloved Chatter says,
didn't care if Ashley took the kids away because April was the star. So Ashley threatening to take the kids away would have been great for him.
It's the most heinous thing I think he ever said, that text where he said, if the kids had to go and April was here, I'd be fine.
Wild.
Again, those kids will grow up one day and hear that. I don't care what you say about context. Like,
yeah, the context made it worse.
Parents should not forsake their children for a gash, as it were.
letting Nick go to Vegas is like letting a fox into a hen house and waiting for the feathers to fly. The county is smart. Yeah, I think that's
Beloved Chatter wasn't there.
Yeah.
Essentially what they're doing.
We didn't even notice.
And you know that those retards out there are going to try to snake him big time. Chad Buzamok says, I'm confused, though. You knew Ape was on cocaine, so you knew it must have been in the house and that she was on it with the kids. No, I didn't, because the first time Nick came over, he poured a bump out on my kitchen counter and did it. And I told him right then and there, I go, you cannot bring that shit in here. I have to.
But they did several other times. And then your wife did several other times. And you covered for it several times. This is horse shit.
3 kids. I share them with my ex-wife. If there's a speck of that shit in this house, I lose my kids. Absolutely not. And he promised me, in fairness to him, he did promise. He said, I will not bring it into the house. And then they just got so up.
And you took your kids over there where it was over and over and over. And you ran back over there. I'll be back tonight. I'd love to look at the house. This isn't late April. Who are you fooling? You took your kids to a house you knew drugs were at. Don't get all self-righteous. This is insane.
Been so bad with the coke, and they needed it everywhere, that he brought his Precious. He brought his safe with him and set it up in my bathroom. The minute I found out, I threw his ass out of there. I said, go bring that shit in your car. And he did. And he grabbed it and he packed it up and put it in his car. But then about 10 minutes later, I found the bullet that fell out of his pocket, and then it was, everybody get the out of here. I mean, it was
except for Kayla. We're going to make snow angels, and I'm going to make her make noises Nick never could.
And I didn't realize it then, but it was just because I didn't realize that as you get longer and longer into the addiction, you become more and more unreachable and sloppy.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that? You think the day one you do heroin, you look the same and act the same as day 365? You fucking tard.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
that people on drugs got worse and worse and more addicted, and it affected their lives in more adverse ways. I didn't know that. Right.
I'd never been exposed to it before, so I thought it was just, they're always just junky, sloppy, but apparently it gets worse over time. Chad Buzamok says, you didn't realize as she was nodding off on shows. I didn't know that he had given her a bullet to keep in her purse until long after. They also had trays of cocaine that they would keep in their pocket and their purses. Like Nick.
Trays? Like a Taco Bell?
Would keep it. He had this tray of coke, and he could just take it out in the car, and he would rip lines off of it. It was, I mean, look, man, it's drug addiction. It's ugly. It's
like you don't eat gas station hot dogs in your car? Doing coke at home or doing it in your car is, what's the difference?
Nasty. I saw things that where you would go, people don't behave this way. He would rip lines right there in the car.
The vapors. And then Citizen M would accuse her of it, and then I would say, that shit stops now. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Yeah. Nobody's ever smoked a joint rolling down the road. Coke's probably less dangerous to do while you're driving than alcohol or weed. Like, I don't know how this is the gotcha. They did it in the car. Yeah.
I mean, when you're addicted to alcohol and cocaine, it's not like driving under the influence is a problem for you. It's not like you're like, well, I know I'm ripping lines everywhere all over the house, but, I won't do it while I'm driving. Yeah, they don't draw that line, you know? Spunker says, you didn't realize April was doing bumps in your house when you were streaming together in your house. No, because she would take those breaks.
Like karmic every 10 minutes? No, I just thought she had a UTI.
And there was only one show where I think she was doing it during the show. And this was so late that I was gone like 2 weeks later. Guy had left the whole situation.
Right. I'll be back tonight. I'd like to come look at the house.
But there was that show where she left 7 or 8 times, and even the chat was going, dude, she's on coke. Dude, she's on coke. Dude, she's on. Like, the whole chat was saying she's on.
I was banning him as fast as I could to try to cover it up for it. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Drugs. She keeps coming back, and she's zooted out of her mind. After that show, I did talk to her about it. And after that show, that was what kind of set kind of the end in motion when I confronted her about that. Because every time I confronted her about it, I was a monster. It got turned around on me. Because, again, when you get between them and that...
Well, you were a monster. You wrote that in a letter. Every time I tried to get her off it, April accused me of being a monster. I mean, I accused me of it too, but when she said it, it just hit different.
Coke, they have their mission is to destroy you to get to that Coke. That's how strong the addiction is. Twisted question mark says, I try to give Nick the benefit of the doubt, but there's no way
Citizen M sent me a letter asking me to buy him a mouse. I'm not your dad. The fuck you talking about? He's like, my mouse broke. Will you buy me a new mouse? No. Beat it.
Not still seeing April. I feel very comfortable, sue me if it's not true, that he's paying for that house and that he's still seeing her. Absolutely. 100. I think they're in Las Vegas together right now.
They're not.
Believe that when Nick's plane lands, he will be landing with April and they are together in Las Vegas.
Wrong.
That you can put that down. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I 1,000% believe that.
You're dumb. You thought you had a nice dick. So, wrong across the board.
He's not going to stop until somebody makes him stop. I mean, he's not a guy who can stop making bad decisions on his own. Chad Buzamak says, was that when you yelled at M, this drug shit stops now? Yep. I have friends and family members that make fun of me for that. They go, remember when you went, this drug shit stops now? And you looked into the camera. I'm like, yep. They said, was she on drugs? I said, absolutely. She was on drugs while I was saying that.
Now, right now, I'm telling you when you're telling lies. Also, Cardis, kids. Ugh. You're telling lies right now.
Yep. Nicole says Nick's 100% paying for that house in Wakanda. I agree. What did Ashley say when you came clean? She was very happy that I was getting rid of April. She was very happy that I had removed the kids from that situation. She was very understanding, and our relationship has been ridiculously good ever since. It's been really the best thing that ever happened to us.
Yeah, because she hadn't seen the text where you say you don't care about your children.
I guess de facto he became...
Also, I refuse to believe Ashley's retarded. She thinks you're a fucking clown. She's doing this for the children to try not to fuck them up further than they already are. But if you think Ashley thinks you're a great guy now and you're doing great, you're dumb. You're dumb.
Parents, I apologize if that's not me trying to shit on April at all. I'm not trying to hurt her feelings.
Oh yeah, shout out to Waver too. What a nice guy. What a lovely dude. Great to see you. So glad you came out. Hope your leg heals up. What a just a great. Everyone was so great. I can't say it enough. It was such an awesome weekend. I'm so glad I got to hang out with people and participate. That it wasn't like last year. I can't stop gushing enough about it. So exciting.
The best thing that ever happened to Ashley and I as parents is April was out of the picture, and it's one of the biggest reasons I'm riding a wave of happiness that I haven't I haven't known for years. I mean,
if this is a wave of happiness, fuck, you're drowning. You're drowning in it.
Happiest I've been in years. Not that I've ever been an unhappy person, other than the last days.
I mean, anyone want to trade places with this guy? Does anybody want to be this man?
He uses the term live vicariously through me a lot, but I don't think he knows what that means.
No.
It's at the old lodge. But I can't tell you how happy I am to have the co-parenting relationship that I have. Chad Buzamok says, I thought Ape left, not that you got rid of her. No, she said, we're going to move into that house. You have to buy that house and we'll rebuild everything from there and we'll build it back together. She texted me a long time ago about that. And it was at that point I said, no, I'm not.
We saw the text. This is after the letter, which is April 8th, where he said, you talked about the house last night. I'd love to come look at it with you. I'd love to come imagine a future in that house. Again, or he's snow jobbing her, which sounds like she already had enough of that.
There's nothing that looks good for him.
No,
in
he's
this
retarded.
situation.
This power move where she's like, I'm going to move out of this house and move into that house and you're going to follow me and we're going to buy it and that's where we're going to do the show from and we're going to build a studio and blah, 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 blah. She had this big thing that we were going to do. And I just balked and I said, no, I can't.
That's not what I do. I don't improve my studio or take my show up a notch.
He's saying
we improve it in shitty incremental ways over the period of years.
He's saying that it was April's idea to move into this house and she was forcing it.
Right.
But as we've seen from all of this, a lot of the push, like the pushing forward of this relationship was from Aaron. He said
he wanted to move into the house. It was his idea.
Yes. He said he wanted April to fuck Nick or vice versa.
He wanted to fuck Kayla. But I think both of these dudes wanted to fuck the other one's wives and traded their own wives for it.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
True. Though I feel like I feel like Nick absolutely traded Kayla to fuck April. Like that's 100%. But I'm iffy on whether that's what Aaron was looking into it.
I'm telling you, man, these guys, for different reasons, and I told Nick this at the event, Nick got married young. Nick's never gone out there and sown his seed, as it were, if you will. Nick's not had a lot of relationship experience. He got married young to a college sweetheart. And Aaron, for different reasons, can't be alone. He swings from vine to vine. He has to have someone next to him, whether it's a partner or a co-host, to reinforce his dome of delusion. He has to have that. So both of these guys, I think, had the Rocky theme song playing in their head. New pussy, new pussy. I really believe that. And I think that has a tendency to fuck men's heads up.
Can't do it.
It doesn't. I think there was an element where Aaron was excited by the fact that April was getting fucked by Nick, but it didn't seem that way from Nick's side as far as we can see. There's been no accusations from Aaron towards that. There's been no indication that that was the case. I think it was more of a trade for Nick, but for Aaron, he was excited by the fact some of it was happening to April.
Yeah.
Yep.
The kids didn't want to be there. I mean, my oldest told me, she goes, Dad, I don't like going there. It's no fun. You're the only one who comes out and hangs out with us.
And I said to her, I don't care if you leave. Mommy April's the one I care about more than you.
And I was like, shut up, get in the car. We're going to go have second Easter at Nick's house.
Right.
She goes, I don't like going there. And I said, well, then we're not going to go there anymore. When your kid tells you I don't like going somewhere, you don't bring your kid there. So yeah, she had this great, she thought she had this great Machiavellian strategy where she was going to go, we're doing this now. We're doing this.
Projection.
And I went, no, we're not. And I said, I'm cool with going this way. Why don't you go that way? It's fine with me. And you know who was most mad about it? Nick. He was so heartbroken. He was like, you piece of shit, you lied to me. I was like, dude, this is what
I have text messages that prove the opposite. And now maybe Nick's not sharing the text with us where he begs for Aaron's cock. Maybe those exist.
Potentially.
We'll never know. They're at the bottom of a lake.
And there has been no accusations from Aaron about
that.
Yeah.
This idea that Nick was a cuck who liked to watch Aaron fuck.
Darva.
Girl's supposed to do.
Again, one of them covers their butt and penis when they're in a room with other people, and one of them went to hedonism. I don't think Nick has a problem being naked. I don't think Nick has a problem fucking in front of other people. Like it just doesn't. That's not what it strikes me. Every night, Nick and I, when Nick was there, we went to Subway at the end of the night to get some food because it was the only thing open in the hotel. And every night we were in the elevator. He was on the 6th floor. I was on the 7th. And when he would get off the elevator, he would grab my hand and go, "Come," and I was like, "Come on, man."
Was he just putting it in your
Come
hand?
on,
He just
man.
gave you a vial. He's like, "Come." I feel like
God.
I feel like if Nick was legitimately into dudes, he would be out about that. He'd be like, "That I'm into that."
I like it all, man.
Right.
People make me come, man.
Exactly. Like, and he did as if you don't care who you're grabbing. You're just grabbing people left and right. Like, he'd be into that. He was, the amount of stuff he was sharing, he was very open about what he liked and what he didn't like.
Yes.
I think if there was any semblance of like him being into cucking or dudes, he would have told us.
Mm-hmm.
Listen. I got a spy in the NLO Discord, and word is Nick had his license suspended. Man, this guy's just handing me his skull. Hasha broofa broof brr beep chigger bong.
Queever Stutterland, Slam Pig's name is Amanda. Hashtag toe is a fag. Okay. Michaela and Charles love child. Rumor has it Charles Chance is Michaela's brother. He brought condoms to the event to pick up where they left off last year. He did bring condoms to the event.
Yes.
He told me he was
did.
looking for a lady. If it happens, it happens. I was like, I don't think you're gonna find him passed out in the front row of the show or betting the ponies over at Circa. I don't think he got laid.
Remember, Kayla's family members were reaching out for me, hoping to have an intervention with Kayla. Her dad even loves me. Ask Nick. He can concur if you will. Another win for the toe.
Nick did speak about Kayla's stepdad. He did not have nice words to say.
What's going on with the voice? It sounds like he's drunk.
I'm looking into it right now as we speak.
I mean, it sounds like Aaron might be drunk again.
I had to turn down the speed on Steel Toe when I was making those letters, and I think it's stuck. So I'm speeding it up.
Yeah.
now.
So we do have an option now to like toggle with the speed a little bit on the voices. We're going to speed up some of them. I think the potato, the orange, all need a little tweaking. So big changes coming to Super Tip.
Cool. Should be good now.
Coach Lev Kramar, Riles and James B are poors and couldn't afford to come. That's right. And that's Lev Kramar. He bought me dinner last night at Barry's.
And then
he bought my dinner, and then I bought 3 other people dinner. Worked out. $20 from Eva. Sorry, Ewa. If Toe had any text backing up this story he made, he would show up by now. He could do this tour around the podcast with the screenshots. Now, Toe likes to gaslight and say he has stuff, but he never shows receipts.
Because trust him, he's never lied in his life.
Right, tell him when he's telling lies, except for the times he tells lies.
And when the wolves were at the door.
The wolves were at the door.
My Lost Interest says, your parents were right about April. Did April get along with your parents? She got along with them fine until they tried to tell her stuff, until they tried to tell me stuff, until they tried to, push back a little bit. Then I remember when we were camping and I told my dad about the engagement. I said, aren't you going to say congratulations? And he goes, why would I congratulate you for making a huge mistake? You do everything wrong. And
evergreen statement.
Keep owning them, Toe.
And April was standing right there. And we went in our camper and the kids were with us and everything else. And, we were pissed about it and all that stuff. And I was like, I'm not talking to that asshole until he apologizes. I was all hot. I was all worked up. April, and this was evil now that I look back on it. She goes, oh, but you're not going to leave? Why don't you have some balls and leave? And I told her, because the kids are here and they're with their grandparents and their cousins and they're playing and having fun. My dad would leave. And I'm like, wow, what if
Papa Scrimp?
He really, he left himself no option but to leave. He should have left of that situation. But before that, he shouldn't have ever gotten to the point where he created an ultimatum for his father to, like, aren't you going to congratulate me? That's confrontational. You're supposed to lay in groundwork before you ever get to that point.
Think about this in context now. he was willing to throw away the relationship with his mom and dad for April and his children.
Yes.
This guy's a piece of shit.
But
and again, I'm not saying people shouldn't pick their wife. That's their family over their parents.
But there's
a lot of times you can't choose your parents. Your parents are wrong. But from what we understand about Aaron, him and his dad had a good relationship.
Yep.
Everyone in his family told him April was a red flag, and he threw it all away. And then at the end, in the middle of all this, while he's acting self-righteous and sanctimonious about the coke usage and the polycule and all this stuff, this is in April. This is late.
Yeah.
He's willing to throw away his children. This guy's a piece of shit.
Absolutely. There's also ways to introduce your partner to your parents. And I guess it's increasingly difficult once you have children with someone else and they're your second partner. You're starting off on the back foot. But like I'm from I'm Arab. My family's Arab. My partner isn't. So she's from outside the culture. But there was like a lot of groundwork you need to put in order to like allow her to be accepted into an environment.
Exactly. The first time my wife met my parents, they didn't say much.
They're still doing the silent treatment. But you'll get the one.
You know, it was just all, there was a lot of that shit.
What
that,
I'm trying to say is he expected them to just welcome April with open arms. And maybe they should have, I don't know. But he didn't put in enough groundwork there in order to make it a welcome environment for her, and then started laying ultimatums before they were ready to accept her. That's a losing battle. And then he seemingly took their side, made April upset, and then that caused him to have to completely cut them off. He set it up for himself. He made the situation bad. He sucks.
No, again, that I had a blind spot for and I didn't see. Mr. Fuzzy Bottom Jeans says, you abandoned the woman. You didn't walk away. You didn't even tell her parents. Yeah, I did. I told her parents. I called them and I said,
this is such spin too. He called them the night before they got arrested because he knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
He sat still for 7 weeks. Moody and I have both said this a million times. If my wife ran off and was addicted to cocaine, hanging out with some schlub lawyer, I'd call her parents immediately.
Even if
he sat for 7 weeks. Again, I don't think he has the brains to orchestrate this and know it was going to happen and set this in motion. But I think once he saw the ball rolling down the hill, he went.
Yeah.
And again, to stay silent for 7 weeks, call them the night before they're arrested, and then be like, look, I tried to warn them and stop them. No. Ricada says schlubby lawyer is a weird way to say cool guy.
Even if the relationship is burnt and there's nothing left in it and she hates you and she's never coming back and she's doing harm to herself and everyone around her, you still at least call the parents and say, there's nothing I can do. Please do something for her. At least as like the final act of you as her.
I tried to get her out of there. I brought over a candied bacon recipe.
Said, look, she's not, I filed for divorce. I'm washing my hands of it, but you got to get her help. And her dad told me, her dad said, I knew at Easter she was on something. And he said, I know my daughter and I know that she has an addictive personality. And he goes,
right. She married a radio guy she listened to. She met on a field trip.
He filed for divorce in May. So when he called her parents, this is like the timeline that he set up. He only called the parents after it was divorce time, which is well beyond the part where you're trying to fix things.
Yeah, it's like the guy who changes his Facebook status to single before he murders his wife.
Yeah.
It's like, we think you're guilty.
The day before they got arrested, he said, we should have lunch. We should sit down and talk. Because
that's the first time you talked to him about it. The day before they got arrested.
He talks so much about like traditional masculine values like racism and toxic masculinity and liking sports, but nothing about like protecting your family, caring about your children, worrying about your partner. Like none of that is part of his masculinity.
Let's see if anything he says in this clip makes him sound like a piece of shit.
Right.
So if you just hit one of these and we get, what do we have, 400 or so watching right now, right away at the beginning of the show, I think we might, maybe we crack 9 or 1,000 today. If we get enough of you, if we get 300 thumbs up right now, we'll end up on that front page. I'm telling you right now. And people do let me know when we get featured or when we're one of the top podcast viewed things.
You're nowhere near one of the top podcasts on Rumble. Like, that's so delusional. In a world of Russell Brand and Steven Crowder, you're one of the top viewed podcasts, and people let you know. Got it.
On Rumble. I like it. Disrhythmia says it depends if Meme Copium is streaming.
That's why you get $13 an ad when you do Rumble Reach. You're one of the top performers.
Yeah, you know what I found out? I found out in the last year, you know what part of YouTube we gained the most fans from? Because we grabbed about 5,000 to 6,000 new subscribers across Rumble and YouTube.
They don't watch. Opie has 500,000 subscribers or 200,000 subscribers. They don't watch. What are you on, dog?
2 years ago, he had 800 to 1,000 people watching.
On YouTube.
Every day.
This guy's retarded. He thinks he's gained viewers in the last year. What chart are you looking at? Is it upside down? What's going on?
The last year. But you know where they predominantly came from? Is that LawTube sector kind of place.
That's retarded. Like, people who liked LawTube also liked SteelTube. No. What world are you in? This is why I always is like, Meme Copium streaming. That's why we don't have many viewers.
So, like, when there's a big trial on or Meme Copium's on, our numbers take up shit to where they were when April was here.
Okay, that's wild. He now wants you to believe numbers were worse when April was there. This is nuts.
The highest highs.
Scroll on his YouTube page. We've done it a million times on the show. It's decidedly down across every metric. Likes, views, money, donations. When April was there, Chandler was opening his wallet every other day.
He's never been this low while April was there.
And now he's going to shit on April and go, our numbers are down to where they were when April was here. You're dumb. And you think your audience is dumb.
Because that's where all our fans came from. So, like, whenever I have to get used to now, whenever there's one of these big
So now, every day it's whatever he wants it to be. Look, all of our listeners are old school radio listeners who want me to get back to radio and do a serious show. No, all of our listeners are from the LawTube. Which is it? And by the way, you're not doing a show for either one of those demographics. You're not doing a show for LawTubers. You're not doing a show for serious radio people. This is your show now. And then another thing Nick did that hurt me.
I did tune in very quickly to a Meme Copium stream just to see what was being covered. And he was covering Hackamania, like the drops from Hackamania.
Nice.
Talking about Aaron and Nick and trying to excuse away everything that was being said against Aaron. So, like, these guys aren't even LawTube anymore. They're not.
Well, to be fair,
talking
when
about
Aaron
law.
had his 10th anniversary show, everybody was covering it. Oh, wait, there were no recordings of it except for the one we had a listener sneak in and record. We were the only one who had it. And it was embarrassing. We had inward chants and homophobic rants and Whistling Pete who brought nothing to the table. You know, we advertised guests Paul Shea and Nick Rekieta. They came up and delivered. Whether you like it or not, they came up and delivered what they had.
Yep.
It was fucking great and hilarious. What did Whistling Pete bring again?
He didn't realize he was going to be up on stage.
Johnny took forever to slink off the stage with his MS and brought Aaron down to a point where he had to insult him and be like, dude, you're ruining my set.
Oz was too drunk to show up. Oz was like the Pat Dixon of...
Gino wasn't there. Kiki wasn't there. Food trucks weren't there. It was just Matt and Grinch Girl.
Trials. We're going to lose 1 to 200 people when those are on. It's amazing. But it's just nice that we've got new fans.
Notice he never says when we're sniping him, he loses everyone.
There's more views when this channel gets more views when you're sniping Steel Toe than Steel Toe has across both.
Even if they are disloyal bastards. I saw that too yesterday. It's Wag says, damn, the sponge on the front page with 15K. Where did that come from? Because I remember Bubba and I on Rumble, we were doing the same thing.
This guy's so gone.
You know, we were doing the same numbers on Rumble, around 1,000, 1,500, around there, anywhere from 800 to 1,500.
He's so obsessed with these. They're fake numbers, and he's obsessed with them.
Also, 800 to 1,500 is like almost a 100% variance.
And then all of a sudden I see yesterday or 2 days ago, Bubba goes from like 1 to 2,000 to like he's up at 10,000. I'm like, what the happened with the sponge? Good for Bubba.
By the way, Bubba on Super Tips is destroying it.
So good.
He's killing it. Every tip this guy gets, $100, $200. He got $1,000 one last Friday. His average super tip is retarded. I can't tell you what it is. It's 10x my average super tip. It's retarded. This guy's crushing it.
Yeah, Bubba's audience is nothing but whales.
It's insane. Like nobody gives less than $100. It's insane.
And the minimum set to 5. Like they could give 5s if they wanted to.
Yep.
But they crank it all the way up. He gets red boys and above.
Yep.
For him. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, doing the same thing. What, doing the same thing? He says, letting a noted liar your wife, respectfully. If you wouldn't have said respectfully, I wouldn't have read it. But I know that's a response to something I said. I have zero memory of the words I use. Annoyed.
That's telling. I have zero memory of the words I use.
Wawa supervisor says, Aaron
explains all the contradictions.
Have you ever considered making country music yourself? I think there's a niche for songs about how every last one of your problems is because you're a dumbass who doesn't listen or learn. We'll call it Hard Way. Oh, wait, you know what? I think Eric Church already has a song called Hard Way. Yeah, he has a song called The Hard Way. So I would have fucked that up too. I would have made a...
Isn't it ironic when he was running that illegal lottery, the prize night, Shaka, he was killing it compared to this.
Yes. The last prize night he did, I think he was planning one for April and just never did it.
So you could argue that every improvement he's made to his show has hurt him?
Yes. Song that Eric Church already made.
By the way, one day that sign will be in my studio. I don't know how.
That sounds so threatening.
I don't have a plan, and I don't know how. But just like I got your fucking fridge right back here now. Again, Aaron built this. I'm so stoked. My drinks will be cold forever because of Aaron Imholte.
You'll never be able to open them on the fridge, though.
One day that sign will be in my studio. I'll cuck your whole life, dog. I'll take it all.
Nova says Aaron likes Eric Church because he looks like Nick. They have the same nose. You apologize to Eric Church right now. Let's go to Stories with Joe. Says, what did Win by 2 do? I don't know. He asked me to be on a stream with him today, but I'm busy with
this
the
is what Nick said. One day that wife will be at my house. I don't know how. I don't know when. The first time I saw her, I was like, she will be mine. Oh, yes. She will be mine.
And shit, so I can't. I do know, I will say I produced a video for someone yesterday. I think that's going to debut at some point today. That is very, very funny.
So he's talking about the video he made for Vito. Now, what's crazy is he announced it already. Mm-hmm. He said on his show, Vito asked me to make a video, and now he's being cryptic about it. For people who didn't catch Biggest Problem in the Universe, they did their theme for that show at Hackamania was the biggest problem in the Dabbleverse. It was a great show.
Yep.
And they had a video from Aaron, kind of like the video I had from Chad, but it wasn't a prank. And Aaron is proud of this video. If you haven't seen it yet, we might watch it on an upcoming show.
Oof. It was very cornball.
He actually wrote roast jokes. He thinks he killed it. It was amazing. He didn't have his glasses on. His beady little eyes were out. It was rough. It was rough. People were dying.
They were laughing, but not in the way
not
that
for the
he
way
wanted
Aaron
them to.
thinks.
And it's going to shock the shit out of people.
It did.
It
did.
I did something yesterday. It's not mine anymore. It's out of my hands. I do have the original, but
just like your wife.
Yeah, he
I think
wanted to say that
the-
about his kids.
the person I gave it to is putting the finishing touches on it today. Let's just say it might break a little corner. Might break off.
It didn't. It killed. We couldn't believe it. Everyone loved it. It was so good. Again, not for the reason you think. People were dying.
It was so good.
Little corner of the internet. That's all. 500 trillion Zimbabwean dollars towards the goal, says LOL. Why doesn't that surprise me? If Aaron loses all his viewers, he'll still watch himself.
Chad and Aaron think this whole event was about them.
Yes.
And that their secret videos destroyed and killed at the event.
Both of them.
There was one person I would say was talked about more at this Hackamania, at least in the whispers in the shadows.
Yep.
And that person was, we'll say it at the same time,
Karmic
X. This is who everyone was talking about. This is who everyone was talking about. It wasn't Chad. It wasn't Aaron. He was the topic of conversation that dominated Hackamania.
Everyone loved him. They were intrigued by him. They didn't know what this creature is.
It was great. It was great.
He's a force of nature.
This thing was not about Aaron. This thing was not. Again, the main event, this was this little piggy. So in a way, it was about Aaron, but not in a good way.
Like the majority of the shows were not about Aaron. Like if you take the amount of time that was spent.
Yes.
Fraction.
Yeah, I would. McBuster says, I actually trolled Win by 2 when he had that second mic dork. I like him now. Shrugs. Yeah, that, I never want to make fun of his old second mic, like even though he's like a crazy steel toe stalker, because I think I don't know if it's mentally retarded, but there's something wrong with him. And I don't want to like lean in and shit on a guy who's got like it seems remarkably serious motor skill and intellectual psychological impairments.
I mean, you do that to Johnny all the time. Hello?
It's a lot. It's a lot. Let's go to McBuster. He says, Win by 2 is way better at covering the toe than Patrick Melton. Well, he's funny. I mean, Melton just gets mad at me, and he's like, I'm going to get this guy.
I'm going to get ya.
never go live again. And, like, he failed with that, so now there's a lot of bitterness in it. And also, you can tell he's doing it just for the money now.
I failed at it? What was the deadline? First of all, I failed at it. Okay. I said I was going to do a morning show during your time slot until I surpassed you in views. That happened a year and a half ago. Okay. Now I don't even announce when I'm doing shows and I surpass your views. Mm-hmm. You did a show yesterday, and when the show was over, an hour later, you had 1.5 thousand views. I started premiering Nobody Likes Onions a half hour before your show ended. And when my show ended, which was only an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, we had more than double your views. You're dead, dog. Your shit's dead. Your wife's gone. We predicted your co-host exodus. We clowned you to your face with Corey Adam. Failed. I don't, who's grading these papers?
But also, what is the end goal that he thinks that you've got in mind? Like, does he think he needs to die or quit the show? Like, that's what he thinks you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. We're here to watch and laugh.
We're here to watch and laugh.
And
nobody's
succeed.
Personally invested. Nobody gives a shit.
Now, he knows as soon as the steel toe thing is over for him, there's no money coming in anymore because these people just want to watch me. So,
all right, guys, we're watching Steel Toe, so make sure you get that money in. Get that money popping, just like TJ here. Cinderblock, his beautiful wife, and myself were just outside the Circle Bar smoking at 8 a.m. T.O. Hank busted through the doors like the Kool-Aid Man. I literally carried him back to his room. Check your phone for a pic, Melton. Oh, this is Teamster Tim. Teamster Tim was there. Fantastic. He had to carry T.O. Hank back to his room. Look at this. Look at this. Don't let the fridge get in the way. Will it focus? Cinder Block, his wife, and myself were outside the Circle Bar smoking at 8 a.m. T.O. Hank busted through the doors like the Kool-Aid man, lip first.
He's kind of doing it because he has to. And I just feel like, the heart's not in it anymore. Chevy fan says, yes, we all know you enjoy watching. I do not. That was Nick's thing. That was not.
Does anybody, look, I'm not saying Nick's a manly man. I don't think Nick would describe himself that way. If you had to bet money on who was more freely fucking and who was doing more watching, again, Nick could make up these stories. I'm not fucking retarded. Nick says that he was fucking April and Kayla was participating. Aaron walked in the room, knelt down by the bed, held April's hand, and made her tell him how good it felt when Nick was pumping away. And then after a while went outside and cried until it was over. Is that true? I don't know. But if you ask me to envision it the other way, no.
Can't.
No.
Not my thing. I didn't. I liked being an active participant more, but that was a long time ago, and that was a previous life, and it's disgusting, and none of you should ever do it. Somebody told me yesterday, they said when you had Karmic on, they thought Karmic did better than Johnny. I can't believe that would be
100%.
Yes. Even calm.
Look,
Karmic.
I'm not even like, Karmic is more interesting and dynamic than Johnny. Johnny is dozing off most of the shows. Johnny co-signs anything that comes out of your mouth. I don't think Johnny's your friend. I don't think he's loyal to you.
He doesn't give a shit about the show
He doesn't give a fuck about
your life.
any of this. He didn't watch any of the Hackamania stuff. He just sat there next to you going like, wow, Nick's a loser. Like it. No.
Johnny doesn't.
Karmic's into it.
Yeah.
He talks about stuff. He has his own opinions, whether they co-sign yours or not. Karmic's way more fascinating.
Yeah.
For sure.
Be the majority opinion. I thought Karmic was great on the show, don't get me wrong, but Johnny's a seasoned veteran.
Nope. Maybe Purple Heart.
You met him at an open mic and invited him to come do radio, and you weren't even a seasoned veteran. You sell ads.
If you will. Oh, God. A lot of NLO trashing in here. NLO fans are cringe. Karmic hates Melton. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God.
Hey, this chat room where I blocked everybody who hates me is trashing Melton.
But also, do you ever... The chat is constantly trashing Aaron and laughing along with what we're saying. Never do any of us look at the chat and go, oh, they're really getting Aaron right now.
Imagine if this is like when Chad has to tag people to help him with his arguments. It's like, never do I look at the chat and go like, wow, they're really being mean to Aaron today. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, give us the weather forecast for the chat.
I'm telling you what I think.
God. People are saying Karmic is 100% better than Johnny. I like Karmic now. Karmic is the future of the... just nuke that Dabbleverse from orbit. Nobody's part of that Dabbleverse anymore. It's cringe to even say it like as though it's a thing.
You can grab anyone off the street and put them on the show with you, and they will say, what are you talking about? I don't have any idea what you're saying. That would open more avenues for conversation.
It'd be more interesting and compelling than anything Johnny does.
Having Johnny on the show. Because Johnny is passive. He doesn't care. He hasn't seen anything, and he offers no new insights on anything apart from mildly co-signing anything that you say.
Also, Stuttering John is apparently coming back with a new show he's announced, which is insane. And we don't really cover Stuttering John here, but it has been a year since we did The Wall. And I said we would do it once a year. And I'm thinking we do Stuttering John's mama. I think we're going to do Stuttering John's mom. Why? Because I think she's a piece of shit? No. I just know it'll upset John. So I think the next time we do The Wall, it will be Stuttering John's mother. And I think that'll make for some interesting stuff. He might come back to my house. Oh, Vegas beer sales Jerry was at Hackamania. And I'd walked by him a couple times. He looked familiar. I didn't know who it was. He comes up to me and he goes, Patrick, do you know who I am? And I said, you look familiar, but no. And he goes, I'm Vegas beer sales Jerry. And I go, oh, man. Hey, welcome. Welcome. I go, you having a good time? He's like, oh, my God, it's amazing. I love it. He watched every show. He sat back there with Carl. He was telling me about Stuttering John. He was telling I go, you guys know I wasn't home, right? And he's like, yeah, of course we knew that. So Stuttering John's a liar. Stuttering John knew I wasn't home. Apparently he had Vegas Beer Sales Jerry wait until I wasn't home. And Vegas Beer Sales Jerry bought a ticket, came out to Hackamania, and had a fucking great time. He was a super nice dude. It's fucking amazing. So this Hackamania was sick, dude. It was fucking great.
So fun. Like very rare do you have these events where people try. In this, so many times we've seen events where they say, "Let's just go there and show up."
Dude, the sorcerer came out. He's like, "This is unreal what you've done." Like this, I was like, "Don't tell Kevin that. Don't let Kevin find out." And the sorcerer has also said that he may be the title sponsor of next year's Hackamania. Stay tuned. Like, I'm not even kidding. It may be Hackamania sponsored. Like, the Sorcerer presents Hackamania 3. What a nice dude. He mailed out all the foam fingertips from the Atlantic City event.
He shouldn't have.
And so everybody had the weird number 1 foam fingertips that the Sorcerer was giving out in Atlantic City. He came out for 2 nights. I mean, but just a genuinely nice, fun dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was a crypto guy. I had no idea. So we shot the shit about crypto for a little bit. Like, I mean, again, I just man, I'm so proud of it. I'm not proud of a lot. I don't like compliments and gushing, but it just was great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I sound gay.
Those foam fingers cost the same amount to ship
as the fridge. Yeah, $200. It's insane.
Really? I mean, just please develop a little bit of shame. Karmic hates Melton.
Insane as a line to say from Aaron. He is someone who has zero sense of shame.
Yes.
And he's smart. There really is no Melton. There's just there's a conduit to hate Steel Toe through. And again,
I'll take it.
I'm honored. All right, someone asking if me talking to this woman made April jealous. I do remember April asking me
he's getting closer
he's
to
gonna
say Kayla.
He's going to say Kayla.
a lot of questions about someone I had on the show back in the radio days when we started dating. But I don't.
I think I've experienced more.
Oh, it was her. Yes, this was Kayla Steiner. This was her. Yep. This was the woman. I had her on my show. She was some kind of big activist. And she was all into Black Lives Matter and shit. Let's have her on the show and let's talk about some shit. And she was actually really nice. She was really cool. And yeah, I remember I did get a lot of questions for this one.
More here in college than I could have ever experienced anywhere else.
But wait, was that April? That wasn't April time, was it? I feel like that was my first wife who got. Nope, you're right. It was April. The first wife got mad at something.
He can't even tell his ex-wives apart anymore.
Which wife did I want to cheat on?
Something else. And that
wait till you hear what he says.
One was totally legit. She was right to get mad about that one.
I took the initiative to be involved on campus.
Shit, dude, if I would have known how things were going to end up, I would have.
So he cheated on his first wife.
Yep.
He cheated on his girlfriend while he was married with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Knocked her up.
Yep.
Threw Slam Piece away when April came along.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's daydreaming about how all the pussy he could have got while he was with April if he would have known how it would have gone.
Mm-hmm.
If I only had a crystal ball, I would have totally cheated on April.
If I knew that one day she'd be a crack whore with a stinky pussy,
I wouldn't have waited so long to cheat on April.
It's insane.
Honestly, if I could have a crystal ball into the future,
I didn't even know he was going to say that.
I mean, shoot your shot, right? You were just being very flirty with her, and you were being
networking.
Dude, I can't help it. I'm the toe. I drip masculinity. You fell in love with me in a parking lot eating Subway sandwiches in the cold or the warm.
And building my resume, I feel like it's priceless. Having connections with people across campus.
Also, this chick isn't hot. She looks like a pug. Call me crazy. I'm not He's like, dude, how could you not flirt with this?
It's just nice to know people because they can help you, they can guide you through it, and if they don't know, they know someone who knows. I made a really good choice of coming to St. Cloud.
All right. Well, I mean, most people don't say that, but that's fine. Yeah, you're right. Wow, you have a really good steel toe show memory. Oh,
You don't?
balls. Papa Shab, it's not a forbidden word. It's a person. If someone else has that name, you can say that name.
Somebody said she looks like a smooth Ewok.
It's not Voldemort, for Christ's sake, but she's cute. Yeah, I interviewed her, and goddamn, that's too bad. I couldn't. I didn't close the deal.
So you tried? Also, where is it? Where? I don't know how someone can get more chins and make their chin vanish. I like, what's happening? Like, it almost like, who am I thinking? There's like, where does it go? He looks like somebody.
You're thinking of Beaker.
Yes. I wish I would have cheated on my wife. You locked him down, Slam Peach. You got a good one.
And I got shit for it. Defour says, it is super funny to cheat on your wife and mother of your children. Well, I mean, Nick and I would know something about that, wouldn't we?
Also, no,
didn't.
You didn't. April's not the mother of your children. No matter how much you want to call her April mommy April.
And also, neither of them cheated on their wives. Cheating means you're going behind the back of your partner
Correct.
to do something that they...
Also, is he about to play the crowd going wild sound here?
It's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's but some of us can laugh about our mistakes, and some people like Defour can pretend to be really upset and offended about it. Toe, you're just such a big meanie head, and I can't believe you would do that. I f***ed all over the place. Was it right? No. Did it happen? Yup.
I fucked all over the place. I guarantee he's fucked 5 women in his life.
Sure. But if that was his reaction to like all the degeneracy, that would have been way more respectable than anything he's done. If you just come out and just been like, I did all of it. It was fun.
Yep. All right. You're Mersh.
Anonymous chatters that comment on my looks. Oh, is this... Oh, wow. There aren't a lot of... Is this a Chad Zumach tweet about Hackamania? Ooh, there are not a lot of people there.
This is not, this is outside the hotel on the night before the event.
At a outside bar.
Yes.
I hate steel toe with a passion. Oh, Bubba. Bubba, come on, buddy.
That's Vito.
Yeah, true.
That's Vito.
Yes, his friend. The friend.
This is the guy you teamed up with to get me. Look at this
work.
sad guy.
That's Vito.
That's your ally. You fucking retard.
Look at Carl. Get your hand off my shoulder, you dork. I'll break your arm.
Physical threats again. If Carl turned around and went, let's go, he'd go, never mind, I can't. Safe sport.
And Carl's got thinner legs than Aaron does.
Right. If they leg wrestled, Carl might lose. Carl was wearing lederhosen and showed a picture, and we were just like, whoa.
Yeah. If Carl did a handstand, like, it would look like thicker legs.
Vito is more popular than Aaron, says Ricardo. I think Vito is more popular than this show.
Yeah.
It's not always a good thing. The text he sent me yesterday. I can't even. I could start a whole new thing. I won't.
Oh, look at these little dorks.
That's the guy you teamed up with to get me.
Even make fun of this. This person is just a belly. Look at that. That's just a gut. Mersh, is that you, bro? Ooh, they better have more people than those.
I was saying tonight, Mersh looks. He quit drinking.
Yeah.
So so we were watching after this little piggy. Somebody posted on Twitter a clip of Mersh dying laughing at all the evidence, and then Mersh took down the show, And I emailed him and said, you have my permission to comment on Hackamania and put that show back up. We all want to see it. Please put that show back up. You know, Mersh had followed me on Twitter after his PayPal got suspended. I think he might want super tips. Too proud to ask. You're welcome to have it, Mersh. Get the word to him. Everyone's welcome to have it. Karmic was like, I think I burned that bridge. I went so hard on these guys. They're never going to forgive me. Super tips is for everyone. For Aaron Imholte, for anyone. I came up with this idea for small creators to circumvent any kind of platform that they had to be holden to that could take away their income in a snap. We don't ever want to be that for anybody. I'll never take it away from you because you were mean to me. That's not, I wear different hats. I wear an event organizer hat. I'm involved with Super Tip. This is a corporation that we want to run. And I do a show and I entertain. They're all separate spaces, and I'm able to compartmentalize and contain my emotions. I want everyone to use it. It's it's great for creators. They get more of their money fast. It's great for the audience members. It's a fun, creative way to interact with the show with more on the way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a thing we use to get power over people or anything like that. I'd love Mersh to use it. I think he'd make more money.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Karmic. Again, Karmic's been using this thing for 2 days. He figured it out faster than anybody else. He's now making money. He's not monetized on YouTube, and it's going great. He's killing it. Like I said, he's doing better than Pat Dixon.
Yeah, you get almost a third more money than you'd get on super chats or anything like that. I think the only condition under which we'll take it away from someone is if they break Stripe's terms of service and start to threaten that side of things.
Yeah.
But other than that, you're welcome to keep criticizing me or Patrick or anyone else. We don't.
It's a third more money if you look at it in totality. I would argue it's 50% more money. Sometimes super chat takes 50%, 60%.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at it as someone gives $100, you get 60 of it, but with us you get 90 of it, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting 50% more money.
Yeah.
Like anyone not using it because they hate Melton is fucking retarded.
And you get it in.
Sorry, like you just are.
You get your payout in a couple of days rather than waiting a month, which is. And you can turn.
Well, the money hits your account instantly, but I guess some. Yeah. I don't have to wait to pull it out for some of my accounts. I don't know what
I think there's like
deal
a standing with Stripe. Or something.
I think once you have good standing, you can pull it out instantly or up to a certain amount. It'll say like this amount's available for instant withdrawal. But like, yeah, it's. You're shooting yourself in the foot, and it's retarded.
And you can turn voice tips off. I know that those rub some people up the wrong way, and they're like, I don't want super tip.
Yeah, Blind Mike doesn't like the AI voice tips. I don't know if Blind Mike's aware you can turn those off and just supplant super chats.
Yep.
But also, again, we have more things on the way that are going to be really, really cool. Stay tuned.
7. Then I saw a thing. They're making people give their real names and info, or they won't be let into the event because Patrick's scared shitless of trolls.
Yeah, I went. My wife and I went and saw Taylor Swift. They wanted our info. We had to give them our names and credit card numbers to get into the event.
Yeah, Aaron probably thinks KYC is a lubricant.
I'm kidding. We did not go to see Taylor Swift, but you get the point. Have you ever gone to any professional show where they don't need your info? By the way, everyone who has a ticket, when we asked for your ID at the door, it's to protect your ticket purchase. We already have your info. You bought a ticket. We have your info. You bought a ticket. This is to make sure no one else can get your ticket at the door. For instance, if you know Vito, how do you say his last name? Gesualdi?
Yeah.
If you know Vito Gesualdi's coming and you can walk up to the thing and go, Vito Gesualdi, and they hand you your ticket without an ID,
yeah.
This is to protect you.
Not
it's
even
not written on a badge. He thinks it's written on the badge.
Or, hi, I'm the big kahuna. Like, let's look at.
I don't know about this. Cardiff's kids said that they wanted her ID at the hotel and her credit card number to get a room. They're afraid of trolls. The plaza. This is retarded.
He's scared of Red Bar people. I mean, we don't send people to shit. So he's like, I mean, being scared of like Red Bar, Steel Toe, and other people. Like, you have to give us your real name and it has to be on your pass and we have your information. It's like, bro, are you that worried? Like, you're supposed to be a performer. Someone comes into our shit and tries to bust it up, we'll have fun with them.
Yeah, then we'll ban them from the chat and delete all their comments.
Send them out the door.
All right. One more from before the event.
So if you hit that, if you just hit one of these, and we get, what do we got, 400 or so watching right now, right away at the beginning of the show, I think we might.
We already watched this one?
Yes.
How did I do that?
It's the half-hour clip that we're.
That's what we just watched. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is after the event.
Yes.
Here we go.
So we had another all that for a drop of blood moment in Las Vegas.
The first one,
it was a kiddie pool of blood.
But also the first one hasn't stopped. It's not over yet. It's day 105, is it?
Yeah. So even your first all that for a drop of blood has totally wrecked one of your core tent poles of your personality. You're not a boxer. You're not a boxing coach. You have a gym membership.
Yeah, you're still spotting, Aaron.
Yeah. And I would argue that you should switch your gym membership to Shapes, the gym for women.
Vegas this weekend, where Nick sat next to his cuck fridge and regaled people with his.
How is it Nick's cuck fridge? It's no more Nick's cuck fridge than April's Nick's cuck wife.
He forgot a possessive. It's Nick's cuck's fridge.
It'll be like it's both of ours, but we'll just keep it down at my house. Nick has all the stuff: the fridge, the girl. The kids.
I can't believe their group chat was called Ricada Fam.
Yeah.
I
There was
did
only
not
one
know
person uncomfortable with that moniker.
His one-sided stories of his cuck adventures of the last year and a half. Now people were like,
so when you tell all the stories and they're one-sided, it's fine.
Right.
Again, I think he thinks no one else was ever going to come out and talk about this. And he's tormented by it.
Like, they were so...
This is actually the other side of the coin. This is not one-sided. You've told all your stuff. Now Nick's telling all his stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, Carl has said, and other people have said, like, I'd be really uncomfortable with this if it wasn't for Aaron. Yeah, when anyone goes around talking this much shit about you, I think you deserve to tell all your stuff. No? Like,
yeah.
Not everyone would do it. April's not doing it. Kayla's not doing it. But turnabout's fair play. If you thought Nick wasn't going to tell all his shit, you're dumb.
Nick wouldn't have said anything if Aaron hadn't said anything.
We wouldn't know shit.
Yeah, it was mutually assured destruction, and he pushed the button first.
We're excited on Friday, but then by yesterday, they're all getting mad at me again. Like, they're like, how's he going to spin it?
So Sunday, we were all mad at him again.
People were
we were
giddy.
excited about how you were going to spin it.
We were making guesses.
And you did not disappoint.
And the guesses were ranged from, it was all lies,
He'll come out as gay.
or I'm going to be contacting my lawyer, so I can't speak about it. Like, everything that happened was said. It's
Friday, he said they don't have anything, and Sunday he vaguely threatened that he was going to take legal action. It's like, well, which is it?
And they're like,
I didn't eat cum. They told on me eating cum. That's what you did.
Matt, I'm like, guys, this is supposed to be the time when you're happy.
Everyone was happy.
It was amazing.
I didn't know that they were all going to look at a bunch of pictures of my body. That was a little, like, super... Yeah, oh, ready for this? So we're definitely going to put together a steel toe calendar, Johnny.
You're not. Anybody want to bet on this?
Look for it at the steel toe golf tournament. He'll have calendars for the winners.
Anybody want to bet that he ever puts together a calendar of his disgusting pictures he sent to the cover?
If you saw Mersh seeing these pictures, he was dying.
Everybody go check it out on Rumble. What's the show called? It's from May 9th. It's
yeah,
the
May
night of
one.
this little piggy.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna make you look at it. Nick had a bunch of pictures, like one in front of the mirror of me with my shirt off in the run up to one of my fights that ended up getting canceled. I was like, God, I'm still like 10 pounds away or 5 pounds away from fighting weight. So there you go, guys. That never changed.
He is addressing this before addressing the comment he made about his
children.
kids.
Yeah.
This is
Sent
more
a pic-
important to him.
Yep.
Picture to the group chat because we were all living as a family. Yeah, I know it's
The Ricada
disgusting.
fam.
It's gross. I get every time I say that, people cringe. I do too, believe me. But he sent that picture, and I was like, ooh, I still got some work to do. And then there was like one that somebody, I don't know who,
Kayla.
somebody took a picture of me like in bed.
But while you were looking at the camera with your consent.
Yes.
Unlike the picture.
With my shirt off. And then this group of guys, and if you saw these people who were in Vegas this weekend, I mean, some of the most hopeless, dead-end, 470-pound, creepy motherfuckers you've ever seen.
We've all seen the pictures from Stoney's of his events. These are the same people. They're called people, man. There were insanely unhealthy thin people there, and there were insanely unhealthy fat people there. They were just people.
Mm-hmm.
And again, everyone pretty normal except for the woman who threatened a man with a gun. I actually, like, last year Misfit and I didn't hang out much. I have to say I enjoy Misfit.
Yeah, he's great.
I think he's like a fun guy.
Yes. He turns up. He puts himself out there. Like,
I don't know that I would have turned Michaela into the thing, but that's his prerogative. And like, if he really felt like she was psycho and wasn't going to leave him alone, so be it. But I enjoyed Misfit. Misfit's a nice, fun guy, man.
And
I don't have a clue what his real name is.
And Aaron's position is, hey, out of everyone at that event, I want to have the person that threatened to kill someone with a gun on my show.
Right.
Like he wants to have Michaela on.
And again, just in general, fat people seem to be happy. Aaron considers himself an athlete and physically fit.
Mm-hmm.
And he stresses over 2 to 5 pounds every day of his life.
Yeah, they were jolly, man. they were real jolly.
They all looked at pictures of me without a shirt on and went, dude, we're winning. How's Aaron going to respond to this like this? Aaron's probably going to make a calendar is what's going to happen.
Now it's probably
going to get the steel toe calendar, and we're going to get all those shirtless pics. So whatever's
May is a great time to release a calendar.
Also, there were less than 12, so you're going to need to generate more.
I think there were 12.
I don't think, were there?
We're considering making it before he makes it. We're considering making the steel toe calendar out of his images before he makes it.
Apparently, Nick is saying that the bed picture was taken by April.
Got it.
Shirtless pics you saw, if you can avoid going blind by looking at them, send them to me. I'd like to make a calendar. So Nick sat next to his cuck fridge and told Cuck.
Don't forget, we cucked his merch in 2023. We printed steel toe merch and sold more. If I had to bet whether we sold more merch than he's ever sold over the history of the show, I'd take that bet. We killed it. And he sat there and just goes, yeah, I like to watch.
Ills, woo! And he basically used himself to be a court jester. And people were like, how's Aaron going to spin out of this? Aaron's not going to spin out of this at all. None of that stuff was new information.
Yes, it was.
Aaron didn't know that text existed between Nick and April.
Yes.
And if you're arguing that none of it was new information, then you're arguing that you ate cum and everybody knew it.
Yep.
No? Like, dude, you guys said I don't care about my kids and I ate cum. None of that was new information. Got it.
You guys handed me a win.
I mean, I came clean. I left the whole situation.
Yeah, Torito makes a great point. They want fans to send in the pictures that Aaron took that he should already have for his calendar.
But he threw his phone in the light.
Instead of the originals, but there's no iCloud or anything on Android? Like, instead of the originals, they want you to screen cap this little piggy and then send those photos into Aaron. And we'll strike you for copyright.
And I renounced all of it. I denounced it. I said it was wrong.
I renounced Satan.
If anything, I look at those texts. I'm happy those came out.
What?
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm happy they came out, and I'll tell you why. Sometimes when you've grown past something, sometimes when you've improved and you've gotten better, you don't want to totally say it to yourself because it sounds like you're bragging or it sounds like you're, it kind of goes against the whole personal growth thing.
Right.
Like, in a weird way, the personal growth is kind of ruined when you point out how much personal growth there is.
He never stops pointing out how different he is now.
I thought I was a narcissist, but I'm cured now.
Right. I'm a better lawyer than Nick.
Strange way. But I read those texts, and there was one about my kids that I saw that I was like, wow, you were in a fucked up, wrong-headed shit.
I mean, he's literally confirming these texts are real. All of them.
Yep.
So for everybody, I saw Shuli, go, these could be fake. I saw some other people say these could be fake. He's not saying that at all. He's going like, yeah, everybody already knew all this stuff.
Place, dude. That was shitty.
May I ask what the one about your kid was?
It was. I don't know what the context is, because here's the trick Nick pulled. He never posted what he wrote before, and he never posted his reply.
What could he have said that would make it okay? Hey, do you care about your kids? Say no. For a prank. And then Nick did post the context, and it was way worse.
It was so much
Check out
worse.
Ricada Law on Twitter.
It was always one text.
Watch Johnny go from being actually upset about what he said about his kids to thinking that because Nick didn't provide context or a date stamp, Nick's the snake.
Well, I don't know what the context is, because here's the trick Nick pulled. He never posted what he wrote before, and he never posted his reply. It was always one text.
The switch just flipped for Johnny. Oh, Nick's the piece of shit. Yeah. Nick said when he had his kids taken away, it wrecked him, and he would have done anything on earth to get his children back. Again, hate Nick. Nick put himself in that position. It is Nick's fault.
But it is a feeling that any parent.
Aaron said if my kids had to go and I had April, I'd be fine. Which one's worse? He didn't include a date stamp? Johnny's outraged.
Some of them had the time and date cut off of them.
What a bitch.
I know.
Move.
That's a bitch move. Mm-hmm. Saying you don't care about your children and you could live without them is not a bitch move. Fallen angel.
But
I thought
Johnny doesn't know anything.
No, he didn't watch. He doesn't have a clue.
Watch these.
But he knows this. He knows Aaron said I don't care about my kids, and Nick didn't include a date stamp. And Johnny's going, wow, what a bitch he is. That's intellectually dishonest.
I thought it was a bitch move too, but
he cried about cats. When Aaron said, I don't like cats very much, Johnny cried.
Yes. When Mersh made a joke about him, he cried.
Right.
I read them, and there was one, I think that one was from December of 2023. So he's going back to 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And it said something like...
Yeah, with the polycule was active.
The kids one was January 3rd, 2024. So...
But also, if he wants to show evidence of things that happened during the time they were together, he's not going to be bringing up texts from 2025. He's not current.
It's weird how he always loves to distance himself with time.
Mm-hmm.
Like the April thing. He plays with timelines. He does the thing with April where it's like, we were going through a divorce, so of course she said horrible things like I physically abused her. It's like that was 2 years before that. He loves playing with timelines as if it matters. This was less than a month into the polycule.
Mm-hmm.
This was when you were arguably in your right heads before the drugs had taken over, the addiction had taken over, and you in your clear head, this is the time you were talking about moving into that other house, said, if April was there and my kids weren't, it'd be fine. I mean, let's play with time.
Yeah.
This was at the beginning of the polycule. You were of sound mental health.
It hasn't been a year since Aaron filed for divorce.
No.
He was still married to April a year ago.
Yep.
The Ricadas were not arrested a year ago.
Yep.
They were arguably the best time of their lives.
He was in his 5th or 6th week of not telling her parents what was going on.
Yeah.
I think I could stand...
Captain Concern over here.
if I lost my kids, because this was about, I think this was around the time Ashley was going for that HRO because she knew April. She suspected April was on something.
We just watched a clip where people said, did Ashley know April was on drugs? And he goes, no, she didn't know anything until I fessed up everything to her. Now, Ashley knew April was on drugs, and that was the reason for the HRO. The HRO was filed months before the polycule. I don't think April was heavy into the coke then.
I think
I said
he contradicts himself constantly.
he had violated the HRO by this point. By the point of the divorce.
Something to the effect of, I could handle losing my kids if I had April with me. Like, it was something like it's
that's a red flag, my friend.
For 3 years almost, you handled not having your parents because April was with you. Let's not pretend like you weren't in your right mind. Again, this is less than a month into the polycule, less than a month into coke territory, and you already had thrown away your parents years ago for April.
I would love my April more than my parents.
But we're supposed to believe you were fucked up in the head? No. You were considering moving and getting rid of your kids.
He was high on angel pussy.
Right.
Angel pussy with $5.
Yeah, that's a really shitty thing to say. That's a horrible thing to say. And that if I was still like that, then yeah, hit me in the head with a shovel, man, because that's some...
The only reason he would pick his kids over April now is because April's not an option. Now the kids are important.
Yep.
Let's give it a year.
Terrible shit. Now, luckily, I renounced all that. I denounced all of it. I left. And then it clearly didn't bring Nick any peace, any of this stuff. Because he was up until 3 a.m. last night on Twitter, again, screeching about me. How I...
He did have a lot of peace when you renounced it, but then you went to the cops and told them about it, and they got arrested, and that's when the peace stopped. They would have had a great month and a half.
Again, some of the texts we have, I don't know if we'll be able to put them out or not. I'll ask Nick. It's insane. It's insane. It proves what a piece of shit Aaron is. It's Aaron almost begging Nick and like telling Nick it's not your fault. He's mad. He said, I hate my wife in one of them.
Ruined his life and how I did all these things and I wrecked it and I ruined his life. It's like, bro, A, I'm still not going to B,
Nick, why wouldn't you get him? How could you not get him to fuck you? Come on, Nick.
Johnny, let's
also, he's back on the Celsius. Didn't he say he's quitting Celsius for Red Bull?
7 or 8 times.
He's back.
Sake.
That
he went.
I don't know if you've seen, if you haven't seen this little piggy, Patrick and I drank Celsius, and it is like
I had 4 sips.
I drank a whole bottle of it, a whole can of it, and my hands were shaking by the end of it.
On stream with Coke on his nose, clearly inebriated, and before he got arrested, did I say any of this stuff? Like before they got arrested?
No, it was minutes after.
And he had Coke on his nose.
Before he got arrested, I think he had the Coke on his nose joke. Didn't he do that?
Yeah, Nick's
came in
Coke
with a
stream was like a
powdered-
Monday or Tuesday. He had 3 shows in a row where he did the Coke. He has to beat a dead horse. He did the powdered sugar joke 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Nose. Did I say boo?
No, actually.
None.
Yes. You said, I know who's in that room with him.
Mm-hmm.
You did the powdered donut joke.
Kayla is beautiful.
Soulmate. Proverbs.
I don't think the soulmate part was there yet.
It was all hush hush until that shit happened.
And then they got arrested, and you know what I did? I went, this shit's gonna come out. All 3 of them got arrested in the wee hours of the morning in his bedroom.
Wasn't it like 9 a.m.?
Yes, and it wasn't in his bedroom. Nick was caught in his car outside.
Yes.
And Kayla and April were in their house. Were in the Ricada house.
I'm gonna get out in front of this. I'm gonna lay it bare.
Also, all that we knew was that drugs were involved. They were busted for drugs, and April was staying with the Ricadas after Aaron had broken up. After her and Aaron had broken up, which is a totally normal thing to do. You stay with friends if your marriage falls apart while you get back on your feet. So the only thing that would get out there would be the drugs that they were doing, so he could talk about that. But he went on a tour talking about all the aspects.
They were arrested at 10 a.m., people are saying, and he calls, and this is a guy who gets up at 5 a.m. He calls 10 a.m. the wee hours of the morning.
It turned out to be the right move because now something like this happens, and I look at it and I can go, is that it?
Is that all we have?
That's all you got? That's your big. I thought of that scene from Rounders where Worm goes, "What is that supposed to be, like your big finish?"
Of course, he has a movie quote.
Yeah.
Like, is that it? So then,
yeah, you just don't care about your kids and ate cum. That is it. That's what we had.
He's like, you know how he's been screaming for months now, Aaron ate my goo.
When people say like he's been screaming or he was up all night screeching on Twitter, it's an insight into their brain and how they're perceiving it. You were getting screamed at by Nick, right? He ate my goo. That was at you.
And they said, we're gonna have proof. And I'm like, this is interesting because that never happened. Let's see what proof you manufacture. And I said, I bet you he manufactures some nonsense.
We never said proof.
Nope. I corrected people who said proof. I said we have evidence.
Yep.
And guess what?
It was nonsense all day.
He got a.
If only the cops that tested Nick's children were there to test your tongue.
Bro. He even told the story. They were talking on the phone and they were like sexting each other. And when they sexted each other, Nick needed to hear about me.
So this is, again, the opposite of what we showed. You needed to hear about Nick's cock in order for you to come.
Yeah.
You were having trouble coming with April. And then you needed her to talk about how he busted her guts.
Literally.
In order to come. But no, Nick did the watching and Nick had to hear about you. Right.
There is some element of Nick and April, I think, getting off on the fact that they were cucking Aaron.
100%.
Yeah. Because
they were giddy about how much of a cuck he was.
Right. They were getting away with it. That's what it sort of felt like. Can you believe this loser and what he lets us do?
Right.
Because those texts did read like pornography. Like they read kind of like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm in bed laying around in my lingerie sort of thing. April was definitely acting up a little bit to titillate or excite Nick about this. But it wasn't the fact that it was about them getting one over on Aaron. That's how I read it.
It's how I interpret it too. Yeah. Nick says, no, he hated it. I hated it. But it didn't seem like that in the text.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear more about how he wanted to hear about my big cock.
Which, by the way, lends more credence to the text being real. Again, some of that stuff in there is embarrassing to Nick. And he said, I left it in there because if I trimmed it all out, you'd wonder what I trimmed out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all from his mouth. This is all his words. He needed to hear. And by the way, this conversation.
Hold on. Ricada says Aaron was abusive and sex with him became less consensual.
What?
What?
Yeah, I've never heard this one.
Conversation took place in November, 7 months after I'd left.
Not only does that conversation not need to happen, you don't need to tell people about it.
Right.
Like, you can let that one just fade into ether.
Like,
and
why would we? It proves Aaron ate cum. You don't have to tell people about that. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. Again, I had this for months before I let it. And I told Nick, like, we gotta tell the people.
If the shoe was on the other foot, if Aaron had in his hands something from Kayla saying, Nick was wanting to eat your cum off me all the time. He would have played that over and over again.
Aaron's like Chad. He shows you it if he has it. We saw the emails from Chad on Rocco's show. Stupid emails. They were just Chad emails. Threatening. Just if they have it, they use it. These are guys who do that.
Universal, thank you.
I would have given him this pass. If you're still in the swinging life and like hearing how much of a whore she is, like turns you on, like, okay, all right, that can be part of the kink and the whatever. I tried it, I didn't like it. Blech. And that's fine.
He was in a throuple at that moment.
He might have tried it and not liked it. Look, sometimes you don't know with one taste whether you like it or not. You have to clean it all up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some flavors grow on you.
There's a Reddit post I remember reading many years ago where a guy had like a shit fetish, and he ended up finding a prostitute that specialized in it. And he'd be watching all sorts of porn and stuff. He's like, I want this to be real. So he hired a prostitute that would do that. And then while he was lying under her and he saw it crowning, he realized, I made a huge mistake. Huge mistake. But he was like, well, it would be rude to not let this woman do her job. So he just ended up going through with it. But he was like, I learned the difference between like a fantasy and an actual thing that you want to do in real life.
Fair enough. Reggie says Charles Chance unfortunately didn't have anyone hang out with in his room. Lots of pills. Yeah, I'm surprised he couldn't find a lady. Free MPLS. No permission needed. Bury this abusive liar. WNLO. Thank you. Dirnbag says toes a dick. The big unit says I pick up my kids at the police station parking lot 100% of the time. Another win for the toe. Yeah, so we drop them off at the parents' house. Ewa, member for 7 months, says if Nick had a safe full of drugs, why the bullet then? That's such a lie. Oh, the bullet, look. It's like having a refrigerator full of deer meat and carrying around jerky.
Right.
You know, like sometimes you want quick access to a little snack.
Or like you've got a roast chicken on your table and then you put some on your plate. Like you're not eating from
somebody gives you gum outside while you're smoking. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Carrie Ann Faithful, Moody classes up the joint. You class up the joint.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dwell XL, you're a good man, Melton. Facts, Moody 2, kiss.
If you join the NLO Discord, there's plenty videos of people from the Hackverse kissing other people.
Yes. AI rules. Dr. Steve particularly kissing everyone. Beloved chatter, member for 26 months. Sorry I missed everyone at Hackamania. Excuse, blah, I'm poor. You get it. These podcasters are dumb. As soon as they use the super tip system, Patrick becomes their whipping boy, not the other way around. I don't look. Karma can make fun of me, and I can make fun of Karma. It has nothing to do with him using super tips. I'm happy to give a man a lifeline. Like, look,
yeah, the Quadfather's been a huge jerk for the last little bit.
Yeah, who watches?
But
that?
like, yeah, but we're not taking it away.
The point is, like, you know, I mean, maybe he'll get monetized on YouTube and say "fuck you, super tip."
Right.
Okay.
Enjoy the extra 20% you need to give up.
And the extra 30 days. You have to wait. 30 to 51. Donnie Crook, member for 11 months. Drop of blood is when you know Thanos will lose. I'm not familiar with the lore.
So Thanos is like in Marvel, he's trying to destroy half the universe. But all that for a drop of blood, they cut him. It's sort of like Leonidas getting Xerxes with the spear,
just to prove he was human.
It's like by the end of this, you'll know that even a god king can bleed. That sort of thing. It's like he's not immortal.
So he's not using it right?
He's not as immortal as you think you are. Yeah, it sort of shows hubris.
CDZ 9000. It's cool. Aaron is wearing a shirt with his picture on it. By the way, shout out to Megan, old school fan of mine.
Mm-hmm.
She had gotten at Spencer's Gift.
Yep.
the pink and blue Boys in the Hood shirt that Aaron had and was rocking that on Saturday night. She had the same Boys in the Hood shirt that Aaron had, and I got Moody's attention and pointed to it, and we were dying. Fantastic people. Keel, how is this guy still making a living at this? I don't know. It's like it's actually the cruelest thing when you don't let a man die.
Mm-hmm. It is
like, because we say it all the time. He's like in a prison of his own making. He's miserable. His life is miserable.
He's said it a few times in the past, and nothing's changed. Remember in 2023, October 18th, He said 1 year from now, if I'm still begging for the goal, I'm quitting this show because I'm miserable.
In December 19th, 2024, 1 week after they started fucking each other, the same week they all started fucking each other, Aaron said he had a barely burning career. Now, this guy would never show those cracks on air. But we know now that Aaron lives in a fucking torture cell. Like, so people keeping him alive is not doing him any favors. Chip Galloway, member for 26 months, please send Pink Box donuts. The shakes are bad.
Sketty was there
They have
every day.
shakes. Yeah, everyone loved Pink Box donuts.
I stayed
They're
away the
fucking amazing.
whole
You
time.
didn't have one?
Not one.
It's amazing. Stronger than I, my friend. Coach Aaron's cummy lips. Is that it? Pathetic. Say hello to my lawyer. Yes, exactly. $100 from Akini Balloons. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the woman that did all the balloons at Hackamania 1.
Moody.
Marty. Yes. I might be mistaken, but I think that's who this is. We got you down on our cool list. Thank you very much for the $100. Down payment on the hot steel toe calendar. You must create it. Nick and April have more picks they can give you. Hackamania could have used some balloons. Sorry, I missed. Okay, so it is her. I don't read these before I put them up. I shouldn't tell people that. Yeah, we really missed you. I didn't reach out to you because I didn't want to assume you would want to do that again. But they do class up the joint. They're amazing. We'd love to have you back next year.
Yeah.
To do the balloons. People really missed them. They asked about them. And I think they look great in that venue. Cardiff kids brought her art and so much stuff. It was so good. She sold a lot of stuff, I think. She's got to work on this pricing. She's getting a little above her pay. I told her, she was too cheap. I think she's gone too expensive now. Yeah. She got a big head.
People were
for
fighting
such a
over,
little person. People were fighting over the art. Yeah.
I spoke to Jason Bentley.
Yep.
So that he could give one of the ones he'd reserved to Rocco.
Yes.
Rocco really wanted one piece.
It was the one of Tukey measuring Chad in Atlantic City.
And Rocco would never ask. He'd never say, please, can I?
Bentley wanted it because Bentley was the one distracting Chad while Rocco did it. And obviously Rocco wanted it because it's Tukey and it's an epic moment in Chad Zumach history. And Bentley, always the bigger man.
Bentley would want to do something nice for Rocco if he could. Of
course.
But Rocco would never make him aware that he could do this.
Yeah, her art is amazing and well worth it. And congrats to everybody who picked up a piece.
He did it. He had April come up with this fantasy dime store romance novel story and then said, hey, can you put that in a text? He was setting it up so he could send it so he could frame this big story.
So now all the texts are real except the one where Aaron ain't come. Somehow he set that up. That was a big work. Again, 7 months after the arrest. 7 months after the arrest, they got together and said, it'd be great if we fake a text chain that in 6 months,
I could.
why wouldn't they have released it right away?
Yeah. Yes.
Why wouldn't Ricada have used me as a conduit to leak it right away?
You would have leaked that immediately in December.
Right. No? Doesn't make sense.
Imagine what.
And again, if you were going to fake it, you wouldn't put all this stuff that's embarrassing to you in there.
No. And they had those like my eye has an island in it. Like it was.
Yeah.
There was like
some cringe.
It wasn't set up as if it was, hey, let's take a snapshot that just frames Aaron as a cum eater.
Ricada said we hadn't even been invited to Hackamania. Well,
Right.
and in fairness, when Nick showed me this stuff months and months ago, which I've sat on and kept in confidence, it was never a thought to do it to Hackamania until a week or two later. I was like, it'd be great if we could share this stuff. And I teased it.
You showed it to me when I was here last time.
We did not get permission to release that stuff at Hackamania until a week or two before.
And some of that stuff came in the last week before Hackamania.
Yes, days.
Yeah.
Days.
Sociopath you have to be. I mean, when people were like, Aaron, how are you going to respond to this one? I'm like, I'm going to do what the rest of the internet is doing right now. I'm going to point out that a bunch of creeps watched a cuck and look at shirtless pictures of me and talk about their cuck days, and we're all going to laugh at you.
Right. Yeah.
Is that what the rest of the internet is doing?
Yes.
By the way, he posted this show up yesterday. 8 hours after it was up, not one comment.
Yep.
He had deleted every comment on the show. I don't know if that's still the case. We can go look, I guess. Imagine having a show with thousands of views and no comments. Fuck.
Dude, speaking of people laughing, Kino Casino put up a thing on him recently about him losing his buddy that he was like streaming with. And when I was looking over that clip, I was like, wait a minute, you do realize, buddy, like, because he's doing a court case and he keeps bringing it back to swinging. He's like, I think this is a swinging thing.
He misses
and I'm like,
it.
Right. I'm like, you realize for the rest of us outside looking in, that's like a giant, like, no, that's you projecting, sir.
Yeah.
You're seeing this because,
No, I think they're talking about it because the text between Karen Reed and who's the dude that got murdered? I don't even know. There are texts where she was flirting and having a thing and they all got invited over to this house and they were all friends. It's speculation, but it's not without foundation at all. Like to anybody who's been following this case, swinging is a lot more common than people think. I've been propositioned by fans of this show to swing. People do it. People like to fuck. Like it's not.
I will say this, for the nobody likes onions people, like the people who live and die by me, I would enjoy it if I were them. Like, it's embarrassing text messages about me, but it's horribly embarrassing for Nick because only one of us left and renounced it. And let's stop pretending that that's not the reason why he's upset.
Yeah, one of you left alone and sad and so bitter that you turned people in, and one of you had an extra girl to fuck and tons of drugs. Embarrassing, Nick. Again, I'm not one of these guys who's going to pretend drugs aren't cool.
That's why people do them. It's just they happen to
drugs
also
are awesome. We're talking to Dr. Steve about this.
Yeah.
He's like, drugs are amazing.
Yeah.
Like
but
drugs are.
But they also destroy your life if you
course.
don't look after yourself.
I told him I like everything in moderation, man, and he said, "Yeah, including moderation." like you know. And this guy's 70. I imagine he's lived a tremendous life.
He still would if I asked him to tomorrow. That's the big difference. So
he'd take you back.
Oh, in a fucking heartbeat. If I said, "Hey, man,"
Nick is in the chat saying I couldn't wait for his weird ass to leave. I bet he was debating getting rid of April. Like, if she's here, he's gonna come back.
Just imagine in that hot tub stream him leaving and then him asking, "Hey guys, do you want me to come back in the hot tub?"
Yeah, and one of the texts was the one we've talked about before about Aaron, like going like, "Hey, I'll be the funny guy. Don't step on my jokes. I'm kind of like the funny guy."
Yeah.
This happens to me a lot. It's all embarrassing and cringe.
Bygones be bygones. Let's run it back. I'm sorry. He's like, "Oh, I've been waiting for this day for so long. I just wanted it all to be over with." Because he was still crashing out yesterday at about 3 a.m.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
he's
about
on the
him wanting Aaron back.
Maybe not.
Like, do you think that there's like a part of Nick that wants Aaron to join him and Kayla?
Only in the sense from what I get from Nick. Nick misses April.
Yep.
There's like she did a number on this dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so much so that he would want it back. I don't know. But again, I imagine there's a range of conflicting emotions involved. I can't imagine that situation of being in it.
No. I would never be in this situation.
So I imagine there's a lot of like conflicting thoughts. Do I think for 1 minute Nick is in love with Aaron and misses Aaron? He didn't.
Nope.
When he talks about Aaron, he's like, I hope Aaron dies.
Yes. Like, there's no love there at all.
April, I think he misses.
Yes.
The duster. And, you know, I knew this would happen too. I said this about the event. I said it's not going to make Nick happy. He's going to continue to crash out.
I think Nick was happy. I think Nick had a good time and he was happy.
For the first in a while.
I'm sure it was cathartic to talk to a lot of people about it and get opinions and feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And we both told Nick, you know, I particularly, I won't put words in your mouth, but like I think him getting back to work and getting distracted with doing these law streams and just getting back to what he does is the best thing for him. And he needs to put all this behind him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's still feelings being harbored for April, whether he admits to them or not.
Man.
Yeah,
It just takes time.
Yeah.
We got to remember they were talking until just a few months back.
Yep. But
so in his mind, this relationship was still alive.
He's still processing those feelings. I hope he manages to address them, because if he doesn't, that's going to be trouble in
Aaron
the
was
future.
probably done with this relationship, if we're honest, in February or March. He was pulling away and checking out. And for Nick, this relationship just ended at the end of this year.
He drops people so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Aaron does not give up. Like, he moved on.
Yep.
Like Indiana Jones replacing one woman with another. Like, it's just
I think
no
Nick's
time.
more sensitive.
Yeah.
I think Nick is more.
Nick had a break. Nick
has more emotional ties to people.
Nick had a legitimate breakup that is like feeling the effects of that from April, the way that Aaron probably should have to his wife of however many years.
The zero-sum game Aaron plays in life with wins and losses, I think carries over to how he feels about people. And Nick seems to me like a person who loves people and wants happy people around him. He likes being happy and people being happy.
And he's just trying to find that at the moment.
Right.
Figure out who's willing to be around him and who isn't.
It's going to be a fleeting moment of him being like, I get to talk about Aaron again. And then as soon as the plane landed, he was off thumb thugging again. Just... And again,
couldn't afford Wi-Fi on the plane, faggot.
And, I know I was supposed to come on here today, and it was supposed to be sad and whatever, and blah blah blah,
and defeated.
It's nothing you haven't seen before.
You eat cum and don't care about your kid.
He should be upset and sad. Like, that's the proper reaction to what happened. This is amazing.
He's celebratory and gleeful. It's
worrying.
I even relationships I had before my marriage, I look back and there's sadness, there's good times and good memories, but like I don't ever feel this kind of like, fuck that bitch. She's fucking. I hope everyone's well. Like, we weren't right.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I'm out of it.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't do victory laps on my show over women.
Right.
I've had a couple times where I got really sad about it.
Mm-hmm.
I've never acted like this in my life.
Yeah, like when you're done with someone, you don't generally feel like you hope the best for them, because it shouldn't matter to you whether they succeed or fail.
In the same vein that they were toxic and not a good fit for me, where they did things that are wrong, I'm well aware of the things I did wrong, and I wasn't good for them.
Yeah.
We all kind of have this id where we tend to look at everything from our own personal vantage point and protect our own emotions and livelihood. So it's easy to frame it as I got out of that. But that's not always
that's also one of the reasons why it's sometimes difficult to exit a relationship that's not going so well, is because you're hanging on to parts that were really good.
Yeah.
And even if the situation is almost 100% bad as it stands, you're
devil
like,
you know.
Yeah. Is it gonna go back to that? Like, when do you pull the plug?
Right.
And so, yeah, there's always gonna be, that was fun. That was nice. But
thank God it's over.
Yeah.
You guys saw me without my shirt on.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like I've ever wrestled in something that vaguely looked like a skirt.
Right.
So.
It's not like I haven't wrestled topless. It's not like I haven't boxed topless. It's not like I haven't been topless on this show.
The embarrassing part.
Box. First of all, did he box topless?
I think he wrestled before, like did that pro wrestling or something.
Don't you usually wear like a
everyone does
onesie?
Not everyone does. But this is like, like these people into generative AI at the moment, where they're like, draw something that looks like this, and then they see it and it's like, oh, that's fun. It's done exactly what I did.
I mean,
what
I've seen two of his boxing rounds out of two, and I don't think he was topless in either one.
But regardless, the funny thing about this isn't the fact that he's topless in it. but all the other context clues around that topless picture, like the face that he's pulling, what his intent is as the photographer.
I'll send a
of
sexy
that.
photo of
right.
me to the group.
That's thinking about what led to the photo and the choices he made in creating it is the funny thing. It's not the fact he's topless.
We all probably send selfies to our partner.
Mm-hmm.
At least I do.
Yeah, same.
I'd be very embarrassed if any of them got out, and none of them are nude.
Oh, I wouldn't be. The mine are fine.
I'd kill myself.
It's not like I haven't posted topless pictures of myself on the program. So we're the topless. I don't know. I'll still take my body over Patrick and Nick.
Yeah, when you ripped your shirt off on your show, that was also cringe and funny, but not for the reasons you wanted it to be.
Jesse P.S. had the funniest, the funniest thing. He said that Aaron has an opportunity to come out as trans, so those pictures become revenge porn because they would be depicting female breasts.
Any day.
Right. I was about to say, like, that's the biggest problem for, like, Patrick and them. You want to criticize that guy without his shirt on. Like,
that is the biggest problem.
See a picture. Well,
do that one, Dick and Vito.
Well, first of all,
the biggest problem for Patrick Melton.
I'm not being serious.
Finding pants that fit.
But, you know, let's see you put up a picture of your shirt off.
No, I would. That's the point.
Yeah.
You're missing the whole point.
And Carl,
and it's not about who looks the grossest with their shirt off. It's who would decide to take that picture of themselves.
Everyone can imagine what I look like without a shirt. It's not crazy. You've seen fat guys at the beach, right?
Can that happen?
And Carl Heberger, I think the biggest weight he's ever lifted is his mouse. So the Hackamania
holds up his corded mouse like that's a win.
Thing ended up being a bust.
We got to pull back up that video of him adjusting his. Remember how long he tried to get the cord for the mouse? Oh God, you forgot.
No,
it's one of the funniest things.
The people who
if anybody has that, send it to me. It was an old clip.
Big nobody likes onions people. They were like, no, I back. And they should. I mean, their whole life is me. Their whole thing is me. I get that. That's totally fine. I don't
They
begrudge.
don't know what an L that is.
Yeah, I don't begrudge them one bit.
Johnny, your whole life.
I was same
Right.
thing. Everything you said, you would have killed yourself if it wasn't for Aaron Imholte.
You live to suckle at the $50 per appearance teat that you get.
You said I would have killed myself if it wasn't for Aaron. And by the way, he uses that over you.
And he uses that as like the advantage with the good
Beloved
things
Chatter
that
makes a great point. He can't show the context of the text he sent. Cool. Every time we go like, well, you're not putting it in context, we show the context.
Mm-hmm.
Why won't Aaron do that? Because it's worse?
Because he leaves it up to the troll. He makes the troll seethe by making them look for context.
Beloved Chatter says, Aaron's the rare human that might have no redeeming qualities. He destroys everything and everyone. Even Ted Bundy was a suicide hotline volunteer. It's like, we've said this about Aaron before. Look, Nick was doing drugs. We can all sit here and agree, and it's probably not the best to have drugs in your house. Do I think he left them out around his children? I don't think so, but maybe he did. Maybe he did get irresponsible and do that kind of stuff. Do I think his children did drugs? Logically, I have to say no. No family. Nick has destroyed no family. He's been married to this woman for 20 years, since college. He has 5 children. They were chugging along fine. Aaron has wrecked how many families? Mm-hmm. Everything Aaron touches is shit, turns to shit. We've watched ex-lovers of his, 3 now, take him to court.
Call him a monster.
Claim physical, psychological, mental abuse. He's admitted that kind of stuff. He's admitted psychological abuse.
He said he's vengeful.
He's gone on wild fantasies about what he's going to do to people as soon as he's unchained from child support or court orders.
He's there's this comparison.
Nobody would probably ever look. Nick had those drug streams. I guess people would know Nick was on drugs. I don't know if Aaron hadn't done anything, if anything would have come of those. I mean, you can act like you're on drugs on a stream. I don't know if that's enough for a search warrant. I don't know. Aaron causes a lot of drama and pain.
Yeah. There's this comparison that gets made a lot about Stuttering John and Aaron, which one's worse and that sort of thing. Stuttering John is stupid. Like, there's no one that would trust Stuttering John enough to get super close to them. And so he can't really blow up relationships in the same way that Aaron does. Aaron got himself, like, he's intelligent enough and manipulative enough to ingratiate himself with people and get close to them.
Ken in the chat says Nick did the corner demon stream. Was that Aaron's fault too? Directly, no. Again, Nick's got to sit in this and own it. And he said he put his family through hell. He's said that. I don't know if that stream would have happened. I don't know if Nick would have been partying late night on stream and stuff had April not been down there finding, fangirling out and falling in love with this guy. And I don't think she would have been there if Aaron was a good husband. So again, no, you can't blame Aaron for Nick's actions in a case like that. But there is a chain of events that occurs. Aaron being psychologically and possibly physically abusive and manipulating her to a point where she had nowhere to go. This Woods girl who couldn't go home to her parents.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Telling her it would be sexy if you and Nick fucked.
Yeah,
like that's,
he said so. Simple answer to your question: no, it's not Aaron's fault, but
it's Aaron's responsibility.
It's a chain reaction of things that result from Aaron being an incapable human.
And instead of being someone that puts out the fire, he poured gasoline on it. That's what happened. He didn't start it, but
right. Like I said, I think he took his hands off the wheel at some point and allowed the car to wreck.
I think he made it worse.
We both said, and again, this was 7 weeks into him keeping it a secret.
I don't think he took his cut. I think he put his feet on the pedal. His show was referenced in the warrant. Ricada's saying,
they're Voldemort. They got to see me half naked. I'm sure that was a dream come true for them. I'm sure they love that. And they got to hear Nick embarrass himself further on the things I've already come out and said and renounced. And then Nick got to show everyone his dime store romance novel that he created in his head. I mean, I haven't come out with the text that prove that Nick slept face first in my jizz for 4.
Come out with them.
Yeah, do that. Now's the time.
Come out with a text where Nick says, I actually prefer to sleep in your puddle.
Yeah.
5 months. See, I don't know. See, that's what I didn't want to do today. I didn't want to go back and do that stuff. I don't want to be tit for tat, and it's all gross, it's all disgusting.
He does want to be tit for tat.
It's pukey. So,
Ken, I only mean chugging along in the sense that, without Aaron and April involved in Nick's life, he could have continued doing cocaine until all his children graduated high school and we would have never known. That's all I mean. There's plenty of families out there where the parents are on drugs. And by the way, that includes prescription drugs, the most common kind of abusive drugs in this country. Nick has to stand in what he did. Nick has to sit in what he did. 100%. I'm just saying, we may have never found out had all this not occurred.
The only way I think that this story checks out about Nick sleeping in Aaron's jizz would be if he did similar to what he did in that radio station, leaving his tissues around for other people to find, or wiping on his pillow or something like that.
This guy's sick.
Congratulations to Patrick Melton. I noticed nobody showed the thing that Vito and I secretly worked on together.
It's up.
It was one of the first.
It was
things
Monday.
shown.
He was one of the first people to get his show. By the way, nobody sleeps face down.
And he also texted Vito texted him and told him it went great.
It did.
Yeah.
What's that?
Vito and I secretly worked on a thing where I roasted Patrick.
It wasn't a secret. You announced it. You first said Vito asked me to do this thing. I don't know if I'm going to do it. And then the next day you're like, I just did a secret thing. It's like you going, they're going to get arrested if they're not careful. And then saying whoever turned him in is a hero. And then months later going, yeah, of course I fucking turned him in. He was going to turn me in. Huh?
Nick just said if he's admitting to doing that to my pillow, that's a felony in Minnesota. So admitting to more. Talk yourself into more of those.
By the way, I could come up with an excuse for why I'm sleeping and come. You awake, climbed on a girl and licked it off her. One of them is way worse.
Faces at Hackamania. I made a video. Vito and I put it together. He played it. He DM'd me that night. He goes, it went over great. The pop was huge when you came up on screen. It was awesome.
The pop was huge. Aaron wasn't wearing his glasses. He looked insane.
And his headphones.
And again,
he didn't have headphones or glasses.
From a guy in the room with the 200 people there, like, they weren't laughing with you, dude. Like, you're out of your fucking mind if you think they were all going like, whoa, Toes owning Melton. Carl and Rock, we were all in the back just going like this is unreal.
Yeah.
We were all joking, like, do we even want to do this, little piggy now? He destroyed us. We were all like, it was insane.
People were confused at some of the jokes.
Yes. he was reading them like roast jokes. You can go check it out. Biggest problem in the universe. It's up on their channel.
Also, why did you include a photo of a baby as part of that?
He comes on Monday morning at 6 a.m. He's like, they didn't put that up. They're scared. Uh-huh. Or we were breaking down the venue as late as today. We were going back to the venue and getting shit. We've kind of been busy.
No video of it.
There is video.
Wondering if the minute I came up on screen, Patrick didn't pause the stream. But it's okay because
I didn't.
He
never paused the stream. What are you talking about? Aaron, I play videos of you talking shit about me all day. You won't put a video of me up because I make excellent points and show evidence. No one's as scared of your video, you fucking fool.
Also, he sexualized a baby in that video. Like that was one of the jokes. Right?
I don't get into that stuff.
Okay.
I have the video and I can release it. It's a video I made.
Oh, nice.
So I can release that video. And I figured out why Nick has been so mad the last couple of days.
Let's find out how it's going. I'm sure he did release the video, right? I want to go to Steel Toes channel. Streams. Boink, bink. So here's a show yesterday morning. That was the best you can do. 4,000 views, which is the biggest show he's done in a long time. Again, look. 2.8, 1.3.
People wanted to see how he reacted.
661, 2.2. Everyone was there Monday morning to see the Cope. You know why they were there. 0 comments.
Yeah. Why not close your comment section?
0 comments. It's not that comments aren't allowed.
You can add one.
You can comment right here. Hi, Toe.
One comment.
You can comment. Matter of fact, everybody head over there now and comment. Let's see if they disappear by the time we do another show. 0 comment. And because the whole internet is laughing at Melton. Right? And then he put the video of Vito up, right? Let's go check that out. My Hackamania destruction video. Oh, he didn't put it up. He didn't put it up. 228, 501, 806, 205. 2 weeks ago, 408. Put it up. I thought you wanted people to see it. If you put it up, nobody is ever going to see it.
You can go to the biggest problem in the universe and watch it from their Hackamania stream.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it on a future stream. 0 comments.
We did get some secret intel, and we have someone who sends me stuff from the NLO Discord. His name is Danny. I think it's Cooks or something like that. I have a couple of different people who send me stuff, so if this guy ends up getting burned and they throw him out of the community,
So
I can.
The last time that something from the Discord leaked, right? The person had blocked Danny. It was like there was some messages that were blocked. So I think what he's doing here is trying to say that Danny is the one that's leaking this information.
Got it.
And you should kick him out.
Right.
He said enough up shit about me. It's fine. But he sends
we always kick out people who disagree with us. As if I even read it.
Me stuff sometimes. A couple other people send me stuff. And Nick got.
I love that his headline in the scroll is new Yay track. This is the Heil Hitler track.
Right up his alley.
Got to talk about that.
Yeah.
You said the song sucks?
Yeah, it's not great.
Snaked on the April thing, and he got snaked by Moody. Moody snaked Nick in their Discord.
Is that why you're in the chat, Nick? Are you mad at Moody? You guys hate each other? Is that what's going on?
I'm just glad he remembered my name because he goes from week to week. Some weeks he remembers it, and some weeks he goes, that Pajit, what's his name? Like, what?
Danny Crook's in the chat, guys. You know what to do.
And spilled all the beans and told all his secrets. So I will say this.
Why wouldn't you show it?
He will.
Of the opinion that Nick was still trying to sneak off and see April on the sly as she's living by Lake Wakanda there in Wilmer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that Nick got...
By the way, I hate that folksy talk. He's living over there by Lake Wakanda in Wilmer, you know? Like you're giving me directions to a bait shop. Mm-hmm. I hate that.
Cucked again. And this one had nothing to do with me or anything else. April, God bless her for getting out of there. I mean, it took her too long. She was psychologically abused by Nick for a long time.
No, we all told you this long time ago that April and Nick don't talk, and she has a boyfriend and a new job that I'd love to dox, but I won't.
Keanu has shared those stories. Mm-hmm. She was abusing nitrous and shit like that. Hope she's off of that. That would be great. Nick was loading her up full of nitrous.
No, why wouldn't she just go back to coke?
April got herself a job at a new boyfriend. And you know how April's MO is to tell the new boyfriend horrible things about the last boyfriend, whether they be true or not?
Yeah, how does that go over in this situation?
Well, clearly...
It's amazing how he can recognize patterns once he's not part of it.
Yeah.
She's always done this, been a fucking backstabbing slut. So you put a ring on it?
Nick must have heard the story, or the new boyfriend must have been told some really evil Nick stories, because an interaction that April's new boyfriend and Nick had did not go well for Nick, and it apparently made him very sad. And he confided in Moody privately at Hackamania. And
no, Nick talked to everybody about everything.
He couldn't stop talking.
Yep.
It was nothing private.
Anybody could have a private show with Nick and find out anything they wanted. He's kind of an open book.
He was showing his phone, like the messages that you saw on there. He was scrolling through his phone to prove to people that they were real.
People are saying my comment is gone. My comment is already gone. Hi, Aaron.
He's seething you're saying he's seething at 3 a.m?
By the way, my comment was high toe.
Moody does, first chance he gets, is snakes Nick on the story he told him. I mean,
Nick says you hired me to do that. You're right. It was like those guys who go around and make balloon animals at Chili's. Yeah, just walk around at tables, entertain the kids, distract everybody.
Telling Nick for
how much do you guys need to have? How many times right in the balls before you learn these aren't your friends?
So
hell, until you meet them in person, they aren't even real people.
Just check this out. We'll read this in a second. But there we go. We have the message. We'll show you that in a second. So
our Discord is public. You do not have to sneak or hide or identify yourself or any of it. I think when you type your phone number in there, it's to verify you're a real person so that we can't get spam bots. Those phone numbers don't come to us.
Yeah, we don't
That's
know.
for Discord to verify you're not a bot. Anyone can join. Discord.gg/NLO. You're welcome in. Take all the screenshots you want. We don't delete stuff, so you can just search it. Going back forever. Nobody gives a fuck. You think Moody's in there saying something that's a secret on our Discord? Are you retarded? Like what?
We assume
I don't say anything I haven't said to Nick's face. He doesn't have to agree with me, but I think he respects my opinion. I don't agree with everything he says. I respect his opinion. Nick's never been anything but nice and human to me. Has he made mistakes? Of course, I've made mistakes. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like,
I haven't said anything on this show or on the Discord that I wouldn't say to Nick's face. And Nick knows that. Because I've said that and much worse directly to him.
Oh, Lord.
So what ended up happening here is that April leaves Nick. And then April meets this new guy, and she starts telling him horrific things about Nick.
Aaron,
this is all made up.
Yeah.
By the way, just like last week before the event, he was like, I'm 1,000%. April's going to Hackamania with Nick. They're still together. He's ruining his marriage. They're still on drugs. He pays for her to have an apartment.
Yeah. She's still, yeah, she doesn't have a job. She's living off of money that Nick is giving her, and Nick is saving her so that he can leave Kayla for her. Like, he said that was happening last week.
And I know that because she did it when she first started dating me. She told me horrible things that turned out not to be true about the last one. It's her way of getting the new guy to be her hero and rescue her, and he feels good and whatever. And to each their own, everybody's got...
You do that with everybody. I have no doubt right now, whatever your relationship with SP is, you're rescuing her from something. She was in a relationship, this is public record, where there was domestic abuse. I bet you're the new nice guy. Until you're not.
Until you argue in front of the kids.
Right.
Courting strategy. I'm not criticizing her. She's told lies about me too. It happens. You know, you break up, you find someone new, you bitch about your ex a little. You know, it's kind of a way that the two of you can commiserate and connect, kind of. You both have shitty exes. You know? It happens. So apparently she must have told this guy a bunch of shit about Nick, and it's made Nick remarkably sad. And this would explain a lot of the Hackamania stuff, and this would explain a lot of the stuff he was saying yesterday. So the Hackamania thing didn't make him happy. It didn't give him the dopamine rush. Like, you guys just spent a night in Las Vegas where you could do anything you want, looking at half-naked pictures of Aaron.
You spent nights in Las Vegas where you could do anything you want, and you chose to get a room with 2 beds so another dude could sleep in there, buy a towel or steal a towel from Caesars, and walk out on the street singing, "Oh!" We've seen the videos. We've seen the videos. What do you do in Vegas?
And talking about your cuckitude. Nick has this really bad habit of spilling his guts to strangers. And it's actually kind of sad. I empathize a little, but also him. He has this problem where he doesn't have any friends. He has nobody to confide in. So
what were you doing on Kiki's show and Gino's show and Kino Casino and MLC? And you ran around not keeping your mouth shut. Again, rules for thee and not for me. Nobody else is allowed to go tell their story, even when it slanders somebody else. You do that.
He just confides in people. Like, I've had so many people DM me who are like, "Oh, I'm DMing with Nick right now. You wouldn't believe how pathetic it is. Here's what he said. Here's what happened." And it's just like, Nick, stop DMing people with like 3 followers and telling them your life story. These people.
You get all your news from Lance.
And Kiwi Fubs.
These are known trolls who just fuck with you. You think Chad Boozmock likes you. You're dumb.
To quote Mersh, these people aren't your friends. John and Jane Doe with $5 says April may have orally agreed to a reading, but did she agree to a digital copy and publication of a letter Nick or Melton were not privy to? No, she probably didn't, but I will say this, and I gained a lot of respect for April after this Moody message. I want to apologize to April today. I thought she was made of a lot weaker stuff.
Yeah, she married you.
She renounced it and moved on. Good. Good for her, dude. So let's go to this Moody thing. I feel like people.
I don't know if he knows what renounce means.
No, he uses long words a lot. Yeah. He used
renounce is a long word.
Yeah, for him, renounced. He uses live vicariously. He uses sort of Damocles, some sort of fallacy, sunk cost fallacy. He has all these terms that sound smart, but he doesn't quite know.
Like he found one page in a college textbook.
Right.
It's like the episode of Friends where Penn Jillette comes selling encyclopedias and Joey has to pick one volume that he's allowed to he's allowed to buy. So he just knows everything about X words.
People are edging and they want to see it. Nick hadn't been back home in Minnesota for a day, and Moody's already spilling state secrets. Let's take a look. This is from the NLO Discord. Says, I don't know April and have never spoken with her. I assume she's living in the place she was doxxed at. Based on what Nick told me, he hasn't spoken to her in months. The last time he came close to that was in January, where he saw her at a traffic light and her boyfriend flipped him off. Can I say this? Another win for the boyfriend. Nice work.
What?
Buddy.
You can
seems like
you can literally flip anyone off anytime.
Yeah, nobody's ever flipped anybody off at a red light unless they had animosity because their current lover was scorned by a guy in a car.
Hey,
It's
Patrick.
the only reason people flip people off.
Patrick, I won.
Wow. I'm so embarrassed.
The boyfriend is protective and isn't cool with them interacting. He got her hooked on cocaine.
Cicada says you're mixing up two stories.
Okay.
But like,
okay.
Either way, this isn't a win.
I thought this
And
was
got-
the case, but okay, I may have been mixing up two stories.
Got her arrested. Yeah, he's probably not okay with them interacting. And if you're any kind of man,
That's the sign of the closest thing to a decent person we've had in this whole scenario.
he's the best of all of us. So
I think the
He,
gist is right. Like maybe this event didn't happen both all at the same time,
The
but
jizz is right.
right.
I talked to her in January. Stoplight was in March. No big deal.
Okay.
So he flips Nick off and isn't cool with them interacting. And also, Nick said that he saw April at a traffic light recently. Didn't give out the part of the story that makes him look like a cuck.
Right. So that was my mistake.
Even by Aaron's loose definition of cuck, where it's just another man has sex with your wife. Did that happen at a red light?
But also, this is the problem with like getting things from like second or third hand accounts. Stories morph and change as people's memories like don't like
Right.
they're not perfect.
This wasn't an insult to Nick.
No.
And this is where he has to go fishing to get his first piece of evidence he's putting up on the screen.
Yeah,
to support anything.
He's relying on a screenshot that someone took of something that I said after speaking with Nick for hours and like setting up an event. So I was tired and mixed up a bunch of stories together. That's the closest he gets to info about April now.
Yep.
Right, didn't give out the part where he got flipped the bird.
This is a theme, and if you guys want to know why I'm laughing and having a good time with the Hackamania stuff today, it's this. I know Nick, and if it makes him look like dog shit, he ain't putting it out there. He's leaving it out. He ain't putting in the full context. This is just a typical Nick coping mechanism. So the boyfriend
I
flips
think
him
Nick
off,
put
and
a lot out there that made him look not so good during Hackamania. Like, it's he doesn't have things together as much as I think he'd expect he would have by this point.
Sure.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, this was over for Aaron, I think, February, March 2024. This just ended for Nick, at least in his head, in January. Nick's just finished just now with his legal stuff. He's on a different time shift of dealing with all this than Aaron. Aaron's checked out. Like you said, he moves on really fast.
Yeah.
But Aaron also got a year head start on Nick for moving on.
And I think Nick mentioned the traffic stop during this little piggy. I think I remember that, or during a show or something.
And Aaron gets to move on with a fresh person. Not really, but a fresh relationship where he also, are we going to sit here and pretend Aaron doesn't say awful stuff about April to SP? He says awful stuff about April to us. So Nick is mending a marriage with a woman who lived through all this with him. He can't spin it to Kayla. He can't lie about what happened or whose fault it was. She witnessed all of it. Again, do I think a lot of it was Aaron's fault? Sure, but a lot of it's Nick's fault. And that, mending that, is much harder than just finding a new person and starting something new, even if the new person is an old person.
Let me tell you.
And there's some part of SP that has to be like she's clearly not mentally stable, and she's like, he dumped me for this girl, and now I'm winning over April. He wants me back. When in reality, it's probably his only option. Can you imagine him on dating sites where a fresh person, every woman's going to Google your name?
I think he'd be able to find someone.
Sure. I'm not saying he wouldn't, but there's no way that this fresh person wouldn't come in with an objective mindset and see all the stuff on the internet and go like,
if they
it's
go on the
not
internet,
a win for the toe, dude. Like, you're being destroyed.
Right.
Someone who knows April better than anyone in this entire story. The reason the boyfriend flipped him off is not because he isn't cool with them interacting. It's because April told this new boyfriend that she needs to be protected from Nick, that he's crazy, that he's on drugs, that Nick, anything
and is therefore not cool with them interacting.
I also don't think this is true. Maybe.
But she's involved in a criminal case that is being dismissed based on Nick's testimony. So it sounds like Nick is taking responsibility for that situation. I'd probably be I'd have mixed feelings towards someone like that if I was entering into a relationship with them. That's
done drug-wise. She's told this guy anything that.
But also, he is not cool with them interacting. That's the reason why he would have flipped him off. The reason he's not cool with them is because April said all this stuff to him.
Sure,
so
maybe.
Yeah.
Done. That's negative to her. She's told this guy, and she's probably made up.
He's also just speculating. Like, this is all made up shit. Just like last week, they were together. He was cheating on Kayla. They're still doing drugs. They haven't changed. Nick's nodding off on his stream. He hasn't learned. Yeah. It's like, but now it's all shifted and he's got a new fantasy. April ran, told him all this horrible stuff. This is all just made up bullshit.
This screenshot of a message that I wrote in Discord is as close as he's gotten to April in months.
Nick says if she probably told the boyfriend I took her from her husband. If I was him, I'd be fucking terrified.
A few extra things. She did it.
Great. Come on, you can't.
Yeah, every so often he's got to go.
To me, she did it to you about me.
She did it to the guy before both of you.
She did it to the guy before. I mean, Nick, this is what she does. And again, not blaming her. A lot of people do that. A lot of people make themselves damsels in distress so they can be rescued. That's okay.
No. I heard that April and Aaron used to eat sandwiches in their car. They had a little tray, and they would take it out in their car and do sandwiches.
Yeah. What about the AC? Did they turn that on?
If it was hot.
Yeah. Well, what if it was
cool? Days.
Heat.
Whoa.
Superman.
She made fun of you for not being able to get it up. There's these pills that Nick had to order, Johnny. They were called Rougiette.
A circle hit a triangle.
Health or RUGIET.
While looking like a square.
Yes. Got him.
Or Rougiette Men. You know what, Blue Chew? You and I have talked about how if you take
dude. Yeah, so
you and I have talked about how if you take a Blue Chew recreationally, you're like rock hard for 2 days and it's really obnoxious sometimes.
Yeah.
Those are 6 milligrams. These things that Nick takes because his system has been destroyed by drugs are 25 milligrams. And sometimes they don't work.
If they are different active ingredients, the milligram to milligram comparison is not it doesn't mean anything.
Right. Like there's Viagra, there's what's the Cialis? Cialis.
Yeah.
There's a different drug.
Right. With different strength, different amount of milligrams that you need of it.
This guy will pump 25 4 or 5 worth of Blue Chew into his system and nothing will happen.
Ugh.
I mean, but that is something.
And that's why your wife left. His soft dick and mean missed him.
But Aaron told a story of early in the relationship of him and April.
April said he tricked me.
Right.
April said the first time we were together, you were on boner pills, and you fucked me really good. And after that, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Aaron can't get hard. Sex with Aaron is very vanilla. Sex with Aaron, he doesn't last long. He wakes up in the night sleep jacking. We've heard this. April literally said you tricked me because you were on boner pills the first night we were together, and I thought you were good in bed.
She would tell me to make you look shitty. And I'm sure she said a bunch of, well, we saw the text. She said a bunch of horrible shit about me, too.
And Nick makes a good point. If you're on Molly and Coke every day, sometimes you can't, like cocaine notoriously, drinking, whiskey dick. These are things that are known that keep you from getting an erection.
For untrue, Nick, she gave this guy a bunch of stuff, and that's why he flipped you off at the light, is because you are Satan to these two.
What if he didn't even know who Nick was, and it was just road rage? What if there was just an incident?
A coincidence.
You cut me off.
She snaked you, buddy.
He just hates Mustangs.
Doesn't love you. She doesn't care about you, and she's moved on. And it's time for you to maybe move on, too. Good.
Again, I'm allowed to tell my story, and when you tell your story, dude, it's so pathetic. Move on.
Here's what I say, Johnny. Good for our former co-host.
Yeah, the only way that you win is if you stop making fun of me.
Anytime you get away from somebody that put you into a lifestyle like that, it's a win.
I'll give her this. She's got a lot more strength than I gave her credit for, and I'm glad to be proven wrong. Seems like the boyfriend is protective and isn't cool with them interacting. She's got a job and is supporting herself. So now she's not beholden to a small-time Spicer junkie.
She had a job with you and still wasn't supporting herself. You were lord over the bank account.
She's got a job and is supporting herself. Nick is genuinely cut up that they don't talk, but is respecting her wishes.
I told you all this months ago.
Yeah.
So she told Nick, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Don't talk to me.
Well, you're putting...
I think people trust
Don't
me more than you.
fucking talk to me anymore, you fucking piece of shit.
It's nice
Did
he
she
holds
say that?
It's nice he holds my words in such high regard.
Yeah.
And Nick is busted up about it. So if you're wondering, why is he seething at Aaron until 3 a.m? Why did he go out on Mother's Day weekend and fly out, leave his whole family behind to lean on his cuck fridge to talk about Aaron? It's because...
Why was he up till 3 a.m? He had a 6 a.m. flight and had to leave the hotel at 4.
He wanted to be back home for Mother's Day, and he was there.
He wanted to be back
before.
home because I think one of his kids had a recital.
Yeah. And
so he needed to. I know you'd have to talk to your wife and be like, which one of us is going to the recital? I'll go to second recital.
April ripped his heart in half, took a shit in it, and then told the new boyfriend a bunch of terrible shit about him.
Wow.
There was a person who was there who's kind of an NLO fan, but kind of just a content fan in general, and they DM'd me and said,
there were a bunch of them.
Dude, honestly, this could have been an email.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He goes, there are a couple of us there that were like, he could have just emailed this shit. He didn't need to be here. So April doesn't want Nick talking to her. April doesn't want any contact with Nick, and this has broken Nick's heart.
Would that have been as good if we just had Nick email all this in and we couldn't ask him questions for our live podcast on stage? That would have been just as good if Nick would have just emailed some thoughts.
Right. Does he like showmanship?
Why didn't Whiskey Pete send an email? I got nothing.
Right. We had a whole room full of people chanting.
How about Johnny? He can't get up on stage and off stage. Could he have sent an email with his jokes and then you read them in your horrible timing? What a cope.
I sent you a screenshot from Nick, which I think is important enough for me to tell you about so that you can pull it up.
Oh, no. And Nick sent it to me, I guess. Is this his JD?
Yeah. Yes, I believe so.
No.
JD?
Is that what you said? Hold on, let me check.
Starts with going.
Oh, he sent me something else. Going to take some getting used to. This is from Aaron.
Yeah.
Going to take some getting used to for me, and until it does, I'd like a parachute. I'm not used to misfiring like that. What does that mean?
like he's not used to misfire. He's not used to not being able to get it up or his equipment working while he's having sex.
And then Nick sent him a link to Rugi Health.
Rugi@health.com. Wait, Rugi@men.com.
Aaron says, thank you, sir. And Nick says, anytime.
This is on December 19th or a little.
So this is
December
Aaron
18th.
saying, I can't get it up.
Yeah.
What do I do? And Nick says, try these. And Aaron's like, awesome.
Thank you, sir. He says no, not JD. Not the JD one. But yeah, that's Aaron asking Nick for boner pills.
He sent me one where he says he's talking to JD at Layton right now.
Yeah, that one as well. Yeah.
And he asked, when is your next comedy show, Aaron? And when can we make an announcement? And Aaron said,
He's been talking about getting back on the
radio. This is January
radio.
2nd, 2024. This is the day before the text where he said he could live without his kids.
Also, it's a day after he was served with the HRO.
Okay.
And I'm sure that Nick has processed this now and made this my fault. And so he needs to lash out, thus the nitrous. I believe him. Oh, so yeah, I don't talk, but is respecting her wishes. I believe him. He seemed genuinely sad about it, but is doing his best to move on. Motherfucker, this is...
Should he be more sad about a short-lived tryst with your wife than you are about losing mommy April, the forever mommy to your children, the love of your life? There's only 2 women in the world you've ever fell in love with like this. Fallen angel. Why is he more upset than you?
Yeah.
You were married. You know.
It's humiliating for anyone around you. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. It's not like you guys were in love. It's not like she was your girlfriend. It's not like you guys were destined for great things. She was your coke buddy.
From Nick's point of view, all 3 of those things was the case. I think Nick was in love with her. I think Nick felt that they were destined to be together, and that they.
And I think Nick's crazy for that.
Right, totally. But I think
April is. Come on, man.
But Nick believes all 3 of those.
Nick, there were 3 girls at Hackamania throwing themselves at you who are way better than.
And while you guys were high on drugs, you promised that you would leave everything behind and be with her. And the minute she sobered up, she went, oh, this is up. Never mind. I'm out of here. Found a better man. Found a better life. Nick, it's really amazing that whether it's me or whether it's April, the minute people leave
By the way, this is not an own to Nick. She was married to you and went off and found a better man and a better life.
orbit, their lives get better. Nick is genuinely cut up that they don't talk, but is respecting her wishes. I believe him. He seemed genuinely sad about it, but is doing his best to move on. I hope for his and his family's sake that he succeeds.
Well, for his family's sake.
So pathetic, Moody.
I snaked him there, man. I
What a
snaked him
snake.
so hard.
Can't believe somebody leaked that from our Discord.
I sent you to your email just a little bit of context, like messages a little before and a little after that, just to show what he didn't show.
Checking now.
Yeah.
So, Johnny, all this wrangling.
Discord screenshot with other messages.
Yeah. It's very brief.
So before that, I'll just show it.
Yeah. Like that. What was that in response to?
All right. Hold on. Enhance.
You can see the snakening in reality.
Bink bonk.
So yeah, Riz Digger says, Aaron says he's still paying for the place she's at and doxed her at. What say you? Like, people are asking. I respond with, yeah, Aaron believes anything some anonymous fan tells him. Nick and April were at the local Dairy Queen getting milkshakes too that time. And then I gave the message that I gave. But then afterwards I said, but Aaron doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's guessing and speculating.
And all that gets cropped out.
All that gets cropped out. What a piece of shit. He just does the one message. Like, that's Aaron.
I see it.
and all this anger about Aaron, you know what it really is?
What's that?
Nick is sad.
Nick is sad.
Nick is he's a sad boy.
He is, and he should be.
Yeah, why aren't you?
Yeah, right.
Why were you sending a letter to April trying to save everything while you were with SP?
Sad is the right emotion to have.
Again, will SP feel good about that? While you were starting this new thing with her, you sent a letter to April confessing all the wolves and the monsters and the lies and the bastard and the backseat and the I didn't respect you and I flaunted a new relate. Like, hello?
And a month after that, he was talking about how Kayla's actually his soulmate and she's the one that actually matters and not April. April's the co-core. Like, how fast do you move? He never feels sad. He just moves on to the next win.
Yep. You can't lose.
Aaron's incapable of love. He has no empathy, guilt, or shame. He only feels rage, relying on the fact that good women will take a ton of punishment when they think they are in love. He's evil.
Yeah, I do think he is good at manipulating people, but not as good as he thinks.
Yeah.
He's a poor judge of who he's tricking.
I think he'd be good against a single person in real life, like in person. And if that person is not part of the world he's trying to manipulate them about.
Aaron, women go topless. Men go without a shirt on.
Right. It's a shirt, not a blouse, Aaron. And you said Jesse P.S. had a good take on this shirtless photo of Aaron.
Yeah, I said it before on the show, but he said that Aaron should come out as trans so that those pictures of him topless would feature a female breast, which would make them revenge porn.
Yep. And Nick would be $50 in the hole.
Right.
PCB PO23. April should purify herself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. # purple rain. Maybe. Omega Wolf. What's the chances that SP has said no April talk outside the show? What women want to constantly hear is that horseshit. Hi, Patrick and Moody. Yeah, it's like him keeping the handwriting on the board. I don't know many women who would be like, yeah, it's been a year.
Yeah.
Hold on to her. No, I still keep this in the house that she like.
And you women would redecorate the entire house. To remove
There's a lot of women that
of
like want you to get a new bed when you start dating them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like not Nick. He wants to sleep face down in that old cum. Connor with 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Connor. This is our butter eating contestant, our one-armed man. I'll never see him the same. I'll never see him the same. He fucking chugged that butter, man.
It was insane.
Next year, ranch drinking contest. 1 cup of ranch.
That'd not be difficult, I don't think.
That's why we should get more contestants. You think it's not difficult. It's thick.
Yeah, but some people can open their throats and just like chug something.
You have a secret talent you're not
me
telling me about?
I'm not someone that can do that.
Open your throat to me, darling.
Stop telling strangers your private business.
But they met in Vegas to talk about you. I mean, how much closer can you be? That's like family.
Unbelievable. And here's the worst part about it. Nothing you did this weekend changes the fact
that you
got arrested for a felony amount of cocaine. You've pled guilty to a felony. None of this changes the fact that unfortunately you're such a piss poor, shitty parent and human.
And again, just on a technicality, has Nick pled guilty to it?
He's pled guilty, but that plea isn't.
He's not been convicted.
No, he's not a convicted.
And he may
felon.
never be convicted.
If he goes through his probation without violating it, he will never be convicted.
Aaron has been convicted of a gross misdemeanor.
Not yet, but almost.
When he gets sentenced.
Yes.
Okay.
Being that your daughter tested positive for cocaine 10 times over the limit, and none of this uncucks you.
What's the limit of cocaine? That doesn't make any sense. Your daughter had 10 times over the limit. Is there a legal limit of cocaine? Is there?
It was over
the limit.
It was 10 times over a trace amount. So it's like above the noise floor by 10.
So not a limit?
Yeah, it was. I think it was consistent with a daily user
Weekend.
of cocaine.
Weekend use.
Was it weekend?
Yeah.
Right. Well,
but either way, 10 times over the limit of cocaine doesn't exist. That's not a thing.
You did all of this. You humiliated yourself. You
I mean, I guess when you die, that's the limit.
humiliated everyone around you.
Is she okay? Is your daughter okay?
right. Did they investigate further? Did they choose to take her away forever? Because that is despicable if it was true.
You've outed yourself to creeps, and you're still angry. It's a you issue. No, and then yesterday he's tweeting about how I should die. And then now sending, I don't think
you just said fuck him. He should die. Earlier in this, did he not? Oh, Nick does want you to die.
Yes.
I don't think he's joking. I think if Nick could kill you secretly, he would.
I think sending topless or like publicizing topless pictures of me again without my permission is necessarily illegal, but I did send the death threats.
You don't think sending nude pictures that you took without consent to other men is necessarily a felony? But it is.
I can see why he's confused because the law does specifically outline female breasts would be constitute a revenge porn.
And it's possible for a male to have female breasts. We all remember Fight Club.
Yeah.
And the picture stuff to my lawyer just to be like, hey, my case isn't totally closed yet. Is there anything we can do with this?
Do we need this at all?
Because I feel like the guy who's bringing the charges against me, and make no mistake, he is. Him doing...
He isn't.
No, it's the state. The
The
state
same
is bringing
exact-
charges against you. The people of your state are the ones bringing the charge against
thing to way more people seems like it might be valid.
It almost seems like it'd be a greater
Yeah.
crime than what he's accused you.
Right. And so I sent the death threats and that. I sent that to
Nick posting pictures.
Yeah.
That he received.
Yes.
Again, you email somebody, you text somebody something, it's just as much theirs to share as yours.
Sure.
That might be a greater crime than you sharing images nude non-consensually
Yeah,
with a third party.
Yeah.
That's Johnny's take. What Nick did is worse.
Oh, but Nick shared it with it's this. I think it's the same action, but the content of it is totally different. Like those were not nudes. They were embarrassing, but
it's not. Aaron took the photo.
Yes. Of Kayla.
And then shared it.
Yes.
That's not the same as Kayla taking a photo, sending it to Aaron, and him sharing it.
True. It's the consent part, though, about sharing it.
No, because when someone sends you something in a text or email, you can share it. Not if it's a nude.
It's the expectation of privacy. So, if a reasonable person would assume that a photo that Aaron shared in that text thread would be shared outside of that?
No. But there is one is a third party. It's different.
Aaron shares things that are shared with him in private all the time, like sharing DMs that you receive. Like those are received on the same thing. He was embarrassing.
Beloved Chatter says it's different, you hobbit.
He's embarrassing. He's trying to embarrass Will through DMs that Will has sent him about things that like straightening things out and all of that. Those aren't pictures, but those are still messages sent without
to Aaron.
Yeah, to Aaron.
He's allowed to share them. Period.
Yes, he's allowed to share them.
So we did.
It's about the expectation of privacy. That's the
apology
line.
accepted.
Todd, and I said, anything we can do about this? He goes, well, this is interesting. We'll talk this week. And so we'll see what's up.
Fat Tony says Signal is encrypted. Everything's encrypted. If there's HTTPS in it's encrypted.
You think iMessage is encrypted?
Yeah, everything is. Almost everything. But yeah.
It's can you decrypt it?
I think what we've discovered here is that Nick is sad.
Nick is sad.
McBuster says the Onions are so embarrassed.
Johnny is
It was a
sad.
total
He's
shit
got
show.
clinical depression.
He wouldn't be with us today if it wasn't for Steel Toe Morning Show.
So I knew they were going to be upset today. I know I was supposed to come in hat in hand, and so, but
He knew they were going to be upset today. The Onion people. This is Monday. I hadn't said a word. Was I upset yesterday?
No.
I think we went out and had $1,000 dinner, the five of us.
It was great.
Said goodbye to some good friends. Chilled. Was I seething on the couch? Maybe I looked like I was seething.
But I think that was just you breathing. But but
what do we call it when a sea lion breathes? Seething.
But he really thought that just by this means that steel toe continues. Like there's nothing you can do to shame this man. There's nothing you can do that changes him. He's on this trajectory that is just going to keep denying anything that could pull him off this path.
Now, if I make a calendar with those images that he technically owns the copyright to, or whoever took the photo owns the copyright to, he could take some action.
Yes.
Let's see.
That would be copyright
between the
infringement.
Moody snaking Nick and this still not bringing Nick any peace and him still melting down.
Kim says you're seething up with wheezing.
There's nitrous can right next to him. Oh, by the way, the nitrous he huffs, it's a green thing. It looks like an acetylene torch. And he loads these little canisters into it, these tubes. And then he cranks the nozzle, sucks on it. That's why if you watch the Kino Casino clip, you can hear him when he turns off his camera. You can hear the inhaling.
Why wouldn't you play a clip?
Yeah, true.
Of this.
Right. Absolutely.
I'll be honest. Play it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Puts his mouth on a tube because he misses me. And he sucked.
What's the girth of a tube, Aaron?
And it's bent.
Like,
and it's angled.
A tube on a nitrous can is tiny.
On it to get the nitrous, and that's why his voice changes.
But it's only a small tube because he misses you.
See, Johnny gets me worse than any of them do.
Got him.
I know, right?
Potentially criminal. Sean, he ate my goo, Sean. Potentially criminal with $2 says, how big and black is his nitrous straw? Oh, Nick doesn't use a straw. Nick takes it right from the tap. He turns that nozzle and he goes, and his cheeks look like a big balloon when he does it. And you look ridiculous.
So in this story, Nick is sucking Aaron's dick, is what he's trying to tell us.
Yay for the state. This vape's wrecking me. Yeah, I don't know how this is better.
You let a man suck your dick? Like, what are you trying to imply here, Aaron?
Ridiculous. And then your voice goes all. It's very weird. Diablo Sandwich with $2 says, for the record, you still denying the goo licking? Bro.
Bro, I don't need no goo, bro. That's other dudes.
You know what steel toe blinders you have to have on to think that that's set up in dime store? I wouldn't be surprised if Nick wrote that text himself because April is not that well spoken.
That's telling on himself.
Like, okay, she lies about exes. She's dumb. She wasn't good on the show. You had to give up your relationship with your parents.
She doesn't know how to send stickers or use envelopes.
He really did just want to live in Nanny.
Yeah. He wanted
like
a
Nick
roofer
crafted a fantasy scenario of his. Because, again, according to April, he needed to hear about me in order to get going.
That's not what April said.
It's the opposite.
It's literally the opposite. April said you had to hear about how Nick wrecked her in order to come.
And Nick was laughing about that.
She also implied, and Nick said, confirmed later in a different discussion, that your porn addiction seems to indicate you're gay.
that the cucking isn't about the humiliation, but it's more about getting closer to a man.
The only purpose Johnny serves here is to mirror his feelings.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And then again, check out Rougiette Health or Rougiette Men. Nick and his 25 milligrams he needs to counteract all the stimulants he's put in his.
You couldn't get it up. Nick said, try this. And you said, thank you.
But also he's talking about stimulants being put in your body as he brings a can of Celsius up to his lips.
Buddy, watch a Lifetime movie. It'll fix your sadness. Hey, maybe we crack 9 or 1,000.
Okay, hold on. One more. This was Monday night. What a great freeze frame.
This is a great one.
To prove he got this shirt on St. Patrick's Day or the week after, when he first wore it was a week later, remember?
Yeah, the one where he was sending messages to people that Pretty Antisocial said.
This is just in the mix now, this shirt. This is just part of the rotation.
Julius Presley with $5 says, I watched Nick and Friends obsessing over your B-cup pictures. It was pretty gay. Yeah, I thought I was going to have to do some fighting this morning. I thought I was going to have to like smile and wave and like taunt people and shit, but I really didn't have to.
My brain
I
protected
really
me.
didn't have to do anything. I mean, it seems like the internet's, the worst I got was people going, they're all gay. I hope they all die. I was like, all right.
Why do you hope gay
the
people
worst
die?
you got is it being revealed you don't care about your children. And it come. That's the worst you got? Is someone calling you gay?
Right.
We called you gay. And you're like, that's all I got? And now you're like, the worst I got was being called gay.
No, he's saying the worst. What people are saying is that we were all gay and that we should die. That's what he just said.
I wish I could see all those comments on that show.
Fair enough. I think that's it's totally cool. And then the rest of them were like,
because I got some comments that were like, you guys are dumb, steel toe rules. And they're up. I thumbs up them, and they're on my channel. The vast majority of them are like, this guy eats calm.
You even got a positive message from Mersh.
Yes.
Who doesn't talk to you.
Correct.
He's disgusted when he has to play a clip of you.
He emailed me today and said, great show.
Right.
What a great show.
Steel toe brings people
actually,
together.
You know what? I like Aaron a lot more than any of these weirdos. You know, I prepared myself for this big.
Between Karmic emailing me and telling me he's a big fan and Mersh saying great show, I'm floating. What a good event. What a fun weekend.
It was so fun.
You know,
and again, these are all, I got Kumia super chatting me. I got Mersh telling me great show. These are all heroes.
Bubba?
Hey, this guy used to love these people. Yeah, exactly. Like,
to, bout that I was going to have, like we usually do. And we just take
to be fair, Bubba's complimented me for years since I lived in Tampa in the stand-up days. So Bubba and I.
Now you're skimming off the top of Bubba's.
Yeah.
Bubba's
down. I didn't even have to do that this morning. It was all positive. It was all cool. It's just, I think they're big new.
It's all positive and all cool.
I don't know what
There's
echo chamber
zeros of comments.
Clear event ended up being a giant turd for them, unfortunately, which upsets me a little bit because I like that back and forth. I like triggering the shit out of people with my shit-eating grin. And I mean, I don't know. You can't really take texts from a year and a half ago and embarrass me with them. Simply because I came out a year and a half ago, told you what I did, and went, it's embarrassing, it's awful, it's dreadful. Bad father, bad husband, bad human, bad partner. Got hooked up with some bad people.
If this stuff had come out 2 years ago about DSP, Aaron would be... That
If
would
this
be his
came
show.
out about Nick in a year from now.
Yeah. Yeah, Squid in the chat says, I've been watching LOLcows for a long time, and the stuff revealed at Hackamania 2 is some of the best I've seen.
Yes.
It's insane. This
Correct.
doesn't happen.
By the way, you can probably test this. I imagine you saw me do it. All I cared about were the shows and the event.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked 100 people. Did it live up to the hype?
Right.
I don't know if you saw me ask people that, but I was doing it all weekend.
Yes.
Not one person was like, meh.
One of the
They were like, it was fucking unreal. Yes.
I think one of the biggest sources of anxiety, I guess, for you about this event was you're taking people's money. You want to make sure that you deliver something that is worth that, both for the live stream and for the people showing up.
There was a guy who emailed me that he ordered merch in March and emailed me a couple weeks ago, said, I haven't received this yet. Where is it? Now, our merch prints on demand in your region and gets shipped to you within days. So I was horrified. Take, again, for the grifting, I get called a grifter all the time, a thief. I was great. I went and looked it up. It shipped on March 8th. Mm-hmm. It was lost in the USPS. And I told him, they're telling me you got to contact the post office with this tracking number and see what they can do. If not, we'll make it right. Let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Because, ultimately, it's my store. If the post office can't find it, if they won't give you your money back or it's insured or whatever it is, let me know and I'll refund you. It showed up on his doorstep today. And he emailed me that.
Mm-hmm.
It was the post office's fault. But I was still, the fact that this guy waited 2 months to message me, I was like,
Mm-hmm. You don't want to take money for something that you didn't deliver or do.
It's so, in this universe especially, when you're taking this much money from people, $100 is not a cheap ticket. $130 is not a cheap ticket. I want you to have a good time. You're buying a hotel. You're buying a flight. I want it to be awesome. So the only thing I care about Hackamania is the people who came out. Was it worth it? Did you have fun? Will you come next year? And overwhelmingly, the response is yes.
With the exception of Michaela, I don't think anyone there who showed up would have been unhappy with that show.
Correct. Last year we had streaming problems.
Yeah.
The week afterwards, I started buying equipment and taking steps. It literally sat almost for a year.
And it worked so well.
And it was great.
Yeah.
Was it perfect? Was it professional? Probably not. But go look at the streams last year versus the streams this year.
Yeah.
And tell me there's not massive improvement. And if you don't think we'll improve it next year, you're crazy.
Yep.
So I want, there were people who didn't come the first year who came the second year because they heard how good the first year was. And I hope people come the third year because they see now how good the second year was. I can't promise you the bombshells. We're going to do shows.
It's going to be a good time.
Good hang.
You'll meet nice people. Anyone who's not nice gets trespassed from the casino.
Correct. Riley didn't show up and beat up. Riley didn't show. So Vito could have just not freaked out. That would have been great.
Mm-hmm. But
it's a shithead.
After that, it was. I haven't heard you say that you were this proud of an event before. This has been
great.
The best one.
It was just great.
Yeah.
It's a shithead thing to do. Did the whole deal, man. Went the whole way. Found an amazing, beautiful, incredible woman who's deserving of far more than anyone else, deserves far more than me. The relationship between the mother of my children and me is incredible. I'll respect her privacy, but I mean the texts that she sent in regards to this whole thing are so encouraging and so incredible. And the amazing thing about the whole thing is I now, because I've renounced all this.
She's trying to diffuse you. You're a bomb.
You texted Ashley about the text saying you don't care about your children?
No, I think he means about the
just the whole thing.
The whole swinging and all of that. The drugs.
Because
you don't want Ashley to see that shit.
Grown, and because I've gotten better, I can now, people are like, what about when your kids find out about this? I have some great, when they are old enough, I have some amazing lessons that I've learned from my own shitty behavior that I can teach them from. I can use myself as an example of how no matter how bad things get, you can always admit you're wrong. You can always say you're sorry.
And now they've got a dad they can be proud of.
Things can always become better, And their mother that's been the message about me as well, and my parents and my friends and I mean, I can't tell you what a lucky bastard I am. And the only reason I'm a lucky bastard is because I came out and just aired it all out. I was honest and I was open about my flaws, and I moved on, and I cannot
Louis, Daddy ate cum.
tell you how incredible and liberating and exhilarating life is now because of it. It's incredible.
He shouldn't be using the word happy in any of this.
How exhilarating is life? Every weekend you come back and go, I cleaned.
Well, he's got adrenaline pumping through his body twice a day, during the week. He's not
crazy weekend.
He's not.
I cleaned the garage again. What's happening in the garage? Every weekend there's a cleaning.
But also he didn't need to be upfront about some of the stuff. Like, he hurt a lot of people. He continues to hurt people with all of this.
Taste Fairy Ialto says Nick somehow managed to make the goo eating story less believable. Well, yeah,
How?
When he would sex.
Right, by providing a third-party confirmation. Now it's fake. Did you guys see that spaceship? Yeah, we all saw it. Well, now I know it's not real. Huh?
With April, he would need to hear about me. That was a big turn on for him, was hearing about
The minute everybody started posting about this UFOs in New Jersey, when there were thousands of videos about it, I was like, well, now I know it's made up. What are you talking about?
Disgusting. Believe me, it creeped me out when I was told about it.
He wasn't hearing about you. He was hearing about you, hearing about him. Like, that link is an important one.
But whatever. He's more into that cuck lifestyle than I was. He had a lot more.
I don't believe that.
It was your idea, was it not? You talked to April about it. You went, I really want to do this. But
I think
these are your stories.
He said to April, I think it would be hot if you and Nick fucked.
Right.
And then he told
We
Nick,
saw the messages where you told Nick, like,
you'd be an
you're an
incredible
lover. You're so respectful. I had to groom her into this.
Yes.
He brought it up in Vegas.
He groomed her into that. He groomed her into the cocaine. Remember, before she took her first line of cocaine, she looked back at him and said, Is this okay? And he said,
and you
yes.
went.
Yeah. Also, look how thin his hair is today.
People are saying it's like, I got sent a screenshot. Well, wait till he tips down.
Right.
Experience.
Wait till he does the I'm a little teapot.
Going in. I tried it.
Yeah, and he just had a haircut.
Yeah.
And it looked great a week ago.
Yeah, this looks like the spray paint tool in Microsoft Paint. Like,
what brush is that?
It's dithering.
Didn't like it. Yeah, apparently it's a thing he's into. I'm not going to shame him for that. But he made this story up 7 months after I left, and then got April to send him like a fantasy romance novel text, thinking that they were just dirty talking. Really, he was tricking her into giving him something that he would send to Melton and go, see, it totally happened.
How would you know that, though?
The conversation started when Rocco asked on This Little Piggy, has Aaron tasted your cum? He said yes. Then Nick, after Aaron denied it, Nick super chatted Aaron and said, you looked, April said, you looked in her eyes and smiled while you ate it. And then Aaron blocked Nick from super chatting. And then April volunteered that. Now, again, anything can be faked, sure. But again, wouldn't you not do the other embarrassing stuff in there? Wouldn't it? If you were faking it, you would have faked it in a way more flattering way.
Yeah, there would be way more stuff in there. That would be very embarrassing to read.
Like more open and shut. This was like a fleeting comment.
Yes. That arose naturally in response to something that actually happened on a particular day.
Correct.
Really? Took you 7 months to brainstorm that romance novel fiction? Everyone believes it, buddy.
And And it wasn't 7 months to brainstorm it. There were many months where Nick didn't say anything.
There was a catalyst on the day, like you said.
But there were many months where Nick didn't say anything because of the case was happening. He had his children weren't returned to him until November. So this is happening in December. It's a month after his life had become relatively normal again. Right? So that is about the time when you can start releasing and talking about that stuff publicly.
Aaron doesn't have any text from Kayla about Nick needing to hear about his dick.
But apparently, Aaron has some texts that reveal that Nick has been slept in his cum for months. Care to explain?
Yeah. And that's kind of the internet has been saying, yeah, this is all horse shit. And I'm like, well, shit, guys, you didn't even let me fight. You didn't even let me get in there and throw my punches that I had. Everyone just called bullshit on it right away.
0 comments.
I mean, some of the comments that I've seen are anyone can write any message and can doctor those. Nick was showing people those on his phone. Like he was scrolling through and verifying it with people there.
Well, you can store any number as anybody and have another phone.
And then create.
Anything can be fake. We live in an age where...
But if Occam's razor, like how many...
Yes, Occam's razor, I don't need to see it scrolled.
Right.
By the way, on the corner of that screenshot, it's not clear. Nick was watching Chad Zumach.
What?
If you zoom into the text where he says, "How often was it?"
It's Chad.
You can zoom in and you can see that Nick had a video over to the side and he's watching Chad Zuma. Would that be part of it? If you were orchestrating this big thing, when you get clean.
Yeah.
No, he was listening to something and chatting with a girl he liked.
Oh, no, the Chad Zumach thing would be when he took a screenshot of it, which would be a couple months ago. It wouldn't be during the...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But again, wouldn't you get a clean shot of it?
Yes, probably.
Right away. People are saying Ralph started drinking straight from the handle.
I'm saying that when we got sent that screenshot, we could have asked him for a clean one. When he sent that, it was not known at the time. Nick says, I believe I'd super chatted Zumach and he was yelling at me. If he had any inkling that this would be shared or we'd be doing it at Hackamania,
he would have been way more embarrassing about it. Like it was incredibly embarrassing, but I don't think Nick is someone who's quite verbose and would have dug his heels in more if he was making something up, I think.
Beloved chatter said the texts were stylistically very similar to the tweets she sent in her April Law 1111 account 72 hours before.
Yeah.
This was that point in time where she was YOLOing on Twitter.
And I think she was acting up for Nick. Like it seems that way.
Sure.
It seemed like some element of foreplay between them.
They were getting off making fun of her husband.
Yes.
Ex-husband.
Uh-oh. He's having another one of those streams, huh? Well, I mean, goddamn. It just it shouldn't be surprising anymore. Oh yeah, they're saying Rage Piggy sad. Oh, god damn it. Like, if you're not happy and you're disheveled and you're shitty and you're in awful shape, like, get off the internet, fix yourself, become happy or whatever again.
You never got off the internet and fixed yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you were a mess.
And then come back. Everybody loves a redemption story. You're not going to redeem yourself just sitting here and doing the same shit. You know?
If you were live on a stream and found out your wife was arrested, wouldn't you be like, I got to go?
Yes. It took him a while.
He oh, well, I might as well tell you this. And then he went live that night, made more than he's ever made in Super Chats. The next day he's on Kino Casino.
Yeah.
He went on tour.
And made thousands of dollars that he said he would donate to the Recator's children.
But he had to find a way to do it anonymously, just like the veterans.
Same thing with Nick. He's falling apart. He's all disheveled. I mean, he doesn't shower. His fingernails
Nick
are...
was not disheveled.
He was incredibly well dressed. When he showed up, he was wearing a short-sleeved button-up shirt tucked into shorts.
Well, he didn't have a hotel.
Right.
Like Howard Hughes at the end of his life. It's brutal. I've broken the guy's brain. I don't feel great about that. Guy's got
You
kids.
completely vanished from your
Yeah, the camera's
green screen.
the camera keeps restarting.
Probably for the best. Yeah. So it's just this? Sweet.
That depend on him. I mean, get your shit together. It's probably time for a break. You know? I agree with all the people who say, like, Aaron's not worth this much of your time and attention. But, like, not going to convince him
This
of
is
that.
his weird, like, pseudo-psychology to, like, try to get people to leave him alone.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Says, your charcuterie fridge made an appearance on stage. What stories could that tell after plowing? You needed hydration after.
Aaron is fascinating. Because this character doesn't exist. Like I was talking to Adam Bush about it, and he said, like, watching this man have a self-imposed struggle about something that doesn't matter to society anymore and destroy his life over it is one of the most compelling stories or
It's
things
May,
ever
and he
seen.
said he was done talking about this in December.
Right.
He never talks about it more. Whole shows. He'll throw a Kanye review in there.
But like, if he is so afraid of coming across as anything close to gay that, which is something that people don't care about at all anymore, that he is throwing his life to the wolves, essentially.
They're at the door.
They're at the door.
No comment. I'm just saying that if I were to abandon my family to go to Vegas for 24 hours, I wouldn't sit next to my cuck fridge. Jesus Christ.
Why is it his cuck fridge? Nick told the story. I guess he got Aaron a present for his birthday. Aaron in April. I forget what he said he got him. Something really nice. And then Kayla's birthday rolled around. He had months to think of it. And he got her this fridge, which I think he said was like $150. A fridge. And then Aaron wonders why Nick says something like, we got to work on your sexiness. You know, this is a soulmate. How about an appliance? Do you have anything in your house to keep stuff cold?
That was kind of the first.
Way too big for a charcuterie fridge.
What is a charcuterie fridge?
Like he called it a charcuterie fridge just to say that he's keeping charcuterie in there in between sex sessions, I'm assuming. But how much meats and cheeses do you need in one go?
And again, I'm fat. I walk to my kitchen for food.
You can fit drinks in this fridge. There's a freezer. Why do you need to freeze any of your charcuterie? This fridge,
Inkling I got.
like a single man could have this as his main fridge and be okay. Charles Chance.
This is a Michael Ray Bauer.
Charles Chance
Yes.
sort of fridge.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to be fine here. This seems like
It's bigger than the hotel fridge was.
Yes. Yeah.
Cavalcade of incompetence. We have a. Hold on. We have a surprise call coming in. This is a surprise. This is amazing.
Is this Keanu?
Yes. It's so good.
I've not seen this.
This is
Go
amazing.
ahead, caller.
Well, hello there, Aaron Imholte. Nice.
The voice. Well, hello there, Erin Imholte. You're not in a Western.
She's trying to be transatlantic, but not quite hitting
so
it.
bad.
Breasts, and how dare you say that about your children?
By the way, when you call into my show, make sure you go into a bathroom stall and put it on speaker.
Also, and please start out with making light of me saying horrible things about my children.
Well, you know, I don't know if you know this or not, but about a year and a half ago, I was going through a phase I called being a total piece of shit.
Again, this was less than a month into him being in this situation. He was of clear mind.
And he was the most sober one of them.
Right.
Just teasing. Good taking responsibility for a shitty text. A shitty text that had zero context, by the way.
Well, not only that, but
they
also
got you.
It was the day after they were served the HRO paperwork.
The 2nd of January, it would be that day. Yeah.
So January 3rd was this text.
No,
about
no.
if I
1st of January is they got served with the HRO.
Okay, so 2 days.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. In Aaron, so this HRO basically stipulated that Aaron had to pick up the kids.
Yes.
And Aaron's mind immediately went to, if I have to live without him,
yeah,
I got to do my show.
Right. And the context
so when Aaron's
is
told he has to pick up his own children, his immediate response was, well, so long to the kids.
The context is terrible too. He talks about how he hates that fucking bitch or something to that
I
effect.
hate my wife.
Hate my ex-wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, not only that, but also, like I said, I've renounced everything for the last year and a half. I've come clean about everything, apologized, talked about what a shitty dad and husband and everything I was.
Of course.
So I don't really understand how any of those texts really mean anything today. But you know what it is? You look at how
They really don't.
You look at how unwashed and gross and like clearly huffing and all that shit he is, and it's like, it's just a desperate guy at the end of his rope, and who knows what he'll do next, you know?
It is.
Is this me or Nick? Who's unwashed?
We know who's unwatched.
It is quite sad, and you don't look that bad in your news.
I didn't think so either, especially compared to the people showing him.
He thinks we were body shaming him.
No.
So exactly. You mean a crowd of morbidly obese people there to see a morbidly obese man look at another man without his shirt on? Yeah, wow.
The whole point of the presentation was to point out I have a way better body than Aaron Imholte. Right. That was what we were doing, and everybody agreed.
The one with my shirt off, it was
the one. You got to be more specific.
It was a message to the group because I had a fight coming up in February that ended up getting canceled that year, and I said,
so 2 years in a row you had a fight in February that got canceled.
I guess so.
Why do you go around saying you're a fighter? You haven't fought in years.
And he was supposed to have one in August of this year as well that he said nothing about so far.
And the text that I sent was like, shit, I still got 10 pounds before I'm at 215. I'm like, I got some work to do here. And so that
you should report them for revenge porn. Honestly.
Oh, I'm a victim and he hurt me.
This is him making fun of Kayla Ricada.
Yeah.
We're just teasing. You really don't look that bad in any of those. And yes, but I digress. I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
She's watching comic.
Yep.
Do you find it odd that, I don't know if you just saw, maybe I'm reading into things here. Alyssa Cliff, love the gal, posted a clip of Ricada talking about today about how the traffic stop thing, right?
Yeah, about how the new boyfriend gave him the finger, yeah.
But in the Discord thing that you showed today, Moody, the most autistic, attention to detailed man on earth.
Yeah,
agreed.
I wouldn't say that. I think there's much more autistic people around.
See, you're doing it now.
That's not
that
correct.
He didn't see her. Only saw her in January at a traffic stop, right? And it was with her new boyfriend, but also got the notion that the new boyfriend, but hasn't spoken to her otherwise, right?
Sure.
And then Nick, when I guess he was talking about it today, he says, I haven't seen her since March at a traffic stop.
Yes, Moody was wrong.
I got the two stories mixed up with each other.
Where the boyfriend flips me off. I don't know.
March would make more sense.
Right, but I don't.
Why?
Yeah.
I think he knows more than he's saying. I think he keeps better tabs on April than he wants to let on.
Right. Yeah, maybe.
Come me nuts, but if you tell one person, you may get January and February mixed up. I wouldn't get January and March mixed up.
Beloved Shadow says Moody is usually wrong. This isn't news.
There were a lot of stories being told, and it's really hard to keep track of like all the fine details of everything. I don't know if you see this during the Hackamania, this little piggy show, but before we revealed anything about the bloody sheets, I mentioned it,
and I said
they don't know about that
but
yet.
They did,
but it's like it's so hard to
and
like.
I don't even know who's right.
Right. But it's hard to keep track of what's out there, what isn't, what do people know, what they don't know. I mix
when we know more than we ever say on the show.
Right. So there's a bunch of stuff that I do know and I have been sent that I'm not necessarily saying since I don't have permission always to put it out there. But this was 2 stories put together. One was haven't spoken to her since January, and March was the last time he saw her, which...
Hey, Johnny, you see that huge Hackamania failure Melton and his Aussie partner Moody last night? Patrick usually does his hair pretty for Moody's in-studio shows. I heard they might be breaking up. I don't think you understand how deep my psychosis goes. On the sociosexual hierarchy, I am a gamma male. Look me up. Jesus. I'm the secret king, never wrong, always victorious, and sexy as fuck.
It must be awful to like be under that pressure.
Stuff, or that's like kind of a long timeline. And also, are they just adding in this boyfriend thing, or is this like a? I might be nuts.
You're thinking it's a cover for Nick still seeing April.
I'm wondering if it is.
So now he's flipping back.
Yeah.
For one day, he was like, "I was wrong,"
and making this face.
Nick's a loser. April left him. Now he's like, "Oh, they're still together." Which is it? So Moody didn't snake him?
Both of these people don't know anything about April. If you hear Kiki or Aaron say any fact about April, they are speaking out of their asses. They're making it up.
You're saying Kiki's not one of the most well-informed, intelligent commentators in this universe?
Not anymore.
Like, well, okay. If it is, that's next level psychotic to invent somebody and then invent them giving you the finger.
Right. And how long do you have at a traffic stop to realize who it is, what it is? The boyfriend flips you off. And then he also told Moody that how does he know? In that message, it says this. Look, I have it pulled up. Maybe I'm nuts, but
he's doing the Rizzler.
I just thought
he's doing gorgeous face right now.
Here. It says the last time I came close to January, where started a traffic light and her boyfriend flipped him off. Seems like the boyfriend is protective and isn't cool with them interacting. Why would he even know that if he hadn't even spoken?
Well, because he flipped him off. Like someone who sees you and you've never met or talked with them before, but they know that you were with April and flipped you off.
When another guy gives me goo eyes at a traffic stop and Moody's in the car, he flips him off.
Right. The assumption here, a reasonable assumption, is that they don't like, what, Kiki, what are you thinking? That someone flipping someone else off is like, hey, you're cool. I like you. Like,
now, my theory was that we know April and we know how April is when she has a new person. She has to slam the X really hard and say,
this is how this all started. With him getting Kiki to shit on April.
Yeah. She's back at it.
Terrible things about them. So that could explain
So
the
is
finger.
Moody just right, sure, if it actually happened, but is Moody just assuming that, or is that something Nick said? Because he wouldn't be able to know that unless he had been talking to April. Also, the January and
is this an iPhone 3G? What is... She does a show, right? She got picked up by a big podcast network?
Right. I think she's... But also, I believe I said in that it seems like he's quite protective of her and is not cool with them interacting, which is the correct assumption.
Correct.
The March thing is like, it's like sending me. I'm going like, what? How
well,
do you
I mean,
imagine how dumb you have to be to like Kiki talk you into something.
Yeah, Kiki, you confused a lawsuit and a criminal case.
understand why you would think that. I mean, Nick lies as easily as he breathes, but here's the other thing. He's not very smart, and this seems like a multi-level deal.
I don't know. If April is with a new man and not seeing that stupid idiot, I am so happy.
Yeah, it's good for her.
That is fantastic. I hope
These people are insane. Like if April,
let's go to Moody. It's an empty shot.
Right. So April broke up with her boyfriend with Nick seemingly sometime in December. So these people are saying it would be so good if 3 months later, after a traumatic breakup, she is now with another man. Like that's you take time and you sort of figure out who you are and what you need in between those really big breakups. You shouldn't be happy for her. It should be a pretty big red flag that she's rushed into a relationship with someone else before she's had time to process her feelings. Kind of the same way that Aaron has with SP, the greatest woman in the world.
I never knew what true love was until SP came along.
that she is, and I hope that dude did flip him off at a traffic stop.
Yeah.
I find it very confusing that Moody, the most autistic or detail-oriented man on earth, says January and had all these details.
People want to know if you never existed in your AI since the chair's empty, or are you having a ghost party?
Most autistic and detail-oriented man, that's Madam to you.
Well, and then Nick today says March.
Well, I have a feeling whoever MN Public Records is will be keeping an eye on things.
I would think.
Oh, no.
It sounds like he's getting leaks from this guy.
Oh, no.
So as well.
Yeah.
I am praying.
You're keeping a tongue on things.
I am wrong, but
Well,
and
hey.
if that's the case, then fine. Or could it just be like, hey, we'll put this out there now so that Kayla doesn't know that we're still boning.
I can't comment. I can't comment. I can't comment. I can't comment.
Why don't you just not comment? Why do you have to scream 9 times, I can't comment? Just let it go and move on.
I am a doctor. I am the doctor.
Done any of that.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, the reason she has to be on speaker because Gino's there. Right. These two can't do a show like without each other.
Also,
if Gino's doing a show, Kiki's yelling in the background. If Kiki's doing Kiki's doing a show, Gino has to run up to the mic and yell.
But also with friends like these, like you don't need enemies at all. They are mentioned. They know that he's not allowed to speak about Kayla, and they are calling into his show and saying that name.
This is a good point too. Wasn't MN Public Records going to drop 70 documents during Hackamania that were going to destroy everybody?
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
No, exactly. But
maybe they're with the FBI, right? Coming to get me. Maybe it's all in one case.
Just a quandary. That's
All right.
all.
Well,
Just wanted
thank
to
you
get
for
your
the call.
take on
Thank you for the call, Keanu, and thank you for the theory.
TTYL.
All right. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting for people to gossip about. It's interesting for people to theorize about.
Is it? I got 2 months.
I think it's good for entertainment.
You're right. Something's going on with his left eye.
It twitches,
dude.
Yeah. So he got super stressed from Kiki mentioning Kayla, and now he's having a physical reaction to it.
Hey, corn diffs kids.
Maybe go back to when she hung up, and then just
to theorize about. Yeah. I think it's good for entertainment.
Holy
but
shit!
I think
what's going on?
That's nuts. Go right to like the phone call when she mentions it. I didn't notice this at all.
Well, I have a feeling whoever MN
going.
Public Records is will be keeping an eye on things.
And I think that stupid idiot. I am so happy.
Yeah, it's good for her.
That is fantastic. I hope and I'm willing to believe that she is, and I hope that dude did flip him off at a traffic stop.
It's clear. It's fine.
But I find it very confusing that Moody, the most autistic or detail-oriented man on earth, says January and had all these details as well, and then Nick today says March.
Well, I have a feeling whoever MN Public Records is will be keeping an eye on things.
He's also grinding his teeth.
I would think so as well.
Yeah.
I am praying I am wrong, but and if that's the case, then fine. Or could it just be like, hey, we'll put this out there now so that Kayla doesn't know that we're still boning.
I can't comment. I can't comment. I can't comment. I can't comment on any of that.
I don't know who that is either. Yeah, no, exactly. But just a quandary. That's
all right.
all.
Well,
Just
thank
wanted
you
to
for
get
the
your
call.
take on
Thank you for the call, Keanu, and thank you for the theory.
TTYL.
All right. There we go. Yeah, I don't know.
He got rid of her right after that.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting for people to gossip about. It's interesting for people to theorize about.
That's where it started. That's the first one.
I think it's good for entertainment, but I think outside of that, and it sets Nick off, which is funny to a lot of people. Ultimately, people will craft their theories.
He's doing it.
Yeah. We'll see if they're right or wrong.
Well, how come when we craft theories, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong? Connor said, when are we getting a save the date for Cruisamania? Give me a month. We'll figure stuff out. Lev Kramar, my wife's birthday is today. What's the fridge model? It's a Frigidaire red upside down bottle opener. Very rare. Very rare. Iwa with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Iwa. This has been amazing. We said we were going to do a short show. Maybe it's 5 hours. We're going to try to do one tomorrow if I can get Moody up early enough. I know I'll be up for another hour or two.
I'll set an alarm. I can wake up early.
Yeah, you don't have your international flight tomorrow?
Nope.
I'll be up for another hour because I just can't sleep after a show. But we'll try to do a show tomorrow. Hit the like button. Tell a friend. Hackamania was awesome. It was great to meet both Connor and Lev Kramar. Amazing. I've met Lev before, apparently. I don't remember it.
Yeah.
But I won't forget now.
He was very nice.
He was awesome.
Everyone was
great, man.
Yeah.
It, like, to try to spin this event in any way to not be a success is nuts. It's nuts. Ask anybody who was there.
Yeah.
Except Michaela.
It was great. Like the audience was incredibly responsive and had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't hear it on the stream just because the audience wasn't mic'd, but
you hear you hear people cheering when there's like big moments.
Sure.
You don't have to make excuses for it, man.
I'm just
You're
saying.
making it seem less than it was. This is cope.
Look, man, we had to put tables out so that we buffed up the space.
What?
There wasn't enough space for all
They put tables in the back aisle with no chairs at them. That was retarded. It was great to meet everybody who came out. We appreciate you so much. Hit the like button on your way out of here. I'm sure Aaron will be live in 1.5 hours.
Yeah, look out for that wink.
Don't forget this morning also 7 a.m. Tukey Soup is premiering their live Hackamania show. Check that out. Also, Pretty Antisocial has been on a hiatus since before Hackamania. They're back Wednesday morning as well. I'll be watching that. I love that show.
Yeah, it's great.
And check them out. Give them some love. If you want to see the video Aaron made for Hackamania, head over to Biggest Problem in the Universe's channel. It is available. And go see how much he got us. Again, 0 comments. 0 fucking comments. The internet's on my side. That's why I won't let anybody comment on anything. It's insane. It's insane. Final words, Moody?
I'll see you tomorrow or in a few hours.
We gotta
I
do
guess.
it. Even if we do a short one, we'll do it.
Okay, bye.
Bye, everybody. Enjoy. How do I end this?
Your manner is most unbecoming of a gentleman. Would you be high on cigarettes?
I don't know if the comedy hasn't hit them yet. They're full-blown retarded or just high on cigarettes.
A question posed to stupid hoes who don't get it yet. Excuse me, miss. Are you high on cigarettes? I don't know if the comedy hasn't hit them yet. They're full-blown retarded or just high on cigarettes. All the laughter that you deploy if you listen to the show, boy. Patrick Melton faces have you stacking an LO point. It's the low point, not the reason. The reason is fucking gold. That'll make the Taco Pony party be a party of soul. To make you vandalize a van with a pedal sticker so bold. The family probably get arrested before they get down the road. Or stupid motherfuckers just got NL loaned. Other radio shows are straight bitch mail.